We are doing... I almost said 4 seeds, 2 players. No, the opposite. 2 seeds, 4 players. Yo, Hikari, thank you so much for the 27 months. Thank you so much for the support. MT, thank you so much for the 43 months. We're doing a collaboration with Haru, Vivi, and Scarth. And we're gonna be doing 2 of us per seed. So we're gonna be doing it's a Ship of Harkinian mod that allows us to play the randomizer, the Archipelago, so have some of their items in our seed and some of our items in their seed. And on top of that, it's gonna be Scarth and I in one seed working together to collect all the items, and in the other seed it's gonna be Haru and Vivi. Okay, we're gonna be merging the chats, so that way please behave yourselves, be nice. I don't probably need to tell you guys that because you are all fantastic and whatnot, but yeah, just our chats are gonna be merged, so yeah, no behave only buttons. Also, Alia Grass on first. We have Titus, Espin, Chops, Jack, Scarth, Ken Murray, Burnco, Spark Boy. Is it Suiloic? I probably botched that, but thank you for being here. Zebrin, David, Chops, Hikari, Star Fury, Sarates, Fanti, Lanthier, Vita, Kippa, MT, Pseudo, Infamous, Waifu, Our Green Paradox. Thank you all so much for being here. Welcome in, Pip Daddy. Marnco, welcome in. All right, are you ready? We're gonna say hi to everybody else. Okay, let's say hi.
Archipelago is going on that we're working together with. Though technically, archipelagos by nature like this technically turn into minor races, but
it's okay. We're gonna
win.
Fun
together.
Yep. Oh, did I tell you that I accidentally shuffled Ganondorf's soul into the pool? So we're not going to be able to win until we find Ganon's soul. So we gotta get on that pretty quickly.
All of our
in fact, you did not tell me that. Thank you.
And we need to beat all the dungeons in order to be able to go face Ganon.
All the dungeons? Oh, man.
All the dungeons.
Well, we have an advantage then. Because we only need 6 medallions. I mean, we also need to find Ganon's soul, so it's another light arrow hunt, basically. But yeah.
Yep, we need all the dungeon rewards, and they're all at the end of the dungeons on the bosses, so we gotta beat all the dungeons.
Ooh.
And Vivi and I do this repeatedly in about 6 hours, with a glance at the spoiler log, but worst case, we gotta hint an item. Because that's what Archipelago is about.
I am going to swap to my scene with
I
the
told
game.
them not to be.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Sus.
I will do the same.
Yeah, I'm just sitting running around V.
Yeah. You think it'd be a good idea if we turned off the auto shoutouts, Haru?
Oh, all of my auto shoutouts are off. I don't have Mix It Up open at all.
I need to... Oh, well...
Let me know when you would like us to combine our powers into one big chat.
I'm good whenever.
I think we're good with that right now. We can do that.
Okay. Thank you, MT, for the 434 BDs.
There.
I have so much fun with Archipelagos. I really need to do more of these.
Right, we should have chats combined.
Looks like it.
We in fact do.
Why?
Why our powers combined?
Thank you for the follow-up.
Let's Archipelago. Oh my god.
We are Captain Planet. I
exactly.
Have cheese and a pie in my face. Delicious.
Yo, Infamous, thank you
Oh,
so
man, I
much
have
for
one
getting
kid.
on
Do you
5
wanna
go
subs
kid
to
or
the
adult?
community.
But I think it's best if we just
Welcome in.
both go adult
Welcome
for a little
in,
bit
everyone.
And go clean up some grass. Until
Yeah,
we get a way to do that as a kid.
we have a sword. This
Crowd
is
control?
gonna be
No, no,
so
no.
weird for us.
This is not
'cause we
crowd control.
don't
This is
have
Archipelago. It's a little different.
Oh yeah, I got
shuffled
randomized enemies on.
entrances. What? Oh yeah, so do I.
No crowd control tonight. We need to make sure we get this in the time frame.
Yeah. Haru, do you have locked doors?
Do we
I do.
Are you
Okay.
guys are you both ready? Are all of us ready for the countdown?
Oh, I already ran
yeah.
outside. Yeah, I'm ready. I'll run back
I'll
inside.
just hang out over here by the dilapidated
Okay,
drawbridge.
I'm gonna do a countdown. I don't know if this shows up in the thing. Hang on, does it? Nope.
Let's see.
Nope.
Oh,
What
it's
is
up
it?
in the Archipelago
Oh.
console.
Well-
Extra modes.
Here, how about we go 3, 2, 1, go. Let's begin.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
This isn't the correct game for that. Hang on.
All right.
Wait. No, it is. We have rocks. Whoa.
Scarth, I'm gonna go become an
I'll
adult.
leave the guy
God.
CUV.
You for the gift.
Okay.
Oh,
I pity you.
wow.
Minuet Forest.
We got
Hey, the
minuet already.
A forest for y'all.
Nice.
It's working. Chat, it's working.
Christian's house. It's working. We only got to do limited. Well, I did a lot more testing than V knows about last night. For the while that I was muted, V, I was testing this.
Hey, I was busy talking about Fire Emblem.
Which
Whoa.
Fire Emblem?
Wow.
A lot of them.
Look at all this money we're not getting because our wallets are full.
Actually, V, I'll leave the rest of the field grass to you. I'll go run into the fort or Kokiri.
Me? You already grabbed it
The
all
field
by
grass.
Kokiri then?
Um,
Okay, cool. Yep. I don't need trees or bushes. I'm
Wait.
so...
How are you already
Or
getting
rocks.
field
This is
grass? We don't even
confusing.
have sword or bombs. Oh, but I have a fire arrow.
We
So I
started...
actually, my settings didn't work quite right. I'm supposed to
Whoa.
start with the kid sword and the master sword for the sake of speed, but we only start with the master sword.
Oh.
I don't even know if the kid sword's in
Yeah.
the pool. Worst case, we have to use sticks.
Ooh. We have iron
I didn't
boots
care
now.
enough to fix that. Have a nice
Oh
trap.
my gosh.
Oh, double defense.
No!
Oh, yeah, sorry. Have
Another
another
ice
one.
trap, apparently.
2 ice traps, fancy. But we got double defense, so we didn't die.
Yeah, no eating
Oh my
buttons
god,
today.
I got frozen in front of the boulder by Kokiri's sword and it hit me twice.
Have another ice trap, apparently.
Wait, I might not make it to the temple in order to...
All right, I'm going to the lake.
It's ice trap text. It's not it's not tech shuffle.
Oh, yeah, I gotta fix that.
But
Nothing for
but
kid yet.
streak. All right.
Oh wow. No!
Just a remind.
I got
just a
excited because I
reminder
thought it
for
was a
everyone.
hammer.
One on my side. We're family friendly tonight. Okay.
Yo, thank you so much for
I
the
might
follow.
be seeing some of my sussiest people, so
Gotta sneeze.
world's finest. What? Oh, purple rupee.
Eye drops.
Oh, have your poacher saw. Wait, do
Poachersaurus.
we have trade?
I have trade sequences on.
I
Okay.
don't believe I do.
Hey, Saku.
Yeah.
In the interest of not pulling out my hair yet, what all do we have turned on?
Inspire.
A lot. Oh, you know what? I didn't tell you, did I?
I am just like, what don't we have turned
Hi,
on?
Chili.
I have grass shuffled, maybe fish, question
What's up?
mark.
Oh.
Oh, we have boss soul shuffled.
Yep.
So we can't kill bosses.
So we do.
Yes, Chili. This is the Archie, and we are doing team based off 2 seeds.
Hi, Thea.
We figured out how to do it last night.
Yeah, we have that command off tonight just because I know how wild chat likes to go with it. That's it. That's the only reason. It'll be back tomorrow. However, the other part of that command is still on, so how about?
Ooh, cute. We got a bomb chew bag. Yo, thank you so much for the resub.
Have your slingshot?
I'm gonna
Shot.
go do Deku Tree, I guess.
Yeah, we actually have like the whole Deku tree now with Goma Soul, I think.
Yeah, like short of, I guess, having
I'll do
Kokiri
some of
sword.
Deku's tree.
Sounds
And-
like you randomize
Yeah,
entirely too
yeah.
much. No, we actually have less on. So I have to be like, wait, what
Oh,
is
yeah.
on and what is
I
not?
can't do
I
Deku tree
forgot
yet.
that I had the sword.
Oh, we need the
Forgot
sword and the
it's
shield,
not
don't we?
open.
Oh,
That is open. You'll be able to go in as a kid.
Okay.
Oh.
I think I might be muted in Discord for a second, but welcome in. Thank you so much. We're doing an Archipelago randomizer
Let's
where
see. I have iron.
there's 2
boots. We got free
seeds. So me
standing
and
on, right?
Scarth are both doing this seed, and
Yep.
Haru and Vivi are doing
Okay, cool. I'm going to the river.
other seed together.
That's fair.
We have grass rando, Scarth. The grass looks
Okay.
really pretty.
Oh, the flowers? Yeah.
Yes. Oh no.
Wait, un-
Scarth,
wait
are
until
you
get
are
the
you still
Stone of
alive?
Agony.
Yes.
Okay.
I went and got the recovery hearts that are on top of Saria's house.
Dang it! The key to the pond. I was just there. I'm already by Lon. Dang it!
How did you get the OT randomizer? This is the ship of Harkinian randomizer. So it's
Oh, right. We
what is
can't
it?
swim.
Decompiled? Is it decompiled? Is that the
Oh.
right word? Ocarina
Oh,
of
that's a
Time?
fast
I
way
think
back
so.
to the lake.
Marco,
Yeah.
thank you.
Wait,
I think that's the ones.
I can't get up there as an
decomp
adult
one.
without a hook shot. What am I doing?
It says I have 460 checks available on my tracker. Right now I'm hunting grass.
157.
460, yeah. So it's like
Oh,
the grass and pots and other stuff.
do you like grass?
I didn't turn on tree shuffle, I don't think.
I don't like
probably
that,
a good
I don't
idea.
think.
It's wild to hit all the
Sometimes
trees.
look at a tree and is there a crate at the bottom of the tree?
No.
Okay, then you don't have it on.
I'm not gonna make it, am I?
We're not gonna
But-
make it.
No.
We're
Oh,
not
that's right,
gonna
it's a long run
make
before it
it.
got dark.
Light arrows.
It-
Yo,
We're not gonna make it.
I got
in
light arrows.
time.
Yo.
Ah, cool.
We may also
With
have
that
fish
non-existent
rando.
bow, right? Ow!
We do
Stupid
have fish
bow.
rando on our side too.
We have
This
fairy
is ghost on
rando.
ghost violence. I don't care for this. Hi, Sable.
Crunchy, thank you. How are you doing?
Sable.
Yo.
Hi, Sable.
Sable, we might have a new way to experience some randomizer with you.
Taku surprise
Hope you're
rando
doing
to
well,
rando.
Sable.
The problem is I just don't have a brain half the time. I think that this is a check.
That's a mood.
Maybe, but I don't know.
That do we have fairy fountain shuffled?
I do.
So we're actually on 2 different
Box.
archipelago seeds, Sable, playing co-op on each of those.
Yep. So Haru and I are in a team, and we have Saku and Scarth in a team. So it's a 2-on-2.
How do we know if we have beehives shuffled? Is there an icon on them?
If you
Shoot
watch
the
the
beehive.
beehives, they'll shake.
Okay. I don't see them
I don't know
shaking,
if I
so
shaking, you have it shuffled.
I don't know if I trust that because I've seen them shake even when they're not shuffled.
Okay, I don't believe we have them
Ow.
shuffled.
Hey, our
Our
child
sword is vanilla, so that's why it's not shuffled. We just don't start with it.
Oh, okay. Wait, you're a child?
Yeah.
Oh. All right, whatever.
I assumed you were just
after
going
Ow.
around as adult for a while, so I wouldn't become a child.
oh, Sun Song, nice. Scarth,
That's
after
good.
you're done, Deku Tree, can you go and do the trade sequence for, Malin? Please and thank you.
Can't do.
Haru, I see our beehive shaking.
Getting a whole lot of stuff.
Right. Maybe I did turn the beehives on then.
All right. But just so I don't know if you two do have it turned on, but you can turn on golden sculptulas all day,
What?
so you don't have to wait for nighttime for them to show up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I saw that in the ship
Yeah.
menu.
And it's a toggle, so if you want to climb the ladder as a kid in
Yeah,
Campo
you
Rico and jump and don't have a way to kill that Scoutshla, you can turn it off.
Yep.
Darn, I don't have bombs. Wait, but I have a bomb shoe bag. Yo. Are the Ocarina buttons randomized? No. Oh!
They aren't on our
Oh!
side either.
I figured out one of the other things that I shuffled.
Oh
Uh-oh.
no.
What is
I
it?
don't like the way you said that.
we
I love
have
the way
we
she
have
said that.
swim in the pool.
Oh yeah.
So I just
Am I about to jump down into the middle of the Deku Tree and drown?
You can angle it so you can jump on the platform that you don't drown at. Good luck.
No, you won't drown. Just trust me. Just jump.
Yeah, we're sending each other stuff because we're doing an archipelago, so our checks are being sent to the archipelago server and back out when they're shared.
Mhm.
We each have items for each other's worlds in our games.
Thank you, Seth.
Aww, not a real hammer.
What do you mean you don't trust me? I'm sad. You just need to jump at the right angle.
Yeah, there's an angle that you can jump at to get on that platform. What do you want from me?
So for this one, Chili, we're in our own instances of Anchor. I believe we could have all been on the same world, but that was something I couldn't test before the stream, so we decided to play it safe and not try to combine our worlds that way.
Yeah.
Yo, Jeff, thank you so much for the follow. We got Sun Song, thankfully, but also that makes me a little worried because what if that means that we need to get gold skulls right from the beginning?
You can turn those on.
Ow, I forgot there's an R-Wing on the field.
Hey, Ocarina, we don't have to bottle method.
I
It's
more
useful
so
because
mean
we'll have
like
to go talk to them.
logically.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was so excited for Hammer. My dreams are shot.
Yeah, it's Archipelago, so like there's two games that are connected together, but two of us are in each of the worlds. So like Scarf and I are in one, and Haru and Vivi is in another. Vivi. I'm gonna perpetually make that mistake, I think. Darn, I meant to Oh, well,
Oh,
that's
have your-
convenient.
Have your bow.
I'm literally outside the shooting gallery.
Shooting gallery.
So-
Nice.
I think the most amazing
Hey,
part
Haru,
about this,
slingshot.
Chili, nice, is the fact that this is what Saku wanted to do from the beginning, but we couldn't. And then there was an update to the archipelago for ship a few days ago that allowed us to do this.
Hey, Ganon.
Ah!
The timing of that update was fantastic.
It's like, I
Absolutely.
think it was like, what, 1 or 2 days?
Please don't give me an ice trap right now.
I think it was 5, but still.
Haru, get the ice trap
had no-
ready.
Don't do it.
I had no clue the Archipelago had updated.
Huh? Stick!
All right, I can actually No,
Give
I
him
enemy
the
randomizer
stick.
on. I can go finish Deku Tree.
But what if more stick?
You know? What if? Is that seriously? Do we have the Giant's wallet?
What is this?
Yep, we're not gonna be hurting money. And
Oh.
a big sword.
Fake big sword.
Oh man, Scarth, you're gonna have 10,000 things to do as a child.
Yeah, I actually don't think I can complete Deku Tree though.
Well,
Because of no
oh,
sweat.
wait, maybe
wait
I
a
can.
minute. You don't
Yeah,
have button check
never mind.
and I can check warp. So can you. Granny Potion Shop, I can check that. Wait, we don't have... I don't know why I'm saying I can check that. It's not randomized. What am I talking about?
There's so many things on the ground. I'm just from cutting grass.
I'm over here like, oh, I can check the entrance. No, nerd.
It's both a multi-world and co-op.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's both. It's both a multi-world and
Yep.
co-op.
That is correct.
All right, Beehive's confirmed shuffled on our end.
Okay, got it. I would test it myself, but I can't quite. Do I have a
Need,
shield? I do.
If you want to, instead of doing Deku Tree, you can just go straight to Malon's area. I'm just running around and doing all the stuff that I can do as an adult.
Melon.
Oh, wow.
Have hover boots.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Fun
That
fact,
is
that can actually
fantastic.
get you the items above the Kokiri shop.
I'm getting a
this
whole
is
lot
a
of
bad
things.
time to do the race. Uh-oh. Dompe, slow down.
Yeah, I think I would drown trying to do B1 skip, and that's my only way I can advance Deku Tree.
Yeah, what? Wait, B1 skip? Wait, what? Hang on.
So,
Brain. Don't you have
Because
slingshot?
otherwise I have to hit an...
Right,
Yes,
Oh!
but I have to hit an underwater switch, and I can't swim.
You can actually backflip over the spike thing.
Yeah, but that requires practice, and it's probably just going to be better for you to go straight to Hyrule Castle.
Fair.
Just skip Deku for now. No, it's fine, Scarth. Don't worry. We just can't swim.
Everything's
why-
fine.
This is where Scarth doesn't agree to do things with me.
Okay. Hey now,
I
I agree
all
to do things
star.
with you all the time.
Yeah, you know what you're getting into, to be fair.
Yes,
Thank you for
exactly.
chuckling at that, Haru.
Poor Scarth.
Oh no, my Kuko settings aren't right. Oh, where is this?
At least you aren't trying to blow him up at the moment.
7? Oh, wait.
Don't
where
worry,
did we
I've done
find
other
that?
things.
Difficulty.
It's in difficulty.
So dumb. It's not a
wanna
difficulty
turn
thing
in
at
7.
all.
Just give me my check.
I keep
Loopy.
getting a thing that's like holding up things for that I'm not even getting. Like
You don't
Claim
have to claim
check.
check.
I mean, I can head that way.
wait, claim check is
Oh, that was for Scarth.
yeah, claim check's for me.
Here we go. Need more money?
Wait,
V?
it was for you? Oh, you're right. It was for... Why
It
do we
was
have the
our
Tycoon
claim check.
wallet? We out of all things, we have the Tycoon wallet.
Wow. We
Haru, did
Yeah,
you
of
talk to
note-
the man on the roof?
I have not yet.
Okay, I'll give it another attempt.
I was gonna wish
So,
it one
I
like
have
from
a
here.
I have all the shop prices cheap.
Question.
Yeah?
Good.
What's
Yeah.
the question?
Can I actually reach Zelda in Hyrule Castle without swim?
You don't have to.
Ow.
That
Oh, I did.
Because don't you have to hit the moat to get there?
Yeah,
Don't the
in
guards
order-
auto detect you if you step on the bricks behind them?
Oh, so you can walk on the very edge of that. Did you
Yeah.
not have the Zelda skip on though?
No, maybe.
I mean, I
we
think
might have
I don't
Zelda
know.
skip, but we do need to still get
I
them
would
stuff
hope
from
you do.
Melon.
I mean, we still have to actually go to Hyrule Castle, though. Yeah,
Yeah,
and I can't
so you
reach
can
Talon.
Walk the edge behind those 2 guards.
Oh yeah, you have trade
Okay.
stuff on.
Nothing can go wrong with this plan. This is great.
Oh, whoops! I accidentally sped up the windmill without doing the jump. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh no! Come back! No!
Oh,
it's too
no,
fast!
no.
Oh, it's too fast! I can't! No!
Ah,
I
heck.
can't get off this ride! Please!
Up. Oh,
I want to get off of Mr. Windmill's wild ride.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh man! Darn it! No, not again!
Alright, V already came
You
here.
know what? There's nothing here. It's good. We don't need that recovery heart.
You told me to focus on grass. I focus on grass. What do you want? Fishing pole.
rod.
All right, go to the pond. We have that key.
Do you have
Oh,
to
we do, don't we?
fish in the what are they called? The holes in the ground? Or is that with bottles?
Bottles. Which, fun fact, if you don't have a sword, you can use a bottle on the grass.
No! I was excited, and then I was not.
Oh, so I should also mention, since you're not super used to ship, if you shuffled fish like you sounded like you might have, oh, magic, you can turn on quick
Oh,
fishing,
cool.
so you just automatically catch the fish as soon as they bite.
Oh, nice.
You don't want to sit there fishing the entire time. Bombs.
Oh,
Have some
that
bombs.
is awesome. What's our
Ooh,
bolero check?
No!
Yo! Our
No.
other bolero check is awesome.
Okay, well, all of the
Whee!
stuff that's in the shops so far have been butts. I can buy $50 for $100, which does not sound ideal.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a steal. Thank you for the epic hydrate. Hi, Barrick. Thank you for 65. Oh my god.
I feel like that's an epic steal from the company that's like, I'm buying it from. I found Bongo
Time
Soul.
to fight Bongo with just a sword. So, are bosses, bosses randomized, Haru?
No.
Okay.
I didn't see much
Ding, ding, ding.
in the way of randomizing like locations and whatnot.
That's fair. I could have seen bosses, but yeah. Nope, all good. Yeah, made it. So
So
if I
Kakarot-
enter in there, that is VOD. Yeah.
So we're at 368 available checks now. Did you know that we've already checked 154 items, Garth?
Jeez.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nocturne already.
That's
we
handy.
Oh, wait.
We're
That's
at
your Nocturne?
273 checked on our end.
Yeah. Ow, stupid keys.
Yeah, I've got enemy randomizer on. I could turn that off, but it's funnier.
I turned mine off.
I'm going to
Ow.
the Dongo's Caverns, Garth,
Okay.
just so that I can complete
I'm
that. I don't think there's anything that will make me die, but it's possible. Wow,
Bomb
we
chew
keep getting
bag.
bomb chew bags.
Are we capped on bomb chew capacity already?
Nope. There's
Are you
one
at
more.
50?
We are at 50, and there is one more.
I thought it was only 50. Hi, Kaz. Monkey.
Oh my god. Here we go.
Hi, Kaz.
Monkey in chat.
Welcome in, Kaz.
Welcome in.
Talk to the guy on the roof, right?
time. Bum, bum.
Maybe there's
I
a
love
hint here.
Final Fantasy IX music.
Yes, that correct?
Excellent game.
Xylomac?
Oh,
Stone of
Well-
Agony.
Did you?
oh, now your flowers will look even prettier.
Oh, what? I have to have the statue. Oh, I have to have the mask to get hints? Boo.
Oh, you can turn
Yeah.
that off.
Yeah, but that's what I have it set to.
Oh, yeah. Rip.
Okay, all the checks left in Kakariko are adult ones that were missed.
Okay. I've done the majority of I could as an adult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the crates near Impa's house mostly.
Oh, did I really forget those? Whoops. Okay, well,
All right. I'm going to need to not get any ice traps because I'm big, like, dying.
Say, I'm playing the dangerous game. I don't even know how much health I have.
What? Really?
I have the Archipelago console over my health, so
Okay, that's that. Actually, I can... There we go. Get me out of here.
I didn't go turn in the Ocarina check. That's fine.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
that
how
didn't
I'm
fix
seeing
it
it,
at
Jelly.
all. Ah!
I could have put it to the side, but my OBS loves messing up when I do that, so it's just on my screen.
Oh, no. Oh,
Whoops.
no.
What's cool is that there is also Deathlink you could turn on, but we don't have that on.
Tempting though it may be.
Always tempting. Pump.
Also, we have Pot Shuffle. I think you know that already.
Yes, I went on and did the Hyrule
Gotta
Castle
have
Guardhouse.
Pop Shuffle.
Ah.
That
Ooh, it's another
nut.
progressive item for them.
Yep. We're
No,
really
this-
helping these two out.
Sword Tunic.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait, weird. That didn't pop up saying that we... Maybe it did? Oh. Weird.
I saw it on mine.
I was surprised because normally it, like, lists it up, but I guess not?
Zora Tunic might be small enough that it's not.
Zora Tunic will... Oh, wait, what? Oh.
Talon's house. Okay. All the more
Gosh,
reason
it
I
is
need to go revisit
so
Lana.
nice to not have a cutscene every time that you open a door.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sakarth, is that your player name? Yeah, because it's Saku and
Hey.
Scarth. There's a
Yep.
combination of our two names.
Huh. Haru and I didn't use our combination. Eh.
No, I went simple for this one.
That's fair.
First me, bomb in the way.
Time to go get our platform.
I forgot I had that on.
Thank-
That's fine.
I
Thank you for
finally
the
got
clip,
my
Rena.
I finally got my controller working with this thing, so otherwise it wouldn't be possible to play this game. Man,
Ow.
yesterday I was setting it up, and my controller speed was so bad, that I couldn't move. Like, it would take me at least 2 minutes to cross Kokiri Forest, or sorry,
Aw.
the like actual city there.
Yeah. Like, she could only walk. It was really funny.
That's no good.
No.
Yeah. What controllers do you run that ship fought it? The N64
Market
controller. I had to up the sensitivity, and I had to bring the dead zone all the way down.
Have your big Poe.
Yeah, it's actually our first bottle though, which is really handy.
Yep.
More bottles
Wait,
than we have.
hang on. If
Yep.
wait, we had a Poe already.
The big Poe?
Oh, wait, I can hand that in. Don't empty that, please.
You can't empty it. You can only hand it in or sell it.
It should be instanced anyways. So even if Scarth empties it, you should be fine.
Definitely have never trolled Saki with anything like that before.
Yeah, definitely not at
Like-
all.
Like repeatedly filling her bottle with fish while she was trying to use it to fight Ganondorf.
No, it was bugs.
I gotta
Or
fix
was it a
Boomerang.
fish? No, you're right. It was.
Well,
yeah.
you're set as a child.
I'm very
away,
confused
Switch.
as to like how this tracker is saying. It says like 12, 20, or 12, 13, 41. Like, or sorry, 24, 13, 41. What's like? What's the 24? Is that like the available checks? Is that what we've done? Is that like?
I think that is. I think the second one is non-available, and the last one is how many in total there are in that area.
I have delivered Richard.
Bupper.
I could do that. Richard's unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
We have the key to that.
I
That
did
we
not
do.
shuffle
Boy.
freestanding items.
Thank you.
Of course.
People are curious. Ours are shuffled.
Hi, Tulip. Thank you for Epic Hydrate. How are
Hi,
you?
Darren.
Hey, Darren. There's so much happening.
Is there a trigger that I'm forgetting for Malin as a
Oh,
child?
you have to
Ocarina?
pull out the ocarina in front of her.
No, I mean
Is
Oh,
she
by
not
the
at the?
castle?
Is
By
she
the
not? Wait,
castle.
if you go into the mask
already
shop,
have-
is there masks?
Well, hold on. I need to wait. Oh, I have Sun Song.
So, if you have a gate open in Kakariko, it automatically does the Zelda quest.
Oh, then you might not even
Okay.
need
So
to do
all
that.
of that should be, yeah, all that should be done.
Hey, we have masks.
I do. Can you pick up the bunny mask? I don't know if it picks it up for both of us or not.
Oh.
Well, do you have it now?
This built too early.
Well, this fairy
No.
fountain isn't much.
I don't actually know where it would be on my stuff because it doesn't show up.
Oh, that
Oh,
also
have a good
means I
night,
can just
Zebrin.
borrow the Mask of Truth, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You can also turn on, let's see, what is it? Is it items? Yeah. Mask select in inventory. So after completing the mask trade subquest, press A and any direction on the mask slot to change masks. So you should have like all the masks in your inventory and available.
We have something else keyed to our Gossip Stones in the Mask of Truth.
What do you mean?
Well, I talked to one of the Gossip Stones with the Mask of Truth equipped, and it didn't do anything.
Oh, maybe we just don't have hints.
That's exciting.
Sorry. Listen, I don't know what I'm doing, okay? I just this is my first time doing a ship.
Same. Like, I have so much I'm not used to about this. The controls are even almost like, not only are some of the controls different to what I'm used to, but it's responsive in a different way.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
we need a bottle.
No, I
finally
totally
found-
get that. Ow.
Found a
What?
fish that, yeah.
Oh, I thought this song was an ice trap, but it was actually not. It was actually legit a song.
No, I sent you an ice trap.
No! No!
It also said, "Quick, do a Zora impression," and then froze me, which is kind of messed up if you think about it.
Oh, that is pretty messed up.
No! Wait! Oh, because they're
Whoa.
frozen! Oh my god, no! That's mean.
Nope. I have almost no health.
You don't need to learn how to write a YAML anymore. They have a settings thing in the Archipelago now. Oh no, brain freeze!
You told me you wanted to deliver just ice to
Ow.
I
Ganondorf.
might need swim to finish this.
No, they wanted DiGiorno, not delivery.
I don't think I can
Actually
beat
have a
Dodongo,
DiGiorno
minus
in
the
life
fact
either.
of, you know,
Wait,
that I don't have Dodongo's soul, but...
I can
That would make
technically
it difficult.
do Tektite. I got the iron boots.
You do. Oh, leave me alone, Gipto.
Gibdos likes you. Go do Tektite, then check out Kokiri, because lots of grass checks.
I
Did
think I got most of
Saku,
them
do
here.
you and Scarth know that Kokiri has different grass checks for both adult and child?
Yeah, so I have played Ocarina of
Okay.
Time randomizer before. It's just, I haven't done an anchor ship specifically.
Got
So,
it.
I have not
like,
done ship at all.
yeah,
Preference ship.
I am aware of the differences in rando for that
The
stuff.
tomfoolery,
Yeah.
the shenanigans.
Tomfoolery.
Okay.
Well put.
Hmm. I remember your 10 game Archie had
What?
OOT in it. Yeah, but I just did a 1,800 check or whatever else on Archipelago recently, and that wasn't even including everything. That was just part of it. It was like all of the boss, or all of the, what's it called? The enemies dropped an item. Every single enemy.
I still
So
need that to
Imagine
come to
Dragons
ship.
is dropping items. Got it. Oh, you already
So,
got
like-
Oh,
all
is
the
that why
adult
it's so
grass,
radioactive?
Mm-hmm. Very much. Wait, what?
Market potion shop.
Still trying to figure out how. And I had to unlock them with Soul Shuffle. Yeah, so I had to get every single soul in the game so that I could then go around to each individual enemies and kill every single one of them.
So some people consider being myself broken because that sounds like a blast to do.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun with it. Like, it was really fun.
Can you get off me? Dang. Exclamation point join if you want to join the timeout raffle, I guess.
I don't want to go Garden City
Who
yet.
wants a timeout?
5 minutes. Little annoyed that my mods are joining because I'll have to remod them. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't see anything important down there. I'm not going to bother throwing the boomerang at the shortcut.
Mm-mm.
I think that's like the... Okay, so that's the remaining checks I have left in this dungeon. That's definitely an ice trap, because... Oh, wait. Did we send... No, we might have sent a boomerang to somebody else.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, we
okay.
got a boomerang.
So then that's our boomerang.
Yo, a boomerang.
Wow, would you look
I
at
found
that?
a fake one of those in Kakariko earlier.
Imagine that.
Wait, my door disappears depending upon
Wait.
which direction I look at it.
You might be
Interesting.
immune. We haven't had a mod win yet.
Hey, thank you so much, Serena, for the follow.
Keyword is yet. Oh, guardhouse.
Oh, hello.
I'm so glad this is going smoothly and doing what we wanted.
Yes.
I was, oh my gosh, you have no idea how excited I was when I found out that Anchor was in this one. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. It's so cool.
10 items remain in this dungeon. What those 10 items are, I have no idea.
10 items remain. Dawn of a new day. Oh, you must have.
The fact that
grabbed
Anchor
all
works
that.
with Archipelago is exactly what I wanted. Like I remember I DM'd Haru and Vivi and I was like, can it do this? And then I was told no.
Ours?
And I was sad.
Hook shot. Sorry, excited.
Mm-hmm. Yep, nope, you asked, and I'm like, maybe, no, sorry, it doesn't seem I can do that. And then when we were setting up last night, it could. The new update could. It was so nice.
Wait, oh no, the mirror shield was fake. Oh, I'm sad. I was like, oh, I have mirror shield. I can crouch stab. And then I was like, oh no, I don't have mirror shield. I don't have crouch stab. I'm
dead.
big sad. Where is the last items in this freaking room?
You went to the Goron stuff, huh?
Oh, this one.
Yep. I'll buy a Skulltula. Why not? I got the money.
Alright, our mask side quest is already done, so I'm going to go get a bunny hood. And just run around with a bunny hood forever.
Yes! Nice!
So, do you not have all your masks on just the bottom right? Is that a setting that we had to turn on, V?
It is. It's under items, like where the mask is, and what was it called again? Mask.
Because there's a setting to allow you to have,
inventory.
to allow you to have all your masks just on you.
That's handy.
Yep.
Tulip one.
Huh. Well, we had a mod win. Let's see how this plays out when Tulip gets back in 5 minutes.
We don't have
think my
magic, so I
universe
can't get out of here.
Oh, is this real? And who's it for?
Hammer! Hammer!
What is happening? I feel like I'm getting hecked on items over here. What's going on? Oh, hey, Ferrar's win. I just need
Hey,
complaint
magic
strats.
that we can't use.
Fairy
Yeah.
fountain. I imagined you were in the guard room.
No, we don't have that key yet, do we? Oh, we do.
We
Okay, I'll have to go
do.
get it next.
I freaked out about it. You never listen to me.
Oh, because I'm... Oh, that's why it's showing... Yeah, okay, because it's got this gold skulls in here. How do I reset? Is it like... What's the reset button on this? So I can leave the dungeon because I'm stuck.
Control R.
There we go.
And then I don't know if you all set this up with the anchor, but you can set it up so you can see your teammates. And then if you want, there's an arrow next to them so you can warp to your teammates.
Ooh.
Doesn't that make you go to the anchor screen, which has your connection details, though?
So my anchor screen is hiding the room ID anymore.
The room ID is hidden once you connect.
Ah.
And then on the bottom is the toggle anchor window.
You got it.
And you can just toggle it out and put it on your screen so you can quick warp to people if you want. So like if V really wanted to just come to the Forest Temple now, that's where I'm standing.
Oh, I'm
There is-
literally like running there.
Why does it think I can go up there? I don't have hook shot.
You have hover boots?
Oh, yep. I see what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Elsa.
Hi, V.
Hi. So that's the fairy fountain that you were just saying. Got it.
Yep, that's where your hammer was.
Hammer.
I am having a great day, because I get to play games with friends.
Ow.
Yeah,
Same.
This is an awesome day so far.
I'm having a pretty good day. I'm getting beat up by a giant moblin.
That does not sound like a great day to me. Getting beaten up.
Have you ever had your back cracked by a moblin? You haven't lived until you had that.
Back cracked by a moblin? Are you sure cracked and not broken?
Yep.
I feel like that would be broken.
Moblin chiropractor. Okay, I can go play around. Like, I can get a few things in here, I guess.
Slowest check ever. I have like on my tracker I've got that it's showing all the gold skulls. So it says that I have two checks remaining, but they're 2 gold skulls.
Ooh, the laboratory. I can get that done.
Yeah, I still need to go fishing, don't I?
Yeah, so do I. I've got the hook shot. I can get there now. Aw. Cute. I would give the fur baby licks, but I'm not licking my mic with everyone in the call.
Appreciate that.
Oh, is that real? Please tell me that's real.
Bomb
Oh, nice, a
bag.
bomb bag. A real
Whoa.
bomb bag.
Right after I used bomb shoes to open a bunch of things beneath the Hyrule Castle grotto.
Mm-hmm.
Last
Bomb.
one.
Real bomb's so nice.
Wait, why can I not put equipment on the D-pad? What is this?
Do you have D-pad enabled in menu?
Yeah, I do.
That overrides it.
What?
Because it's you're navigating the menu instead of equipping.
Okay, hang on. How do I turn that off?
Good question. What is it?
There we go.
What is it? Settings, controls, I believe. D-pad controls, and turn off D-pad support on pause screen. Settings.
Yeah, I've got that not check marked off. So I should be able to equip hover boots.
You should. And you... Huh. Interesting. And then you have, do you have assignable shields, tunics, and boots?
Wait, hang on. That's the thing?
Enhancement items. It should be the third box down.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
There you
Okay.
go. Dang it,
Thank
Tulip.
you. Thank you.
Saku, I have a
Tulip got
question for
animated.
you.
Yes?
How far apart are the cows supposed to be if cows aren't shuffled?
They should be right next to each other.
What if there's a stall between them?
Well, there can be, but that means that you have to check cows. By you, I mean us.
No, by you, she means you. That's your job. You're on cow duty.
Don't worry, I'm setting headpens.
Life is hard.
I don't This feels somewhat familiar.
To be fair, I was gonna tell you, but then I forgot what I shuffled. Like, it wasn't intentionally the fact that I'm like, but now, like, I shuffled it earlier, and then I was like, what did I even shuffle? I guess we'll figure it out.
Nope, that's fair. Sometimes I change things and don't tell V, and when V asks him, she's like, check the tracker. I don't know.
Or like when I put pot sanity on with LTTP. And I didn't say anything.
You should join we have an archipelago coming up for our community one. We just did one. We do them like more than once a month.
Oh, Bottle with Fairy. Yep. I'm gonna die down here, I just realized.
Oh god. Yo, another bottle? Oh, an ice trap?
Ooh, this is useful, V. Nope, not that. This.
Ooh, a wallet.
Please be the Zora. Yes. Okay. Well,
you can't tell me strength's not useful.
It is, but when I'm underwater drowning, not so much.
Well, I'll find it like 10 seconds after you need it in that
case. Yeah, probably. Whoa.
That reminds me, Tulip, I still need to drop by when you're doing MechWarrior 5 Mercs. I haven't had a chance to do that yet.
Yeah, I still need to play Darktide with Tulip.
Mm-hmm. It's been a hot minute since I played some Darktide.
This is the most ridiculous thing I am doing to get one single gold skull.
Which one?
In Dodongo's Cavern.
Have the boots on. Which skull? Is it the one above the stairs?
No, that one's fine.
Okay. So the one
the
by
scarecrow. Yeah, but I don't have the hook shot. So
using a statue?
A statue over.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's why I said the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah. It's a funny thing.
It do be that.
It do be like that, though.
Oh, God. How the heck do I...
Ow! What the...
reach this in time?
That's the neat part. You don't.
If
what?
You ever get tired of slow dragging stuff, there are settings in Chip to make you drag faster.
Yeah.
I actually also was just discovering that's not on by default.
Yeah, we might have, like, max that out.
What's not on by default?
Dragging faster.
Yeah. Fast drag.
I was in the box maze in Lon Lon Ranch, and like, this is very slow.
Genius.
So for the box maze, Scarth, do you know that you can just pull the one box near the back and then jump down, and you're all good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not what I did, but I did know that you could do that.
Okay, just making sure since you said you dragged everything around.
I think I dragged like one extra box around. It's not a big deal.
Have Nairu.
Yo.
Look, I just want to share the love.
Nuts.
We have, if I'm not mistaken, 4 out of the 6 items that cost magic power to use. Do you know what we don't have?
Magic?
Magic
power.
Okay. The Poe person had our swim.
Yeah, I don't have hookshot. Otherwise, I would be doing it with a hookshot. But yeah.
That, like, time trial drag queen performance? Absolutely. Speed running drag queens. That's what fast drag is.
You have to, like, do the catwalk as quickly as possible while still looking fabulous doing it.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Humor.
I I need to have this button pressed.
I have enough health to survive in here for a bit, right? We have like 6 health, right? Something like that.
6
Yeah.
health of 48 seconds.
I don't actually know how much health I have. I still don't have that revealed in any meaningful way.
Is this a Storm's Grotto or a Bomb Grotto?
Why don't you
Which
like
one?
to know?
It's a near Gerudo Valley as child, or
As-
as any.
As child.
It's
The Cow Grotto? That's a bomb grotto.
Yeah. I said as child, even though I realized that it doesn't actually matter. Oh, but I don't have any way to set this on fire, so it doesn't matter.
I have to get, if you want the gold skull in here, you gotta get it yourself because I can't grab it without hookshot.
Good luck to you. If you want to be my gold Skulltula, you gotta get
Get with my hook shot.
Yes.
Darn it.
Oh, I need to do this before we get swimming because it makes messing up much more convenient.
Ow.
Let's see,
What?
where are you at?
Oh god, are
Fishing.
you in Gerudo Valley?
No,
Yes.
Scarf.
Ah.
Because if I mess up and lose the chicken, which I will, oh my god, magic.
Are you
Don't
serious?
lose the chicken.
Oh my god, we got magic! Wow.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about managing the chicken because I can just jump off and drown. It'll set me back at the top of the canyon.
That's, you know what? That's why I did it. It's for convenience. Yep. It's
Yeah.
Strats.
yeah,
Drowning.
100% for convenience. Yep. Not for any other reason whatsoever.
Of course, of course.
Absolutely.
I'm in Goron City.
Same.
I am fishing.
I'll be there eventually. I got a route that I'm going to take.
That's fair.
I'm getting the bomb checks in here. Taco has never accidentally thrown the chicken over the ledge. It's true. Never. Not once. Not even once.
Skilled.
Side note, I feel like using a chicken as an impromptu parachute is very much a do not try this at home kind of thing.
I did not get even though I got the chests in Goron City, I didn't get the gold skull in crate. And we might need 50 skulls because we don't have hints on for that.
Oh, our last seed, we had to do all 100.
Oh, I
I'm
turned
trying
that
something
off.
very stupid.
Yeah, our forest key got shuffled to the 100 check.
Yep, and we had 2 boss souls locked behind that key.
Come back here. Rude. Hey, Thunder. I'll have you know, I've never heard a complaint from someone who tried that at home. The chicken?
What about... Ooh, Zora Tunic. I guess I can go have fun in Water Temple a little bit.
Oh, no.
I'm using bombs to cut grass.
I'm losing my mind.
Yeah.
To cut grass
We
where?
definitely...
Like Hylia.
Buy more fish.
Yeah.
Oh.
I did
We
something
definitely-
very goofy leaving Gerudo Valley.
Scarth. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
I'm trying to bomb this guy, and you keep getting items that make me hold stuff over my head.
You know what? That's payback. That's what happened to me when I was trying to burn the web in Deku Tree B1.
No! No! Oh my god!
We're making good progress so far.
Here we are.
I don't even know. I just found Rolling Goron as an adult. Ay.
Also, we have a Goron tunic now.
Yay!
Related.
I did see something about a Goron tunic pop up.
I like how the owl is just kind of around, but when you walk up, he flies away instead of saying anything.
Oh, yeah. Owl will be creeping.
Yeah. He's all over the place.
Mm.
No, Goron Tunic was from grass. Rolling Goron was a red rupee. Unfortunately.
You blew me up. Here's $20. Never do that again.
There's a bomb bag.
There is.
Oops, that's a bomb. I don't want to hit that with a sword.
Oh, we didn't do this area. Okay.
What area? Oh, no, not really.
Death Mountain Trail.
I didn't have bombs by the time I got up there.
You said our fish are shuffled, right?
Question mark? Maybe? I don't know. You can try.
Which fish?
Okay. I think our grotto fish aren't shuffled. That, or I just got
If
gaslit by the one fish that's actually a fish, so... Could go either way.
If they look like fish, then they're not shuffled.
Okay.
Okay. But the fishing
But that's
fish,
only
I'm
for
not sure.
grotto fish.
Yeah.
Fishing fish might be shuffled.
I'm not sure if I
You
can
like
reach
the
the fishing
proper sword?
fish.
Hey, proper big sword.
Oh, because of, dying in water.
Because I can't swim.
Look,
Ooh.
but you have Bruno's letter at least.
I
At
do.
least maybe you could ask
You
Bruno
know what
to
I
swim
can't
for
do
you.
with that?
Have an ice trap.
Anything.
Have a piece of heart.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Are you trying hard enough? Uh,
Just gonna say it's nice being on the other side of the banter of I don't know what settings are on.
yeah, it is. It's pretty funny. Don't worry, we'll end up back in that again.
I sent you a Kakariko potion shop key. I don't even know what items I have. I don't have the hammer, which makes me sad because I'm at Fire Temple. I don't have the hook shot, which makes me sad because I'm at Fire Temple.
Because you're doing literally anything as an old Link.
Right, V?
Huh? What about what?
You haven't done the dongos yet?
I've done some of it. I got the chess. Oh, Dodongos. No. Yeah, I'm Goron. Wow. The other rock
Dodongo
eater.
now.
Oh.
So that should all be doable now.
Okay, I could go do that if you want.
Sure.
Zooter
Okay,
settings.
wait,
just
Okay,
find
cool.
out.
Let me get
Oh,
out of the
okay.
lake.
Just guess. Yeah.
That
Pretty
it
much.
is.
If you're done with the lake, I'm in Kakariko right now.
Yeah, sure. I was gonna.
I meant to
We also
backflip
just
and
got
I
Oh,
messed
that
up.
there's-
potion shop key.
There's the crates that I forgot earlier. Oh, look at that! It's
think we have Bolero,
the
right?
Triforce.
You just win?
I guess we have.
We just win. Funny enough, this is a Triforce hunt where we're just looking for a single piece, and I found it.
Yeah, we just need one piece, and we have 500 in the pool.
Oh my gosh, you should make
imagine?
make a seed like that and then
Agony.
just call it the One Piece seed. And it's like as soon as you find the One Piece, you win.
What am I hearing?
I should do that, but 4 swords it. So
What are you
like
hearing
it's
where?
4 different Archies.
I think I was getting some of your... Where are you right now, Saku?
I'm in Death Mountain.
Okay. Because I see you running around a grotto that I just went into. I guess
Oh.
because all the grottos are the same.
Yeah. Dang, that's Grotto-cist of you.
I found Twin
Roba
Rova.
soul.
Wait, what? Oh, so okay, since we're connected through Archiharu rather than Anchor, really, like item sharing. You got the King Dodongo soul from that Skulltula. The Skulltula still appears for me.
Ah, that's weird.
So that's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Gonna go hand in, there's apparently 2 items. Oh yeah, in
2?
here. What? Yeah.
Actually, now I'm curious. Can I successfully traverse the entirety of Zora's River without touching the water?
Yeah,
I believe in you.
you can. Ah, nah. Unless you get ice trapped.
Unless I get ice trapped.
It wasn't me. I swear. Oh, wait,
You
no.
would be surprised at how many places you can traverse without swimming.
Actually, I
not
don't
yet?
swear. It's family friendly.
Excuse me? Oh my god, do I have to give you eye drops first?
Huh?
Okay, apparently I couldn't give a claim check to the big guy. Why can I not give you the claim check? Hello?
Probably you need to give him
I'm
the
not
eye
sure, you
drops.
should be able to.
Fortunately, we
I
have
did.
those.
I did already though. I just gave him the
Oh.
eye drops. So I have to go, maybe I have to go inside the mountain and come back out.
Maybe?
Maybe. Usually he just accepts them all.
Yeah.
He's like, "You're impatient. Not yet." I'm like, "Oh, okay, jeez." Yes, I am
Maybe
impatient.
gonna
I got a
wait
race to
for
win.
him to sit back down.
What do you mean not yet? What do you want from me? Excuse me. Yes, I'm
Alright, have a good
impatient.
one,
Give me
Kelly.
the darn sword. My God.
Me with Majora's Mask.
Amazing.
Yeah, we got the frog now
Ooh.
too.
Twin Roba.
I bet you don't have this setting to not have to wait 3
Yep.
days. What? There's a setting that you don't have for not waiting 3 days? Shut you. What you laughing at, Scarf?
How? Magic.
I don't know.
If that's a setting I didn't know about.
This game is so rude.
Or we've just had that on since the beginning that we just didn't know.
Oh, well, heck. Yo, thank you, Jaeger.
Okay, we
thank you so
don't
much
have
for
Scrub
the
Shuffle.
$2. Super chat or sticker?
Haru, do we have
Also, I
Scrub
laughed so
Shuffle?
loud I woke up my dog.
I'm frozen in
What
the
would that be?
volcano.
Do we have Scrub Shuffle? Because we have shops.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that did not work. What's going on? Enjoy your lurk, Xyloback.
Wait, what? I didn't grab this? Hang on. Okay, cool. Hey.
Why? I just want to get across why.
Have a good one, Rena.
Why?
And that's fair.
Take care, squirrel.
All right, Rena, have a good one.
Well, there we go. Yes.
I do feel that. There might be a time where I'll have to definitely just recenter myself.
That is perfectly fine. I keep getting ice
Understandable.
traps.
Yeah. I'll say
Yeah, you have
this
more ice traps
is
in your pool than we do.
definitely. Yeah, I handled a lot more people than this, so it's probably unlikely, but I know the feeling.
Yeah, fishy.
Fish.
I'm still trying to figure out how to... Where's the spot that I need to back walk over here? Oh, that's not the right way. Darn it, I whiffed again.
Why are the bugs not wanting to go into the soil?
I've never backwalked that to get that. I should try that
Backwalk to
sometime.
where?
Top of the volcano, I assume.
He grumpy. He wants eye drops. I gave him eye drops already. I don't understand what's happening. I already gave you eye drops. What do you want from me? What? I don't understand what's wrong with this.
Might have to wait to 3 days.
3 days for
Might have
what?
to
I
play
gave him eye
Song a few
drops.
times. Yeah, and even then, in the vanilla game, after that, you have to wait 3 days before he'll give you the sword
Yeah, but
from the claim check.
he's scrubbing his eyes. But I already gave him the eye drops. Like, I don't even have the eye drops in my inventory anymore.
That is
Graphic design update in rando, Chili.
Oh.
This heckin' chicken.
Chimkin.
Sun
Ooh,
go down,
song.
sun come up. Sun go down, sun come up. Sun go down,
shut
sun
up.
come up.
Oh, if you hear me say hammer a lot, that's a vocal stim.
It's all good.
The
So,
medicine takes
something
time to
occurs
have
to
an
me.
effect. Yes?
On the one hand, I've made it all the way to the end of Zora's River without touching the water.
On
Yeah.
the
You know
other
what I
hand,
don't
have a
have?
nice trap.
Oh yeah, I knew you didn't have Zelda's
Zelda's
Lullaby, but I
Lullaby?
didn't want to tell you because I thought
Zelda.
it would be really funny.
Could always just break in with the chimkin.
So there's a problem with that.
Did you lose the chimkin?
I
Were
would
you
say
in a
that Chimkin
doll?
lost itself.
Okay, I don't
Ah.
understand what's going on with this guy. He's give me my sword. Oh, thank God. Wow! It's a blue rupee!
Of course it's a bloopy.
Oh my God, this game is so rude.
You're stressing out about it. It's gonna be a bloopy.
Well, my life is a mess.
Big Goron having my back for you sending me on a wild chicken chase down Zora's River.
Yeah, but it was funny.
I really like you. You and I are gonna get along very well.
Oh yeah, there's a fairy fountain here that I should probably do.
Yep, please.
Cat
There's lots of things
shooting.
in there. Could be a swim. You never know.
Or Scar, what could be funny is if you ignore it.
It would be funny.
Okay, welcoming the voices back in my head now.
Would you like to go into a grotto and punch a beehive? Not because it's gonna make the bees angry, but I need to know if we have beehives shuffled.
You know, punching a beehive doesn't really sound like my idea of a good time, not gonna lie.
Not to make the bees angry, but that is a bonus side effect.
I feel like I should send you to do it as a punishment for your bad behavior.
This is why I became an adult. I don't have to worry about that.
So why I became an adult, I get to tell the child what to do. I'm a furry. Rar. Thank you for the model change.
What are you getting attacked by?
I was doing what you asked! I was getting a beehive!
Oh, yeah, that's right. The beehive. Did you open the chest? It's not open for me.
Because you're presumably in a different grotto than I am.
Oh, wait, are you? Oh, that makes sense why you did it. Yeah.
I'm in
You-
one of the Zora's River grottos.
Oh, okay. Wait, do you see me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Remember earlier I was like, huh, what am I hearing? Saku, where are you? Are you in this grotto with me? You said you were on Death Mountain?
Maybe.
Yeah, because I can see you in my grotto.
The ADHD is strong with this one.
I have no memory of any of this.
Okay.
Love you too, wife. Night night.
Have a good one, Tiger.
Good night. There's 3 items still left on Death Mountain Trail that says we can get, but I don't know what they are. Cow.
Sculptula's behind Hammer Rock.
But I don't have hammer. And I don't have anything. I don't have the Bigoron sword or a shield in order to get a crouch stab, even to backflip into it. So,
You have hook shot yet?
nope. Oh, one of them's got to be the thing on the top of the Dongo's cavern. Actually,
Yeah, good chance.
all right, one. Wait, no, it says there's 2 items left still. What is happening? I'm so confused. I feel like I'm being gaslit by this game.
Yeah, it happens.
Trade broken sword,
Yeah.
cow grotto, great fairy reward. Can't get those. Got the. Oh, because we have bottles. It's the gold skeleton and the
Hoy!
beans.
Which I couldn't get the one at Zora's River to activate. I couldn't get the bugs to go into the soil.
Oh, Zora River doesn't have a gold Sculptula.
Yeah, it's like the only.
It's
Oh.
the
grass
only soft soil patch that doesn't. The 9
Yeah.
others do.
Today I learned. Thank y'all.
Yay, more
Kakariko.
magic.
Learning things every day.
Mm-hmm. What's the most exciting
Oh,
thing that
what?
you've learned while doing
What?
a randomizer?
Why is it displaying the checkmate? When did that change?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm still trying to figure out when the check menu changed over. Apparently, you
Set you
please.
so many ice traps now.
Dang it, I forgot the grass again. I always forget this grass right here. There we go.
Why you keep bringing up the check menu? What is wrong with you? Oh my god. I'm so grumpy. What is happening? How do I bring up my randomizer? Okay,
Oh,
please
apparently
don't
I'm-
do that again.
Battling a gym leader right now.
How do I do this? Okay, don't change, okay? I swear to gosh. Thought you were just checking things? No, I've been moving around and doing other things.
Ha! All right,
off my
bye-bye,
Band-Aid.
Dodongo.
I'm gonna go say hi to the man on the roof.
Ask him if he
Sounds
plays the
good.
fiddle.
Then you could be the fiddler
I like
on the
that.
roof.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I like
hopefully
that
he already
musical.
got the grave in the lake.
Already got the what?
Grave in the lake.
What?
Um,
Yeah, I did. Why the bird pick you up?
Yeah, the bird stole me.
Yeah. A bird's mean. What in the vanilla? All right.
Gonna go fight some Redeads. How many gold skulls do we have? 3?
3?
8. 8.
Did you say 8?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Let's see. We have, what, 45 of them, apparently.
45.
Ours are shuffled in the pool, though.
Yeah, Scarth, you're on gold skull
Fair.
duty. Because
And cow
it's
duty.
not shared. So if you get
Oh.
yeah.
Oh. Did you not pop into the potion shop, or is that information just not shared with me right now, V?
I popped in. There
Kakariko.
wasn't really anything for me there. So I didn't buy anything, so.
I send you Zelda's lullaby. Enjoy.
Yeah, quite appreciate that.
I sent you Zelda's lullaby. Please respond.
Yes.
That was my thought too.
Notice me, senpai! Please!
Works out well. Now I don't have to break into the Zoro domain. I can just go there normally.
Right.
Don't worry, I will become a child eventually. But at the moment, I am doing goofy things.
Saku gonna Benjamin button it up. That'd be a weird concept.
Did you get the crate in the graveyard already, V?
No, I didn't have a way up there at the time.
Didn't have the feather yet?
No.
I think I can get it as a kid.
Do we have? We don't have any. Okay, cool. No trade. Maybe? Graveyard is kind of where I'm thinking of going next.
Oh, I can't do that, because that's not where this is.
Even though I don't know why, we only had the boss key there.
So, I guess world state changes don't happen in this game. So things like you planting beans will not make the beans planted for me. And you killing gold
really?
skulls.
It should.
It should?
Yeah, I think we're having a little bit of hiccup with... Yeah, I think we're having a little bit of hiccup with that with the Archipelago. Because normally when we're doing co-op, that does do that.
Right. Because the anchor connection. So, yeah, I think it's just because we're doing an Archie that it's doing that. Whoa. Why didn't you jump? You just like... Alright, whatever, Malin.
Yeah, I'll leave we're all tuned to UV.
Mm-hmm. No, don't look at the rocks. Destroy the rock. I don't care what it's cooking. Destroy it.
Admire the rock. Forfeit mortal possessions to the rock.
Worship the rock. This
Smell
is
what
goddess
is cooking.
Hylia now.
Yeah, our only issues is our spiders aren't showing up properly, our beans aren't showing up properly. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, beans do have a weird effect on property value.
What was I gonna say? There was something. Scarth, have you done any grotto checks in Hyrule Field?
I've done the ones that are near Lake Hylia.
Okay. I'm gonna go and do everything else. Because as an adult, there's not many things I can do. Because I don't have access to basically any of the dungeons.
Fish bottle!
Oh, I gotta hand it. Speaking of bottles, I need to go hand in this big hoe.
Get out of my bottle, fish.
Yes,
sorry, you're gonna suffocate in this grotto. Bye.
I need
Wait,
it
is this
either.
death? Okay, no, it's not death. Can you imagine if that was death?
What, drowning?
Well, no, drowning when you leave Hyrule Castle as an adult, there's water on the ground, but I don't know if it's like deep enough to swim. So
I don't think it is. I actually did something very silly earlier along those lines. I
Ooh.
chicken floated
Chicken, come back.
my way through the Gerudo Valley Lake Hylia zone, which drops you into the water.
Yeah.
But fortunately, it knows what to do with that, and it drops you on the land nearby. If
Yeah.
you void out to that.
Yeah, they have a water allergy at the moment.
Yeah.
Those ice arrows cost me my bird.
Ugh.
No bathing allowed. We gotta be stinky.
Don't worry, we'll give them the ability to bathe sooner or later. Might be with the rain, but we'll figure something out. Man, these scrubs ain't got any.
No, you already did this.
I'm finding better stuff in the beehives than I am buying from the scrubs. Cheese! Yum, 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 yum. Thank you for the cheese. Majora's Mask is messing with my Ocarina playing.
Oh?
Oh, yeah, just memorizing things, playing songs differently. I almost played Sonata of Awakening instead of Nocturne.
Oh. Lens of Truth.
Have your
Have
lens.
lens of truth.
Scarth, where are you?
Yay, I can go do treasure chest. I'm on Death Mountain Trail.
Okay.
Getting a gold skull. Wow.
Oh
what's
my
up?
god. Sorry.
All
I
right.
got excited.
Ooh.
I definitely
I
did
suppose
not.
I won't buy the
Oh man.
ice trap for you all.
It's content, though. Oh, look, we have silver scale. Y'all got your bronze scale yet?
No.
No.
Oh wait, I can't get to Jabu without. Actually,
Without what?
can I just skip you with a feather?
I also did not expect to make that, to be fair.
Oh, Rudo's letter. Got it.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like it.
Cow Grotto. We don't have access to that.
Oh, that was a big keys.
Oh man, I don't think I'm gonna make it back
No.
across though. Oh my god. Like, okay, wow, I can't believe that worked.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot to mention to my chat that I added a bunch of rat emotes. No reason. I'm definitely not a rat, so that'd be a silly reason. Have a strength upgrade.
Have a strength grade. Have a
Yo! Big help.
I
Thank
am
you.
very happy about that. I'm just so surprised that we're still missing a hook shot.
I'm working on it. Just smacking dead hand with a big sword.
I mean, that's just what V does.
Sully. What do you mean? I would never. Don't look at my model at the moment, though.
So wait, did you get the heart piece grotto, dude? The one where you have to ricochet the thing back? The scrub.
Where
Scarf?
is that?
By Lake Hylia, in the gate.
I might not have, actually.
Okay. Well, I can't do that
Buck
because
already
I
got
don't
root
have
band?
a
Okay.
shield.
Well, I'll go do it then.
Okay, you've definitely got this
Well,
one.
I'm here. I'll do Royal Tomb.
Okay.
Yeah, the list should show you
Alright.
in the check tracker. It should show you what the items are that you need to get and don't need to get.
You know, don't know why I'm coming to you for this, because you're also picking on me. Everyone picks on me. Ow! My face.
I should have checked these earlier.
Because like if it's a check that's already been picked up, it actually says what it is next to the check. If it's got an X on the side of it, then that means that it hasn't been checked.
Wait,
Oh, wait.
where's that?
In the check tracker, if you press escape and then you make sure that your screen doesn't have the get overtaken by the check tracker for whatever reason, and you go over to the randomizer tab, there's like a pop out check tracker and you can move the check tracker off the screen. That shows you all of the locations that you have to do. That's how I know how many checks we have left.
Oh, hey, that's super handy.
Oh, did you do the fairy fountain in the graveyard, Haru?
I did not.
Okay,
I stole the crate and that's it in the graveyard.
that's fair.
Did you do the fairy fountain in the northwest corner of the field?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
It looks like I did do this. I love refrigerators.
I love
The Goron!
that video
Yes!
so much.
Oh my
Big sword.
god!
Big sword!
We got good stuff. I like good stuff.
You got a refrigerator and a big sword.
Yo.
Wow.
There are bugs down this grave. I think there's bugs down this grave.
Oh, now I know why I didn't know the answer to your question, Saku. The scrub's not there.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's because
That grotto's literally empty. There's nothing in there.
that's probably because you already did it.
It wasn't there to begin with.
Weird.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nani?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go become a child.
Okay.
I need a lot of stuff. To do anything as an adult now. I can't get to I can't really, I mean I can do one check or Yeah, heck it. I'm gonna go do what's it called?
Yeah.
The spooky dungeon in what's the place? Kakariko.
Shadow Temple in the graveyard.
No, that the one
Bottom
before
of the
that.
well, I
Bottom
think is
of
what
the
that
well.
means.
Yeah,
Got it.
that one. Thank you.
I was close.
You were, in fact,
Yes.
very close.
The other spooky dungeon in literally the next zone over.
Oh, now we have.
Oh!
the bonus.
Oh, wait, that's all for
I
me.
found swim.
Yo, bronze! Nice. That's
Finally,
a good time.
y'all can take a bath.
Yes. Oh my god. Yeah, we no longer stinky.
But screw
Oh.
this shooting gallery. I'm gonna go become an adult.
I'm the adult here. What? Haru, are you avoiding the fish again?
Scrub is only there as a
I can't get
child.
there.
Yeah, that
Why?
Scarth has been a child the whole time.
Weeps in the way.
Oh, right. Have some milk.
Milk. I used milk for my Madrinas yesterday, and that was really good. And now I'm happy.
Nice.
Yeah. That's like,
Have you collect-
what is it? White chocolate mocha. Big yum.
Ooh, yum.
Yep. Oh. Oh. Oh, wait, hang on. Yes. Or a
Got a simple
simple
key.
something or other. Key, I think.
Well, know where I'm going.
Yeah, we have all the horse temple keys, don't we?
Haru's gonna try to beat me there.
No, I'm riding a horse.
Hans. Going over to the
We just
valley?
got a pony. Yep, we just got a Pona, so yeah, I'm heading over to the valley.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna go do the bomb shoot bowling game because it says that we haven't done it.
I didn't do the first one because I failed it, but it's just an arrow.
Oh, okay.
And I did pass the second one. It was also junk.
All right.
I'm
Well,
usually
I am.
the one between the two of us that gets stuck doing bomb shoot bowling.
Yeah, but I've been stuck on Dompe's thing
Yeah,
for a while. At least
fair.
I've got where the freestanding items in that are down pretty well now.
That's good.
No!
That's good.
Oh, I mean, yes, but no. Oh, heck. Now what do I do? Oh, my God.
Mito, get out of the way.
All right, chickens. This is it.
I do love how trivial
Stay,
Rock
stay.
Feather makes Mito.
Yep.
And you just jump over him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Rock's Feather gives you just enough height to jump right over Mito.
The grotto that we were talking about, Hikari, is the one that is the piece of heart grotto right before, Lake Hylia.
Fortunately for my sanity, the fishing fish are also not shuffled.
That's
No,
good.
it is shuffled.
The
The
reward.
fishing rod?
The fishing rod.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What?
I did do that, didn't I?
Okay. You did do that, though.
I always forget when I randomize.
Saku,
Yes?
I appreciate you.
Okay, if I remember my settings, I just need to go beat up guard at the first area.
I just want these out of
We'll
my
get our pass.
tracker.
Yeah, I guess I'll grab these 2 items real quick.
Might as well.
I'm sorry that your I almost said hockey team, but that's wrong.
Have
Oh!
the
Lullaby.
lullaby.
Hey,
All
look,
right.
now you can get through the lake.
Who has 2 thumbs and is going back to Zora's River? This guy.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait, why am I using
Also, can I
those?
actually do anything with this grass, or is it just... Okay.
People aren't going to steal my shield. I can have my shield equipped.
Crowd control has ruined us. Ah!
I'm gonna do a bunch of fairy checks, but also I've now started collecting gold skulls, so maybe I'll do gold skulls.
Okay.
Membership.
Yep, like I said, I was pretty sure my settings were just set to fast and vanilla keys for this area.
Fair.
Aiming to save some time. I have a
We
hammer.
checked
I'm gonna go do-
393
Roll at all these.
checks.
That is a lot.
Oh, you hear that?
Huh?
Or
What'd you call me?
I said, oh, they're that high? We're only at 700 and something.
Yeah, we're at 764.
Like checked?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a lot of checks done already. I would really like having just a hook shot or a hammer.
Hammer.
Hammer is nice.
Or like, the ability to swim was also another one. Also, yo, Rashkar with the 70 streak. Thank you.
That's all good, Seaburned. Hope you had a good stream.
Wait, Okay, nope, can't do that. Had to test it. Would have been funny.
Hello? What is this? I'm getting stuck. Oh,
Fire
because
temple
of the
key.
random having to hold up my hand in the middle of the lake.
Every time I climb, it's the Ingo scream. I love it so much.
I don't think it's this one.
Dumpy's hut.
Nice.
Okay.
What?
Oh, you've already done this one. Oh, how'd you get here?
Normally I'd
Get
be
where?
excited about that, but
Gannon's outside Hyrule Castle.
Still potentially a
lets
hint
us know
towards
where
where
the
the,
long shot
long
is.
shot is. Yeah.
Yeah. Did I see? What did I see, Seaburned? What? Are you gonna tell me about the music video? How did I know what you were gonna tell me? Yeah. Yeah, I saw.
All right, back outside we go.
Yeah, Saku, I managed to, as was suggested, I managed to like slip along that edge of the bricks,
Yeah.
so I didn't alert the guards and just walked past them.
No, Seaburn, slander, not a rat. I just know things.
There you go. Now you can get to the Forest Temple faster, V.
I'm already here.
There you go. Now you
What do
can
you
cheat in
mean?
the Forest
Ooh.
Temple, V.
Please
I already
let
did
me
that
go
part. What do you
fast.
Oh my lord.
It just sent you a menu at
Why
hover
is
boots.
text so slow?
I know.
Oh my god, I'm losing my mind.
Go do fish.
Oh, there's text settings as well in ship.
Oh yeah.
Nice trap you got there. Thanks, game.
Have
Gee, it
another
sure is burring around here.
Oh, there's a wall.
Yo, Giant's wallet.
Convenient.
How do we already have Tycoon and they just got giants? How do we get like Tycoon 5 minutes in? Have a Deku shield?
I just bought everything from one of the shops.
Might as
Valid.
well.
You got the money.
Yep.
Oh, we don't
Trying to
have
make
one,
sure
please.
that I get these checks off the list. Still says we have 17 checks in the Hyrule Market.
Yeah, but a lot of them are junk to purchase. And then like light arrows cutscene.
Ow. Bomb chew shop. Stuff at
Yep.
night. Impa's house. Useless.
I say bizarre item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but we've only got. Oh, wait, what? No.
It's the bizarre
I think the
shop.
tracker might just show you all of them, even if you
Yeah,
don't have
even
them
if
shuffled.
they're
Weird. have you checked the bomb chew shop, Scarth?
Yes.
Was there
In
anything
fact,
good in there?
there was one quote-unquote
progressive.
progression item,
Yeah.
which was the key to Dompe's hut.
Nice,
Oh.
super nice.
I guess that's progression.
That's kind of what I figured, but I had the rupees, so...
I'm not
Yeah.
allowed to scroll through the tracker, or it automatically swaps to the tracker instead of being this. Oh my god, I'm losing my
Yeah.
mind.
I have that issues at times
Fantastic.
too.
Like I said, they should make a broadcast view.
That would be cool.
All right. Green Poe, Skulltula, Phantom, basement, falling ceiling, map chest. Again, it tells me I didn't get the map chest. Do I just not know where the map chest is in here?
In where?
Forest Temple.
It's the one on top of the. It's the one where you fight the bubble at the very top of climbing up the skull wall.
Right. So, I have it then.
Probably. I think we've just found that one
Yeah,
messed
it
up
always
on the tracker for some reason.
tells me that I don't have it.
Bugs.
Bug.
No!
I would
And
appreciate
Daffy.
silver gauntlets.
Silver would be nice. Silver gauntlets and Silver the Hedgehog.
I don't think I've actually ever played any of the games that Silver is in.
Don't.
I don't know
Probably
if I have either.
good.
Because isn't he from 06?
06. It's no use.
Longest gold skull ever.
Insert comic book guy.
Oh, hang on. What I need to go do is, like, buy every single bean in existence.
That's
Damn,
10
please.
beans.
How
Why can
badly
I
do
not
y'all
do
need a gold skull token?
I don't think we do.
Okay, because
I
there's one for
think-
245 rupees in our
Okay.
Kokiri shop.
We already have our
wanna
50
say I don't
reward,
have
and
the
I think
100
you
shoved
turned
in anyway.
off. I hope you
Okay.
don't.
I mean, if we need it, it'll be on your tracker later.
True.
True enough.
Okay, which one of you is it? Ah,
Also, if something goes sideways with checks, just let us know. We've played so much beta ship at this point. We've gotten pretty good at sending ourselves items if they don't work.
yep. We have Phantom Ganon, by the way. We do not.
No.
Okay.
Don't worry, this
What?
is where I'm gonna get my hook shot. I know it. I have a feeling in my bones. Oh,
Well,
Valero.
other than the non-existent map check, I've only got 2 things left here. Huh? Over there. Can you? Hello?
Also,
Stand
it
on the
occurs to me.
switch. Thank you.
I said I was going to go to Zora's River, and then I got distracted and totally didn't go to Zora's River.
Happens.
I know that feel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm currently running around Kokiri Forest. But I'm doing the last thing in Kokiri Forest that I wanted to do, and then I'm gonna go to Zora's River. But I
It's
have
just-
to go the long way because I can't dive.
Why not?
Because we don't have silver scales.
Oh, yeah. So I thought you were talking about the fact that you can't go in water.
Progressive
Yo.
shot.
Can't
There you
believe we got a
go.
hook shot. Okay. Oh man, I really
Lisa
want to
did.
leave this place now. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep,
you.
Sakugo adult.
I have so much to do, but then there's bottom of the well still to finish.
It's fine. It's almost like you have a second player who can go do child stuff.
Yeah, fine. You
Scarf
go
can
do
do
bottom of the
that.
well after. I've got like a couple of the checks at the beginning, and you should know which one they are because they'll have items listed.
Well,
I can also go do Jabu, I think. I
Yeah,
don't think there's
Uh,
anything stopping me from finishing Jabu.
I have a
We
weird
didn't have
feeling
Rita's
that
ladder, so we couldn't get there. But
Haru's
now we can.
gonna convince me to do Jabu's.
I can go do it.
Mm-mm.
I just might have to turn off randomized enemies because Jabu is so angry with randomized enemies.
100%.
You know, that
Iron
makes
Knuckle.
a lot of sense.
Finding a giant moblin with a club in there sometimes. Yeah.
I have those turned off in general now. They
That
Fair
feels
enough.
like it would be
Yes, too
very
much.
uncomfortable to have in your belly.
Like, we kill Jabu, right?
I don't think so.
No, we just cure the stomach problems. Baronade's a parasite or whatever in Jabu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dompe's hint has nothing.
Eh.
Hmm.
How do I see what my medallions are that I need to collect? Do I not
I always
know?
forget that's a thing you could potentially do. If you turned off hints, though, they wouldn't be on.
No! No way.
Guess we're doing every dungeon.
No, that's not. No. No.
What? You don't like doing dungeons? Okay, least favorite dungeon.
Fire temple.
What? Fire temple? No.
Yeah.
Jabu.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Jabu.
Mm-hmm.
Jabu's just boring, even once you know it. And when you
Yeah.
don't know it,
Jabu-
it's very confusing at spots.
Jabu is just butts.
I mean, Fire Temple big, but I have to go Jabu.
I can understand Fire Temple being at the top of your list, though, just because if you fall down, it sets you back so much.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, the last time I've done Fire Temple without hover boots, I can hardly remember.
Although, with how much, so it's much more of a problem on like BizHawk or something because the C-stick responsiveness on, I say C-stick, the control stick responsiveness on BizHawk is terrible for this game.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it is.
Whereas,
I honestly don't understand people that prefer it.
yeah,
I genuinely did prefer it over ship because of the fact that I couldn't get my controller working on this. Like, it was so bad. Like I've said, I was constantly
That's totally valid.
That is completely
oh my
valid.
god. It was so rough because I was just walking everywhere so slowly.
we do not have all 5 songs, but each individual song is also a check. So I was going on and handing those in while I was at Zor's River.
Okay, do we have the Bazaar key? I don't
Oh,
think
jeez.
we do. We do not. Okay. So did you just get the membership card and leave, Haru?
No, I've cleared the entire area aside from.
Did you go in the wasteland?
Oh, wait. Oh, nice.
I am
Tycoon wallet.
in the
Sorry.
wasteland right now?
Oh, well. Dang.
I'm doing it at the time of day I don't love doing it because nighttime is harder in the wasteland.
That it is.
It is that.
I have so much money.
So it's definitely telling me I should be doing Fire Temple or GTG.
GTG was completely and utterly useless.
Cool. Did you finish it?
Aside from the Silver Gauntlets and the Song of Time check.
Okay, fair enough. Well, then what I'm going to do is explore just a little bit of Water Temple. And then I'll go to Fire. We got the warp to Fire anyway. And I might as well set up my
and we have the money for
roar.
the tunic. So both of those should be in logic. Like, we don't have the tunic bought, but we have access to it.
Who needs it?
Hey, Saku.
Yeah?
You know what cutscene isn't skipped by default?
What?
Weep.
Nope. There is, in fact, a weep setting.
Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, is this a sword?
Saku staring at a butterfly. Is this a
Yo,
sword?
Kokiri sword.
Yep. Saku staring at a butterfly is literally the butterfly meme.
Yep.
Is this a sword? But the sword is just like actually the Kokiri sword on the ground.
That was just junk.
To be-
It's all good. Ow, my legs.
To be fair, Forest Keyring being in Forest is normal because I actually have not key sanity. What? Wait, why is my R button not my R button? What is happening? How am I supposed... What? What is that? What do you mean my R button isn't my R button? I'm losing my mind. The heck is my R button then?
Oh.
Trying to crouch stab a dude, and I just walked up to him, slapped him in the face with a sword instead of crouch stabbing. Okay, what?
Today is wonderful.
That was awesome.
But it is
Go
my
on,
selected
Richard.
window. Why is R not working? This one works fine. L works fine.
do you
What's wrong
have?
with R? B, C, whatever, nuts, bombs, everything's working. Up, C, up. What is... What? I'm losing my mind.
You have a shield equipped, right?
I do!
Okay, just...
What is this? Where's the buttons? Where is... Hello?
You accidentally bind it to a keyboard key.
No, it's set as LT instead of RB. Or R...
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't have a trigger button on an N64 controller. Hello? What do you mean it's set to that? That's some nonsense. I'm losing my mind. Actual brain just gone.
You don't need those. We're playing OT.
I'm losing my mind. Look, I noticed earlier, I was like, man, how come I can't use R to traverse my menu? But I didn't say anything because I was like, oh, this must be just a ship thing. And no, it's just broken.
It's a Saku thing.
Me trying to go fast instead games like no fast for you. Have a good night, Soren. Oh my god, that's so much stuff.
Yep, I ran through a whole bunch of not fairies in a fairy fountain.
Oh, we don't have anything. I can't dive, I can't do this, I can't do anything. Do we have Song of Time?
Nope.
Oh my god.
You get the grottos on the river at all, V?
I got one, but not the beehives or the fish in it. I didn't get the other one,
Okay.
the fairy fountain.
I'm
I was
surprised
gonna get
nobody's
that, and then I lost my Kuko and forgot.
I'm surprised nobody's shocked about the fact that I'm running around as an adult with a bunny hood.
It's Hyrule. They expect it.
I think in post Ganondorf Hyrule they have bigger things to worry about. Infinite bomb chews. What?
Yes, see?
What?
There you go. Yep, that's one of the settings of the YAML that I turned on. That's why somebody's like, is that the highest one you got? And you said it was 50, and I was like, nope, that's not the highest one we got, because there's an infinite one. Let's, how do I make fast? Hang on, I gotta make fast. I'm trying to press the fast blocks. I just don't know where they are. There, speed up. Fast chess? No. Where's fast? Oh, there we go. Faster, heavy. Faster shadow ship. Oh, man. Yes?
Yeah, skips and speed ups.
Wait, no,
How do
this
I
is
make
not
fast?
Jen.
It's like, I don't have a recipe for that. Oh.
Oh, it's a slider. Hang on. Oh!
Can I access the hidden part of Zora's Fountain as a kid? I don't think so. I think it's adult.
Let's go fast!
Hidden part. Oh, yeah, no. Adult silver boulder.
Yeah.
Ouch, my face.
Well,
Oh,
I know
right,
there's a
you-
way to flip through it, but eh.
Oh my gosh! Running up ladders is amazing!
Isn't it?
This is
V, on my
fantastic!
side, you know how much easier shooting gallery is when people aren't summoning R-Wings and launching you back?
Yes, it is. Like, I kind of hope I'm the one that fights Bongo Bongo, just because like how often there's like 8 to 12 likes in that room.
Ugh.
I just want to have that fight be normal.
Yeah, our people really like sending likes at us.
Yeah, they
That's
do.
why I don't carry a shield most of the time.
Oh yeah, fancy! I
See?
do, in fact, have the bunny. Thank you for noticing. I do, in fact, have the bunny hood as an adult. Yes.
I see. It wasn't you thinking people would think you were weird. You wanted to be noticed. I
Yes.
see.
Yep. No, made you an offer you can't refuse. I'd like to refuse this offer.
That's unfortunate.
No, you
See,
made me
what I
get
used to do as a
slapped.
kid. What I used to do as a kid, I used to actually go into Fire Temple and deliberately get the Hylian shield eaten and then pick it back up because I thought it just looked cooler not having a shield.
You know, valid.
Nope, that's fair. Thankfully,
I'll
you
catch
can
these
just
hands.
unequip stuff and ship. So
Mm-hmm.
I still don't have any bugs on me.
Where am I? Oh God. This is like, I never come this way because I never don't have what I'm looking for here.
The droids.
Yeah. These are not the droids I'm looking for. Ooh, nuts. Oh, shoot. No, oh God. Well,
I'll be
we're
back,
here, I
frogs.
guess. Yeah, it's in this game, in the randomizer, I can have Bunny Hood in ship,
Mm-hmm.
which is like a different version of the Ocarina of Time randomizer.
It is very cool.
It
watch,
is.
Watch how
And
fast.
I get very sad when I do the other version. I can't run around with Bunny Hood as an adult.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm so fast. I literally can't even. No.
Oh, let me through.
Lens. Okay, well, and get across the entirety of it now.
Yeah, we can go get over to Spirit Temple now.
Map chest is
I
Map
don't know why I
chest
did that. I don't have a key for here.
showed up for me.
Okay. Well, what did I say? I was gonna furore in here.
Third wall skull was like, wait, what was that? Yeah. Wait, I think I just. Yes! Yes!
Yes.
Yes! Sorry, I'm really excited.
I love it.
How dare.
Over
I'm so zoomy. I love it.
Zoom, zoom.
I like legit cannot. Every time I go up a wall or something, my brain just goes zoom.
Gotta love the free dopamine.
Weep. Weep.
Weep. Weep.
And yes, there's this thing to speed up King Weep. He's the only thing that I have purposely set to not go fast.
I just don't because the randomized sounds that we get. so just hearing like a child scream every time he moves
Song of
is
Time?
like, oh,
Song
that's
of Time.
Of
For them.
course.
oh.
After I've already done this.
Thank you.
See, I was thinking like the Ingo yell.
Sky's the limit.
I've had that. I've had Navi, hey, listen. And it's like, oh god, how can you get any more annoying?
Yeah, so like, ship now has a Rock's Feather in here that allows you to jump, but also in the beta versions we're playing with, we can remove the ability to open chests and put it in the pool, roll, climb, a bunch of stuff. Oh, speak to
Hi,
people.
Maddie.
Hey,
Yeah,
Maddie.
that one still needs some work.
Yeah.
No! Oh my god, someone's trying to get me pulled back to the beginning of the dungeon.
What's
Scarth.
going on, Saku?
What?
Scarth.
What happened?
You grabbed an item that made me lift something above my head to tell me that they were getting a gold skull, and all I could hear is from the freaking guy from the ceiling dropping onto my head as I'm holding this thing up on the ground. Oh my god.
Oh no, what a shame.
Yeah, what a shame indeed.
Hi. Oh.
Would be a shame if somebody turned up ice traps.
I'm curious about something now.
My answer is maybe.
Can I set Fiora's Wind as a kid? Then he says adult.
My answer is
Outlook
still
unclear.
maybe.
Outlook unclear, ask again
Huh.
later.
Because I kind of want to do that so I can warp back to Jabu as an adult and then just leave and go to the bottom. I want to see if I can do that.
I love using Princess Ruto to kill enemies.
Me
Oh,
too.
yeah, she's one of the best weapons in the game.
Best weapon.
Oh, nice. It doesn't change the color of the thingy like it does in the other one, though. That makes me sad.
The gem is differently shaped, though.
It is, but it's not,
Green.
Oh, look at that. I can crouch stab. Isn't that nice?
Oh, progressive. Hey, gold scale.
I
Nice.
can't believe that you guys have gold scale already. We just got swim.
Okay, let's see. I need to do my best to not use a key in that room.
You, please?
Yeah, it will say probably another update or two of the ship build here. A lot of the randomizer textures are going to be different. The pots, chest, etc. are all different in the current build.
10 more checks in this dungeon remain. It says.
I've got 24 in Jabu.
Dawn of the third day.
Aggressive bomb bag.
Aggressive? Oh, progress.
Yeah,
Aggressive
progressive.
bomb bag.
I'm like, wow. Why is the bomb bag so aggressive?
It's a bomb bag, but really angry about it.
Oh, I guess I'll be a bomb bag, so it's passive aggressive.
Passive aggressive
bomb bag.
Why can't I be a fishing pole like I wanted?
I kind of want a mod for this now where people just record a bunch of random passive aggressives and anytime you pull out a bomb.
Why, hello, Golder.
Aggressive bomb bag carries bombs but throws them in random directions at random intervals. I love how my doors only exist half the time.
Who needs doors? Key for treasure chest.
Treasure chest.
Ow! Stop it with the fire.
Did I
Do that.
mess something up?
How?
I seem to be stuck in the big octo room.
How?
Oh.
I don't
Did you
know
bring-
how. I killed Big Octo.
Did you bring
And-
Rudo in there?
Yeah. Like, I brought Rudo, I tossed her on the platform, went up, came back down with Big Octo, I killed Big Octo, and nothing happened.
So, did you wait until the platform started spinning
Yes.
before? That's normally the
I
only time I
think.
have the issue.
Well, before what?
Before you kill him,
Yes.
like it was full speed spinning, right?
Yes.
I don't know.
Jens, thank you so much for the resub. 15 months.
If you leave the room and come back, is
How would you leave
It
the
worked
room
out.
though?
Well, there's a problem
They're-
with
they're
that.
stuck in the room.
Yeah.
that's fair.
I'm just gonna control R and reset the quote-unquote console.
Yep, hopefully that works.
It's actually still playing the mini-boss music. There we go.
No.
We knew there might be some hiccups with what we're doing. We didn't
Yeah,
have
it
a chance to
happens.
fully test it.
Oh, no.
What?
Okay.
Why you say it like that?
You saved before
Because
you did
it-
that, right?
So, I saved relatively recently. I didn't save right before... I think I did save right before doing it, actually. But either way... It, for a second there, seemed like it was going to give me back every single item.
Ah,
But it didn't,
Ow.
so we're fine.
No,
Boy,
we
wasn't
just
that
got a
suck?
whole lot of
Working.
we just got a whole lot of items all at once.
Okay, we're fine
if
then.
it's still not working, I will teach you how to add the flag.
Well, you'll find out. I'm gonna take Ruto and I'm gonna go over there.
Unsurprisingly, Ship gets confused sometimes when people randomly launch you through walls and warp you around.
Oh,
Yeah.
now it's good now. It's just
Oh.
it worked. And now I have Ruto when I'm not supposed to.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Huh.
You figured out how to clone the fish wife.
Mifa's not in this game.
Oh no! Oh no!
Other fish wife.
Ah.
The
It's
one
just so kind of
that
interesting that you need to be able to clarify that in the Zelda mythos because there's multiple fish wives.
Yeah.
I mean, Mifa is best girl though.
Yes, 100%. Totally agree.
I won't disagree there.
She dethroned Midna as best girl.
Haru might disagree with that. I'm fighting
Sorry.
something here.
You're gonna get a reward and like it.
I can't
Oh
fight
my.
Ganon because I don't have. Oh God. I don't have
Yes, Haru.
the other thing. Why can't I step on this switch?
I mean, my experience, witches like to be stepped on.
Ah! No!
Someone's getting a heart piece.
Accidental ISG? What? I did? So accidental, I didn't even realize.
My family friendly.
What? It was completely family friendly. See, there's a switch right here. I'm gonna step on it, and it likes it. There it goes. Family friendly.
Now I'm
Right.
just imagining like the switches on the ground making an anime sound when you step on them.
No, no, no,
Have a
no, no, no,
I'm with Saku on this one.
no.
Okay.
No.
What now?
What has happened to my Baronade room?
Well, is it empty? Oh,
Yes.
is it? Yeah, because you don't have the soul of a
You don't
Baronade,
have
so
the
now
boss
it's all
soul.
blue.
I don't have the Baronade soul.
No,
we
but you
have
do-
boss souls shuffled.
Yeah, but you do
We don't
have
have the
to
Baronade
grab
soul
you do
either.
have to get the pots in there. You have to get the
Yes.
pots. So you went in there intentionally to get pots. Play it off, Scarth. Play it off.
Yeah, just as
I'm about to do
planned.
the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, follow-up question.
Yes.
Do I have a way to leave this room without resetting again?
No,
no.
but you do have to save.
Yeah, save and quit, and then you'll just pop right outside of that room if you want. At least you should.
Okay.
Or you could just use the song to leave.
My ocarina was grayed out.
The song. Oh, you can't. Yeah, boss rooms, you can't use Ocarina.
There are some pots in here that I don't know the location of.
They're just around the circle, around the outside.
Around the river
Not
bend.
in Baronade room.
Oh, they're in the bottom by on
Yeah.
the when you fall down the hole when you would normally get Rudo, and then take her on that path. There's or when you fall down the hole and you then go to the mini boss room. There's a door to in that room on the ground, like really low on the ground, and that one is the one with the pots that you're gonna find that you probably don't know where they are.
Mhm.
You are
it-
correct. Thank you.
All right, bye, Ruto.
It says that there's a check inside of Forest Temple that I don't have that I can't tell because the stupid thing, if I try to scroll on there, it's not gonna.
It's probably gonna be the map chest. And you probably have it.
It shows map chest that I've picked it up.
Oh.
Oh, now it says 0. So I don't know. I left the dungeon and it showed 0 when I came back. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on over here. I just give up. I don't really
That's
understand.
all of Jabu.
Give it up.
Go home, Forest Temple. You're drunk.
Yeah.
I think.
I wish
No,
I
I
would
got-
that sometimes.
I got the courtyard gold skull.
Hey,
gauntlets.
silvers. Ow.
Goodbye.
Oh, Soccer, you in Sacred Forest Meadow?
Maybe. Why?
Because I warped there and I heard footsteps.
It's must have been the wind.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, that's good to hear,
Your headache's mostly
Darcy.
gone, Darcy.
It
I
says
was
that there's
warping out of Jabu to get to Kokiri fast.
It says that there's something in Sacred Forest Meadow that we haven't gotten as well, but I honestly don't believe it. Yeah, now I left and came back, and I left and now it says that there's nothing. So I give up on this. This is-
Ow. Rude.
I'm gonna go do Goma now that I can swim.
oh my God, Matt,
That is fair.
whatever your name is, Mido, go away. I don't have
Matt.
time for your nonsense. I almost called him Malin,
Matt.
but
Malin!
yeah. His name is now Matt. Excuse me, can you not?
You know what?
Fine.
He kind of seems like a Matt, doesn't
Oh,
he?
that's not our song of time. Dang it.
No, I sent them their song.
Yeah, sad. It's all good. I'll survive.
I will survive. Hey, hey.
Are you able to go to the Lost Woods? Or are you gone?
I can go to the Lost Woods soon.
Okay.
Why, what you need?
not.
Have a nice trap.
There is a scrub, a business
Have
scrub.
a nice trap.
Weep. There's a business scrub in there by the exit that I can't get because I don't have the hammer, or I mean maybe I can hit them with nuts, but yeah.
Yeah, you can nut.
Okay. I have to warp all the way back to the other thing though. Deku Theater Skull Mask and Deku Theater Mask of Truth checks are not done, it says.
Oh, yes, those would be...
Ow, my shield.
Yeah, I can go do those in a bit here. Just let me finish Goma.
Mhm.
Yep. Can't get that one because I don't have long shot. Deku Theater Skull, Deku Theater Mask of Truth, Skull Kid, Saria's Song. Do we have Saria's Song?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
We didn't when I went
Elevate.
through Lost Woods the first time, though.
Thank you so much for the 38 months.
That's a lot of months.
And then 2 bean patches. Alright, that's everything then. For Lost Woods.
I do feel like Scarth and I are going on a similar path right now. I just left Jabu and I'm in Deku Tree now.
Nice.
Ow. Bad flare dancer.
Man, where is all the Hylian shields? Here you go, have a gold skull token. Have some
Thank you.
bombs.
Have
I
a
mean, I think-
Have
stick.
more bombs.
One of our shops in Child somewhere has Hylian Shield. I have seen it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think our shop in Child might have the Goron tunics. I should probably buy that.
Oh, wait.
Wait. I'm doing this wrong. The answer is not 21 is number 3. It's 23 is
23 is
number
number 1.
23 is number 3.
For some reason, just that line, 231, 23 is number 1, is stuck with me for like, I don't know,
Ever.
28 years?
It will
Yep.
never leave.
27 years, I guess. 28 later this year.
Boss key chest, gold sculptula, song of time room.
Go away. Bad
so
guys. That's
Hi,
the
Goma.
wrong way.
Every now and then I get a little bit evil.
There's a Shadow Temple keyring.
All right, I guess I'll head there next.
Oh my god, we're doing this again.
What?
Remember how earlier I said you kept giving me things while I was trying to burn the web in Deku Tree B1F?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here, I can work on that. I just beat Goma, so I can go collect the grass.
Were you
Know It All
collecting
House,
grass?
Gold Skull, Bean Patch. I don't know what the other stuff is here.
Stuff.
I don't think I've done any of this gold skulls in Kokiri Forest because, yeah, it was
There's only
daytime.
one.
Okay.
Can only be
I've got
one.
the... Oh, Requiem! Would be great if I had a glove upgrade. Man, there's so many dungeons that I just can't do. Oops.
Well, child side.
Yeah, I think we're just Silver Gauntlets away from being able to, like, full clear Spirit Temple, aren't we? Because we have Twin Rova Soul, we have Mirror Shield.
Get off me.
We do
Oh
not
my-
have
Hey!
shield yet.
God,
No, we
I
don't.
What's wrong?
forgot how to
But
do
we have
Goma.
light. Oh, we don't have light. Wait, what?
I just took free damage on Goma because I forgot that I had to stun her before attacking her. But then I
Well,
one-cycled her, so it's fine.
Goma goes down real fast if you know how to charge up with a stick and shield poke.
Mhm.
Do we have this yet? Oh, we do. Yes. Oh, thank God. I'm getting nervous about how little I've done. You know, we have checked a lot of things. What? Oh, from
What?
Goma. Oh my
Yeah.
god. You scared the pants off me. I thought I randomized medallions into the pool. Oh my god.
That would have been a very
My
hilarious
soul
thing to find
left
out
my
this late.
body. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Okay, what was I need to go do in Lost Woods? It was a business scrub, right?
Well, yes, but you also need to hand in the Deku Theater mask and the
Right.
other things. Yeah.
Which means I need to go get rid of the bunny hood for a little bit, sadly.
Somebody was saying there was a setting where you could not do that, but I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's just a ship setting, isn't it?
yeah.
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 I was thinking it was like a YAML setting. I'm so used to OOT.
Nope. It's just a ship setting.
Don't talk to me.
Enhancements.
Enhancements, items, very bottom left.
Yep.
Mask select an inventory. There it is.
The scuff. What scuff? No scuff here.
I don't know how many people are gonna. Whoa! Oh,
Thank you for the follow.
thank you for the follow.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you for the
Okay.
follow.
Just
Why did I pull out a bomb? What?
All right,
I don't-
V, I'm finally doing my job. I got bugs.
What about
Yay!
Daffy?
Granted, I'm only going to do a few of them.
man,
more of
I
a
went from
Porky fan.
five checks to 25 checks available in this dungeon, and I'm grumpy.
You're grumpy? Couldn't tell.
Rawr.
Ah, you're a furry too. Nice. Oh,
I am a cat girl.
I have been a rat for about 2 hours.
That reminds me of a goofy World of Warcraft meme I saw at one point. People were getting mad at other players for basically stealing mob tags and calling them rats.
Oops.
They got so bad that someone made an edit of the Wrath of the Lich King cover with a rat edited in.
Rat of the
And
Lich
they had-
King.
Yeah, well, better. It was they had edited the World of Warcraft and Wrath, so it was just World of Rat. Rat.
That'll be my thumbnail if I ever play WoW on stream.
How many progressive like slingshots and stuff do you guys have?
I did not put it so we have infinite.
We only have the 3.
Ow.
I wasn't paying attention. I zoomed right through Lost Woods and forgot to stop at Deku Theater.
Oh, potion.
Have an odd potion.
Thank you.
Yo, thank you. Hey,
Ow.
I'm in Lost Woods as the wrong version of Link.
Yep.
Plus side, if you have Mask or equipped as adult, you can turn in Deku Theater as an adult.
What?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
Haku is still intelligible though. 10 out of 10 speech patterns. Wait, what? I can't even speak in general. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Also, I'm playing on a slightly wider screen resolution so it fits my OBS window.
Mm.
And it reminds me of some really goofy things I was doing while playing with Ship last night while I was setting it up.
Oh no.
I had it on like 3900 by 200.
Oh.
On 2 times
And
video
it-
speed. Wow.
The fisheye effect at the edges of the screen gets real weird, let me tell you.
Like that. Ship
All
does
right.
its best to look good at whatever resolution you want to put it at, but some make it look really weird.
I walked out of
Wait.
Link's house and I could see the front of Saria's house without moving. But it was really, really fish-eyed.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no.
Sorry if I'm driving anyone crazy by doing a Shadow Temple without the lens.
Ah.
It's all good. I'm gonna head to probably Spirit Temple.
ladder climb until I'm walking up the ladder, and then it's just surprise. And it makes
that one
me
takes a
laugh
while to get
every
used to.
time.
Meow.
And then once you get used to it, people get to laugh and point at you when you try to do the Spirit Temple wall climb, and you can't remember how to do it at normal speed.
Yep.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I have 19 more checks in this dungeon.
That was fun. I did the magic bean soil gold skull next to the Deku Theater, and I hit the gold skull and then deflected the nut from one of the business scrubs into it for the second hit.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm doing fast jumps. I was wrong.
There were slow jumps.
Okay, never mind. I guess
This
it
is the
was
easiest way
good
to
enough.
check.
What?
Fast enough jumps.
Who's calling me names again?
I said this is the easiest way for me to check. I'm going to go into
Oh.
the temple and see if I can use Fiora's Wind to go into Jabu as an adult.
Hmm.
So I can be in that area without having to run over there.
Fair enough.
Saku,
Yes.
where's the business scrub you need me to do in Lost Woods?
Right outside. So if you go into Lost, or if you leave the exit from Sacred Forest Meadow,
Okay.
then you go, what's it called? Like, you go out the door. There's like a boulder immediately to your right. You have to bomb, and then you go in that hole. There's a business scrub in there.
Yeah, I don't think those are shuffled.
No, yeah, one of them is. One of them has to be. Because one of them is a capacity upgrade, so it's in vanilla. It's shuffled. Like in not vanilla, but like yeah, I think you know what I'm saying, right? In the randomizer, not
Long.
scrub sanity, they're shuffled. That one.
So, I think
It could be the nut or stick upgrade.
all of those scrubs are actually turned off.
Hey,
Have
progressive scale for
silver.
y'all.
Yo, thank you. Because remember how there was that one grotto in Hyrule Field that was empty that I said was weird, that was supposed to have a scrub in it?
yeah.
The scrub
Yeah,
that has that upgrade in vanilla isn't there in Lost Woods. It's just the
Okay,
one that
so-
sells Deku Seeds.
What?
Yeah, maybe they got turned off.
Yeah, I
they
think those
just
scrubs are
don't
completely
show
turned
up
off.
at all.
Not there, period.
Bye-bye, scrubs.
Completely gone.
I have confusion.
Yeah, same. I can't do Fortress because I'm a child.
Not with that attitude.
Ah! Yay! Do we have a bonus
Tell
song
me
yet?
more. No, that is the one top row song we don't have.
Gosh, I just want to
here's
be
what I
able
can
to
do.
get through there. I'm being bullied by all these things.
Not gonna get there in time. We still don't have the Song of Sun.
We in fact do not have the Song of Sun.
But we are up over 1,000 checks, so go us.
Yo, we are at
Nice.
554.
554. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm at 572.
Very interesting.
But that's because of gold skulls. I have the gold skulls tracking, and they're separate because they're individual.
Mm.
I don't have them tracking.
Okay, that's
So your total is
probably
what,
it.
972?
Correct.
Yeah, mine's 1072. Woo.
I probably should be tracking those since I'm running around doing skulls. Apparently, I
To
have
be fair,
24
I'm also-
skulls.
I'm also
Why?
doing skulls,
Hi,
but
Celsius.
I'm not at anywhere. Yeah. I mean, it's just gonna be better that we both do skulls. No, you absolute butt.
How are you doing, Sal? Okay. Hey,
Yo,
now they have
gold
gold scale.
skull.
Oh wow, that
Gold
just
scale, excuse me.
that just
both
upped
of your
our
scales were in my shadow temple.
gross.
Lovely.
Hey,
Our
I
bronze
found-
scale was in grass under the pea hat, next to Kokiri Forest.
Oof.
Gross.
Yeah. Okay, handed in 10 and 20 skulls. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can.
I hope you're doing well, Sal. Right here.
There we go.
I hit the switch and this guy just dipped.
She hit the switch. Run!
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Come back up here to see what was in the chest. Nope, no Goron to be found.
Well, to be fair, freedom.
Oh yeah, you didn't finish bottom of the well earlier, did you?
No, not even close.
Okay.
I got
I'm gonna
like
go do that
3
then.
checks in there and then had to leave. Because I was trying to do dungeons at least. I have, like, the great thing is, we do have a bunch of the locations cleared, right? Like, I did full clear all of, Forest Temple, and I'm almost gonna be able
Hey.
to finish Fire Temple, but now I can't beat the... Oh.
Well,
Cute.
now we can do Dodongo's Cavern.
Yo,
Yep, you have King
nice.
Dodongo Soul now.
We haven't found Greg yet, have we?
We have.
Oh, we
I
have?
got a Greg.
Oh, I saw
Yeah.
a Greg. I don't. That might not be our Greg.
We acquired Greg.
I'll find out later.
No, we do not have Greg.
Okay.
Would you stick around in the Fire Temple if the hero just fell into a trench? Probably not, to be honest. If that happened, oh, I feel like this is gonna be great.
Would you still love me if I were Greg?
If I watch the hero fall into a pit, I'd be a little bit concerned. I'd be like, oh, this is the person who's supposed to save us? Okay. Do we have Din's Fire yet?
No. That's the one spell we don't have.
Naturally. Like, oh man, it would be great if we could go into Shadow Temple. Haha.
Ah, I found which checks you did in bottom of the well.
Oh?
There we go.
You did the bots right at the entrance.
I did, and I also did the bomb chest in the front, and the
Yes,
invisible
you
chest
did.
on the left, and the invisible chest on the right, and then I went in to go beat up a skeleton
Spirit
spider
Temple
dude.
Hearing
And then, yeah, that was...
and an ice trap. Pretty sure you two appreciate that one.
Yes, thank
I
you.
do, in fact... Oh, God. Well, now I'm going to be on fire.
Have you considered not being on fire?
You know, I
Just,
considered
you know,
it.
Don't do
But-
that.
I considered it, but then I was like, feel
But
the
what
heat.
But fire.
Fire. All right, Hades.
Oh god.
Feel
Yeah.
the heat.
Oh.
Oh, that's a big hand. I have enemy sizes randomized, and I've got a tiny hand and a big hand for Bongo.
Ow. Saku being told not on fire is like telling bird not to fly. Hang on. Saku being told not to be on fire is like telling a friend. There we
bye,
go.
Bongo. It's so nice to just beat Bongo in 5 seconds.
How even
Bye bye
the
Bongo,
hinge.
my favorite Pokemon episode.
Bye bye bongo. You wanna play a fool for you?
Don't want to rule a temple with me.
Oh, now I have to do this with bombs? I haven't done this with bombs in like 10 years. Alright, Flare Dancer, I guess we're doing this. I got 2 checks less, one left.
2 checks less. Got it. Hey,
You
fire
not-
medallion.
Oh my god, I'm fired.
Uh,
Oh yeah!
Saku, you're not allowed to fire yourself.
I forgot about that. Oh god, I'm trying to Z target, but I can't because this is toggle Z target, not the one that I'm used to where I have to hold the Z target button.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to change that on the options menu of the game. For some reason, that is not a setting in ship yet.
Gross.
Huh.
all right, did we get the windmill key or anything while I was in there?
I don't think so.
Compass
Alright.
chest. Make a 10 hammer chest. I missed the
Oh, we have
compass
this,
chest.
but I'm pretty sure we can't. Oh, never mind. Granny sold me something. I thought we needed the mushroom.
No, those are all turned off.
Oh my god, I'm on fire.
I tweaked a few
Fuego.
settings to make sure we'd be able to go pretty fast.
I feel like we're going decently fast.
Oh yeah, we're making good time.
I feel like you are both going very fast, and I am, no! Having a poor life crisis.
That sucks.
Well, since you fell, this shouldn't mess with you now.
You're so cool, Saku. That's what the thing said. My soul.
Jadon my soul, even.
Well,
For
I
all
guess
my
I can at
Hollow
least get the
fans out
compass
there.
chest that I skipped earlier.
Yeah, I know. Our first OOT rando. Can you believe that, Cell?
No.
No!
What happens, Garth?
Oh, nothing.
I'd love to know.
Definitely didn't get frozen while I was lining up a hit on Dead Hand or anything.
Sorry.
You're
you do-
fine.
Cow grotto on the field.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
Pretty sure I did at least.
It's so weird to run past all these boulders.
The boulder does not like being run past by small children.
Boulder
is no longer
conflicted.
I feel like I'm listening to Gaius over here.
Tell me, for whom do you randomizer?
Oh my god. That's so accurate.
You already did that, so I'm assuming you did.
You started the randomizer with token sanity.
I have not done the silver boulder in the Gerudo Valley.
Also, well, it was just a recovery heart. Oh wait, no, it's
I'm
never
not very
mind.
good at that.
So the sculptulas aren't shared, but the chests are. Interesting. Okay.
Okay, this time I'm turning off the bunny hood for this. Okay, that's not turning off the bunny hood. How do I turn off the bunny hood for this?
Equip the bunny hood and take it off.
Yeah, no, I meant more so that I didn't have it on my D-pad anymore. Ah! No!
Is everything okay, Saku?
No! As a matter of fact, fact, it's not.
Okay. Ooh, light
Oh,
arrows.
those are useful.
Yo, have
Yeah,
some
I'm
light
kinda...
arrows.
Oh, you're already there? What the heck?
Yeah, I'm in the spirit
Yeah.
temple.
Okay, cool. Well. Hmm.
Go do your own
Bunnyhood was
thing.
not the problem. What? I found the bottom of the well key ring.
Yep.
Wait, are you an adult right now or a child?
Yes, I'm an adult right now. It's the only way I could get here.
Oh, dang it. All right, fine. I'll
don't-
go do
Yeah.
silver boulders and crap.
What are you gonna do with silver boulders?
So, what was that?
What are you gonna do with silver boulders?
I'm just gonna go check the grottos.
Okay.
You said that you missed the one, right?
I missed the one in the valley. I didn't go down and check that one.
Okay.
All I need is one chest. Wait, why is this still going? What? Hello?
Hi.
Wait, what? Garth, do you have a switch in your dungeon?
My dungeon?
Follow.
Whatever you're in right now, did you hit a switch?
I lowered the water.
Interesting.
Yes, again in a few minutes. Yeah, it'd be like that.
All right.
I'm in bottom of the well.
Wow, look at that. We made it.
Yo,
That
have
was
double
interesting
defense.
when we did OOTMM and learned that we need to cheat into bottom of the well in logic.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, so OOTMM gives you Song of Time, switches you between adult and child. And in logic,
Oh.
it needed me to stand at the beginning of the bottom of the well as an adult and then walk in there as a child after switching, or swim in there after,
Yeah. It was
because
weird.
we didn't have the Song of Storms.
Interesting.
All right. What's this cow got? Stop giving me
I
milk.
need to hydrate.
You're just one medallion away from your randomizer seed. Nice.
That was an unfortunate debate.
Oh
Ugh.
no! That was
No,
Saki just found the unfortunate debate.
no! I'm dying. Oh no!
Okay, so you're doing that. We already have those as done as we
The
can.
cruelty.
Urinate,
Sending me the hammer right here is mean.
Fourth step of Bosky?
Okay, well, I know where I'm going. Wait, never mind.
Do we have Fanagan? Yeah, we don't have Fanagan
No,
yet.
no, we don't have it.
You can go hang out in his room if you want.
Well, I'm gonna go
Why-
fight Dodongo.
What? And just wait? There's some other things I can do, I think.
Well, yeah, I don't recommend just waiting there. I got no clue when he's going to show up.
Like...
I never did child frog songs. I haven't done child Dompe's tour.
Hmm.
I've got like 8 spiders I haven't done as a child. And my ship just
So-
crashed.
Oh my god, this text dialogue is so slow.
Sounds like Ship is like, oh, you need to go be a child again.
Well,
I
it crashed
got
as I
you.
walked into the spirit temple, so ideally I'm just in there. No, I'm not connected.
You're not?
No, I need to reconnect.
Oh.
Oh no, there it is.
Oh, to the... Okay.
Okay.
How much of Deku Tree did you get done?
100%.
Okay, cool.
Ooh. Sending the hammer as you warp out for
Hammer.
despair. For the despair, and then it's an ice trap. Yeah, that was super mean. Game's a big bully.
It is.
Darunia's Joy, Pot Freestanding Heart Piece. Those are both available here.
I know
but
what
I cannot do them
can
because I'm an
do.
adult.
Because I don't know if you You haven't gone in Ice Cavern, have you?
Nope. I haven't gone
Okay,
over there at all.
All right,
So
I know where to
gotten the
go.
stuff at the bottom of the lake either.
All right. I know what to do. Here you go, Mido. You can hear this. That's not it.
There's so much I want to do, but I can't because I'm an adult. It's true.
Honestly, mood.
Mood. Big mood.
Saku versus Gravity. I don't understand why I'm struggling so hard with this today.
Saku versus the world. I think you're right there. Nope.
Yo, gamer?
Oh, what's this chest? Is this a key?
Here.
Alley house. That has
Alley
3
house,
checks in
cool.
it.
There it is. Dang. Well, I can at least see what's up there. Navi, don't talk to me. Is that a... What the heck? I think that's a Skulltula token. Okay.
I don't remember what I even, like... Do we have Broken Sword? No. Great Fairy Reward,
No.
though, I can get. Ooh, I probably should do that first. Yeah, let's do it.
No
Before the Doggy's
broken
Cavern.
sword, but broken mind, yes.
No wonder Navi leaves at the end of the game. Yeah.
I've cleared bottom of the well.
Chilla.
Sock, if you like, I'll go do Darunia's Joy.
Sure.
So remember that one time Darunia Joy was like, what was it? Something very
Lullaby.
important.
No, it wasn't Zelda's
No.
Lullaby. I didn't need that to get in there.
Yeah,
But it was something like...
There we go.
Maybe it was Song of Storms.
something like that. It's the only check we had in Goron City, but we were both just like, nah, that can't be it.
Give it to me.
Okay,
What?
Batman's in the call.
Oh, hey, look, it's
There we go.
Baronade!
Oh my lord.
Off you go, Scarth. Back to
Off I
jumping
go.
with you.
Off I go.
Uh,
I'll go do
I
Darunia's
can't-
Joy first.
Oh, I
I
had to do jump slash.
kid
Oh,
to
heck.
fish. Bum, 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 da, da, da.
This is
Why are
gold.
we here? Just to suffer.
Come back here.
No!
Go.
Can't make me.
Haha. Why is it Scarth's job to do all the child things? Isn't he the adult around here? Wow. What are you saying, Kippa? Hmm?
Wait a
What are you
minute, what
saying?
is that?
Indeed.
Hang on. Wait, what is that? Oh. Okay. Why is that
What are
considered an upgrade?
those?
What the heck?
What?
The Zora are like, hey, you wanna buy a ice trap? It'd be funny.
Oh, I find it funny all the time. I buy everything.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Hang on. Let me go buy you guys an ice trap.
Not pick that up? I thought we did.
Just wait a minute or so that I'm done this boss fight.
You're doing Ice Cavern, right? Or working your way towards there?
Yes.
Thank you for the follow.
No!
Oh, yeah.
No! Oh no!
What's wrong, Saku?
Nothing. I just beat the bus. It's good. All good. Everything's good. Nothing happened.
That is definitely the sound of everything is good.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
A more Final Fantasy IX music.
Snow place like home. Snow place like home.
Hi, Dorothy. Actually,
I
that's
think
the exact song I was listening to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which version? Is it
It's not
Vivi's theme or is it Black Mage Village?
it was Vivi's.
Okay.
Stop screaming and go in the hole. Jesus.
snow place like home. Snow place like home.
No!
Oh, what's wrong, Scarth?
Oh, nothing.
Having some issues?
No, not at all. I definitely didn't get frozen while I was doing the torch run to make the big pot spin.
You know, Darcy, you're right. You're not. Family friendly. But I'm literally jumping over the hole in the fountain or whatever. And, and my jumping sound effect is screams.
I'm very much enjoying this whole like dual archipelago thing. This is so much fun.
yeah.
This is pretty
This is
awesome.
great.
Yeah, this is awesome. It's a couple hiccups, but nothing too crazy.
Oh. So afraid of heights. Aw, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm a weirdo.
no!
I love heights.
I love heights in video games. I don't like them in real life.
That's fair.
Oh.
I quick equipped
I'm
Ferora's
laughing because I have
win
Saku's stream
to
up.
my
Don't mind me.
D-pad. I quick equipped
Okay, what
Ferora's
happened?
win to my D-pad. I quick equipped Ferora's win to my D-pad instead of hitting it to my C button, and so when I went to press the D-pad in order to equip hover boots, I instead warped back to warp back to Fire Temple.
Oops.
I was into Doggo's Cavern, but I warped to the top of Fire Temple. Oh man.
Also,
Someone
we
please
have
flip that.
infinite money.
Thank you.
Ooh, infinite money is nice.
Ugh.
Yeah, I heard the reactions from Saku and looked over. I was like, "Did you?" Yeah, you did.
Oh, I'm in so much pain right now.
In Spain.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened.
That's hilarious.
Unfortunately, Fountain was a bust.
Alright, let's see if I can first try horse. Because we don't apparently have hints on for the horse.
Bum bum. Ow.
My horse noises are pots breaking. Ooh, I almost messed it up, but I did get it.
How much is in Logic now? 153 checks.
That's a bunch.
That's way less than what it was before.
Looks like we have 89.
Oh. Huh.
About to go grab 4 of them and then a bunch more.
And a bunch of those are me just running around with spiders, trying to shove them into holes.
Yeah. I've only gotten a few of the spider checks because I didn't have bugs in a bottle for the longest time.
Can do, Darcy. Can do. Can you just hit the bat, please? Thank you.
Said the Joker, probably.
Fair.
Yeah. Very fair. If my throat wasn't hurting from yesterday, I would try to do a Joker voice.
Oh,
Thought that I
went
could
way
grab this.
Too hard yesterday.
Oh yeah.
That was
Wow, there's a
after Monster
Baronade
Prom, too.
here.
Mm-hmm. Them keys
How do I
were
get
huge.
this? I know that I can get this. Besides, of course, having the hammer.
Hammer.
Oh, yeah. It takes some effort.
I
Yeah.
feel like the right angle for this.
My wife
Oh,
says
whatever.
that a lot. Apparently, I'm effort. Have an ice trap.
Wow, everyone's called me a loser.
I stunned Baronade and they got frozen.
That's what happened with me. It did not go.
Ow. Face.
2 potential things of interest, or maybe 2 ice traps for y'all.
I'm voting for ice traps.
I'm
I'll say
voting
1 and 1.
No. Oh God.
Description.
Oh.
And yeah, 1 and 1.
No, 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 no.
It said I got Ice Age 2002.
This is
Okay,
great.
this time we are not going to use Furor's Wind to leave this place.
This is fun.
Quick, chat. Activate Sokka's Furorious Wind.
Ice traps are rampant and I'm here for it. Well, I may have nothing.
Fair.
He's saying, oh no, like that.
What
poor
might
Scar.
you have, Saku?
Bottle.
Well, see, there's a slider on ice traps in the randomizer. Yaml. So the option was between 0 and 100. And I may have set it to 100.
That would
Ice.
make a lot of sense.
Yeah. I was gonna say, we're finding a lot of ice traps.
So V, if you can't tell, I left it at the 6 that are in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I figured. I mean, we're masochistic, but we're not insane.
What do you mean not insane? I'm not insane either.
What do you mean? What do they mean?
So we stopped doing lots of ice traps after we did a 4-person co-op with a bunch of them, and we were all finding checks. And there were literal rooms that took us 10 minutes to cross because we were being ice trapped to death trying to cross them early game.
Yep.
Ah.
Oh. All right, that works.
Hey, you found your Phantom Ganon soul.
Yay.
How come you both seem to find so many good things? Like all your boss souls.
Ugh.
I need to find this one gold skull that I can. What the heck? You ate my bomb and then blew up.
Is it a Dodongo?
That is what a Dodongo does.
Yeah, but it blew up.
Right.
Why would it eat a bomb and then blow
You're
up?
the moon. You're not the sun.
Because that's what they
for a while.
do.
But why?
Because they're dumb. I don't know.
Because they're not trying to eat the bombs. They're inhaling to charge their fire thingy. And you just get it stuck in their lung.
So, I just don't understand.
Diddy.
Okay, what is there left to do as Kid Link?
That is an excellent question.
I can go do Royal Family's Tomb, I guess.
30 skulls. I'm at 25, so I'm gonna get that one.
Oh, I'm at 28.
No! Wait, where's
But
the
I also
prescription?
accidentally got rid of my bugs.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, losing your bugs does not help that.
No, it doesn't. Also, I hear the sympathy in your voice, Saku.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Of course, of course.
Wait. Oh, hang on. There's a check I haven't done.
Oh.
I
Drink
was
the milk.
Oh, man. I do want to...
Chalky milk?
I do want chocolate milk.
Yes. Oh, Phantom Ganon's huge.
Does that mess with hitboxes at all?
A
Yes.
little bit. Yeah.
Does it mess with the tennis game at all?
Not if you use the techniques we use.
Yeah.
No, but the problem is if the actual Ganon is huge, you have to aim towards his waist. The top half and bottom half of his body don't have a hitbox.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know what I was doing.
Oh, rude! Oh, rude again! Don't go too fast. Don't go too fast. Don't go too fast.
Where are you going so fast?
But Sonic.
But Sonic, indeed.
Yeah, Stompe's race
Ooh,
is so
red
much
velvet
easier
cake
when
with
you have the
Mon
bunny
Mondo.
hood.
Wait, is my bot... Oh, no, that's probably talking in your chats. And I didn't even
It
realize
is.
it. I'm so sorry.
There we
It's
go.
Fine.
Oh, it's good.
Also, enjoy that piece of heart from our 30 skull reward, which I beat Saku to.
Wow!
Wait, what'd you just hand us? I beat a boss. What am I waiting on?
A piece of heart that's
I
beat
forgot
Saku
to grab the... whatever. They were just arrows.
You have to
Who
do
cares?
Dompe grave digging tour, Scarth.
Oh, I don't have a fire source as child.
Dompe grave digging tour is not a fire source.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. I'm here to go and blow up a grave.
Yes.
I am here.
I am here.
Well...
Good old
Dang.
All Might.
So I want to note that the ship does have a setting to make it so Dompe's there all night, so you can use the Song of Sun to make him show up for the digging tour. Have Jen's fire so you can use it as a kid.
Well, about that fire source.
Ow. Leave me alone.
Darn.
Snooze, you lose.
Wow.
You know that, Thunder. It's an electric
Dump appears
fight.
all night. There we go.
Before you know that Bernie has quite the shocking personality. I, in fact, did.
I did know that.
Get me out of here.
Don't touch
did.
me. re-dead.
There's a me when wife.
All right, 2 things left in the graveyard. One be the grave digging tour, and the other is apparently
I love going into the Wolfos Grotto after you completed it, Haru, because I just walked in and it was like 2 people in fursuits and they just turned to look at me and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'll leave. These games are great.
Yep.
Oh, you're getting wait.
Are
you
you
getting...
also getting that gold skull?
I was trying to, but then I realized I can't because yeah.
Because what?
I don't. It says a child.
Ah.
I can't do
I
this.
suppose I won't reset. I can.
What else is there for me to do as a
Kakariko.
kid?
I mean, you can play Nocturne.
True.
Get more skulls.
Yeah, it's kind of what I got, I think.
Have you done the Spirit Temple already?
You were there and you kicked me out.
No, not you.
Oh yeah, we do have
Scarf.
Requiem. I can do. Saku, have you done Child Spirit?
No, because I'm not a child. I went and did one thing as a child, and that was like 3 checks in bottom of the
bottom
well.
of the well.
Yeah.
Yep. I will go do Child Spirit. I forgot that we had Requiem.
Yep, I remembered you had it because I saw it because we don't have it, so I can't get over there easily.
Someday, Haru.
I'm trying to think of like what do?
What do indeed?
What do?
What do?
What do? I'm gonna go do the Tech Grotto. Taco, you may appear to be an adult, but the adult council has rejected your application. Wow. Listen, then I'll make my own adult council.
Sit down, young adult.
Listen. No, never mind.
Navi, was that you?
I'm curious and terrified of what Saku was about to say.
What do you mean?
Family friendly, Saku. Family friendly.
I was being family friendly. I'm trying to go down to the bottom of this thing, but I keep coming back up for more stuff.
Go way up here.
I was just gonna say that this sounds like a situation where somebody's rejected from being a Jedi. And then bad things happened. Just saying. Just saying. I don't have a...
Yeah.
Why does it say that I can get in the cow grotto as in Hyrule Field? You need the hammer for that.
As a child, you can use bombs.
Okay, we're gonna go become
And now
a
that we
child.
have Din's fire, you can actually light the webs on fire.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to become a child, and then we're gonna get a whole lot of things. Like
a whole
beans.
lot of ice traps.
Beans. No ice to meet you too.
Oh yeah, because you don't get anything from me planting beans.
Right.
I've planted like all of the ones that help, and it doesn't matter because you don't get them.
I do not, in fact, get them. So I'm gonna go get beans, I'm gonna go plant them, and then I'm going to become an adult after I go and burn everything to the ground. And then I will, yeah.
I feel like there was something kind of weird mixed in there.
What? No idea what you're talking about.
That gets tweaked because normal anchor, you do share all the bean stuff like that.
Yeah.
Haha, there's your Greg.
Oh, there's your Greg.
Greg! Oh, well. Are you a child right now, Haru?
I am.
Okay. So you said that you couldn't do gold or silver gauntlets and Song of Time in GTG.
Yeah, but I went back in and got the silver gauntlet check already.
All right, never mind.
So you
We
can
go
just,
fast.
if you want, save and quit and
Yep.
go play with Ganon's Trials.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Are you already in Ganon's castle?
Well, you gave
Our
us
Greg
Greg.
is the path to the castle, so we can go do
Oh.
the trials and get checks in there. Our key to get to Ganon is beat all the dungeons, though.
Yep.
Ah, okay.
Which we only need to beat 4 more.
But because it's open now, you can do all the trials as well as climb up and get all the pots before Ganon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, the owl's here. Go away.
The only way I wouldn't be able to do that is if light and fire are required.
I have Ganon's Trials off.
Oh, okay, never mind. You know what? I'll go do the pots first then. Density.
Well,
Well,
said, it was one of those cases. I
Right
tweaked a
meow.
number of things to make sure we'd be in the time frame.
fair
More
enough, fair
beans.
enough. Oh,
More beans.
well, that's helpful, but, you know.
More beans.
Beans!
More beans.
Well, I guess I get to go try something.
These OT
I
are a
can't
lot
pay
longer
attention.
than A Link to the Past. They sure are.
Yeah, they
Mhm.
are.
Just a
Well, I
little.
mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm on par for my Link to the Past.
You did all the frog songs, right?
That we have, yes.
Oh no!
Because we don't have Eponas yet.
Excuse me, chicken.
Ow. Fire hot.
Mm.
Fire is hot.
Mm-hmm. I learned. Oh. Aw. It's bring your child to work day in the tower.
Mm.
Got one giant iron knuckle and one tiny one.
All right, we got these.
All
We're
right,
gonna
take me
get
down,
right
Owl.
here. Do-do-do-do-do.
Da-da-da.
Hmm.
Fire temple key. Not needed.
Oh.
How did you already finish Fire Temple?
Yep. I got everything with just the 5 keys.
Kakariko's Bar is good. I can check that after I go play some songs for frogs.
Mhm.
Oh, look, a
Hey, there's
broken,
a broken
sword.
sword.
There you go.
I cannot progress Spirit Temple any further.
No keys?
No keys.
Progressive what?
Bomb bag.
Bomb bag.
Bomb
Hey, infinite
bag.
bombs.
And
More passive aggressive bombs. Cool.
Okay. Well, this is good. Okay. Let's leave here. We're gonna go plant the beans over here. Saku just bought a stick for 200 rupees. I have, like, infinite money.
Infinite.
yeah, we have infinite money. 200's not that bad.
Right.
It's like a $20 banana.
Banana.
I think what I'll do then.
Why does it say that there's a check here?
Because there's a check there.
But there's not. It's just Navi being annoying.
Navi's the check.
Oh, we doing? Oh, that's why you're saying we don't have the fishing rod. Ah, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fortunately, that only gates 2 checks instead of like 20.
Pink link. He'd be a silly little
32
guy.
if you do it the full way.
32? Okay.
Yeah,
Forgot that switch first.
because it's 15 fish at random in general, and then both the checks.
That makes sense.
Fishing was worth a lot of checks for us.
Yep. Ow. Whoa.
I like that the Phantom Ganon heart container wasn't gotten. It amuses me.
Yeah, look. Okay, I just kind of walked forward. And things happened. You can go get it if you want.
The way things are going, I'm guessing my ghosts aren't done, so I'd have to go through and beat every single ghost just to go get your arrows that you left behind.
Hmm.
Ah,
Are you still going around and picking up gold skulls?
Yes.
Okay. As a child?
Yep.
Yes.
As Savannah said, yeah, it does actually mean that some of us are on the same archipelago seed.
Yep. We are doing co-op Archipelago.
Yep.
It's just exciting and fun.
it's so cool.
It's so fun.
It sure is. I love how my inventory is just bomb. No number underneath it. Just bomb. Just single bomb.
We can, in fact, meet up in game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the same people on the same team can meet up in game. When we aren't doing a collab and whatnot, I'm going to try putting the same team, or the 2 teams in the same anchor, but we did not want to risk completely breaking everything today.
Get one thing to work at a time.
Yo, thank you for the follow.
I think the killing each other is just kind of a accident of the ice traps.
Yeah.
It wasn't a thing 6 days ago. We got
Yeah.
really fortunate.
Yeah, we did.
Well. And we got the cow in the cow grotto and the gold skeletula in the cow grotto.
I just sit on the field. Yeah, no, this has been an absolute blast.
Oh, yeah.
Only one item, or actually, we have no logical checks in Hyrule Field now.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Ours are all
Very
fish
nice.
that I'm pretty sure aren't important because we're
No.
pretty good about making notes about our fish.
There was like one fish. But I think I got it.
I'm buying out the magic beans just for fun because we have infinite rupees.
Plant the beans, plant the beans. Plant that bean. Plant this bean. Plant the other bean, and then we go become an adult again and go check all the bean locations.
Check out the... Ooh, progressive.
Progressive? What?
Progressive?
Progressive?
Oh, progressive.
Iron
Okay,
boots.
Scarth.
Saku.
Do you want to do Shadow Temple or Water Temple?
I'm good with either. So which do you want to do less?
Shadow Temple.
Okay, I'll go do Shadow Temple then.
Get to you with the I can. Perfect. All right.
For the first time all seed, I get to be an adult.
Oh, Seaburn found some of my rat emotes.
No fire, please.
And an ice trap. I don't know why that one was so celebratory.
I'll see.
that's
My
okay,
goodness. What do you mean? What does that mean? What do you mean?
What?
I don't know. Kippa's saying, "All seed." My goodness, Garth. I'm sorry, Saku has done this to you. What have I done?
You've been amazing. That's what you've done.
Yes.
You grounded him?
Those are considered in logic. I didn't bother getting them.
Oh. Yeah, he's a
actually-
child? Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Water temple. King.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
What happened?
I did something goofy. I meant
Someone-
to pull up
It
the
happens.
menu to make it where I could assign boots and tunics on the D-pad, and instead I hit the wrong key combination and reset the game.
Please tell me somebody clipped that. I need to see it.
Okay. Oh. Hey, Requiem.
That's useful.
That is useful. Maybe Scar deserves to remain a child. Okay. Fair.
Oh, progressive. Progressive.
I read that as
Slingshot.
progressive requiem of spirit, but that's not at all what that is.
No.
Passive aggressive Requiem of Spirit.
Fine, I guess I'll warp you to the Colossus.
Actually, wait. Oh, I didn't plant this one yet. Darn. Never mind.
What? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
I'm doing my best.
Not you.
Giving her all she's got, Captain.
All right, where are you headed to right now, Haru?
I'm going to the water temple.
Ah, okay.
I wasn't sure how much longer you had in the castle, so
Oh, I just finished it up.
anything
I
fun
want
in the pots?
cinnamon
Not really.
buns.
Not really. We got some keys. That's
Oh,
about
cinnamon bun
it.
sounds delicious.
Yeah.
It does.
I mean, if you want to just take care of the water temple, just warp to me and I'll go back and
I can do Water Temple.
go spirit.
Why won't it let me warp to you? Are you crashing right now?
No.
Weird.
Here, let me zone and see if it works. Can you warp now?
No, I can't. Huh?
Weird.
Oh, wait. Now I can. What the? What the heck was that about? Weird. Okay. I'll have fun in the Water Temple.
Oh, nice. Shadow Temple.
Yeah.
I am one of the weirdos that like this temple.
I don't mind
Yeah, I
Water
don't mind.
Temple.
It's easier. I know some other checks to go do, so it's easier for me just to go do those than just sit here explaining all the little checks to go clean up.
Fair enough. Thank you for the self-care. Ooh, Super Mario.
Self-care.
You too, Darcy. Yeah, self-care is good.
Mm.
And because
I
I
don't mind.
already...
Actually,
oh, wait, I don't
like
know why I did this. I had for roars here. I could have...
Mhm. I like Shadow in general, and I don't mind Water Temple. Vivi just actually enjoys Water Temple.
I keep doing the wrong button, and it's making me grumpy. Are you not the person who?
Yeah, I think it's
it's Zara. I see. Okay. I haven't been here. Okay. We also need somebody to go to ice thing.
I can go to ice thing once I'm done at shadow thing.
Okay, I'm about to dip into Water Temple.
Okay. We don't have Bongo Bongo Soul, do we?
Pongo Pongo Soul incoming. Oh, never mind. Have a fishing pole.
Well, I'm turning around. I'm going back to the fishing area because I'm right here. I'm only going to do it as an
Right
adult,
there.
though. Someone's got to do it as a child.
Uh,
Oh, I also need to
no.
dive.
also,
I forgot I had a
Scream
shield equipped.
pushing a large block. Yeah, I feel that. Okay, so...
I still make the argument that
Oh,
if
we
keys
don't
were,
have
the
the
fire keys
boss
were real,
key.
they would be the end of humanity.
Oh, yeah, probably.
If what? If keys were real?
The fire,
Fire
keys, the ones
keys.
that just decide to go through any open flame, light themselves on fire, and ran themselves into things.
Let me
There we
tell
go.
you about this one bird in Australia.
Back tower.
Oh no.
There is a bird in Australia that intentionally takes fire from one fire and brings it to another place in order to start a fire to bring out their prey from the forests. And they just they'll pick up a stick with fire on it and just like bring it to other locations and start more fires.
That's kind of
I'm
wild.
not surprised a creature like that exists in Australia.
Yeah, that's pretty Australia, honestly.
Yeah.
Even my
Okay.
Australian friends don't deny that Australian wildlife is wild.
It's in the name. Wild life.
Yep.
Up. Hey, Song of Storms. That's pretty good.
That's big. I'll get the Oasis at the Colossus. I'm already here.
All right. Could you please...
Infinite
Persistence,
bullet bag.
Yo, nice.
No! Bottle!
Bottle.
I don't think any of us need the bottle, but down the hole I go so I can get the bottle.
Bottle. I don't know. After that one seed, it's just like, please give us all the bottles. Australia has the best rats. True.
Australia has, like, I say Australia's wildlife is wild, but it's also got so many awesome creatures.
Yeah, I'd say they have some pretty high quality wildlife.
What is that rat called? It's like the Dunner rat or something. It's
What?
really cute.
What is this? You gotta get a bigger fish? How is this? Oh man, how is the OG rando more
You're
nice
gonna-
about this than ship?
Oh, there's settings to always win that as well.
Sittings.
If you wanted just to win it. With any fish.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Other side.
Come on,
That was
fishing.
just one of those cases. Ship has a lot of customization options.
I'm gonna be sad if I lose this fish, but it's so far away from me.
Oh, we have instant catch and all that on. That fishing mini game. Ugh.
I'm dead.
What happened?
What?
I lost the fish. I can't get it to come in.
Oi.
I don't know which one is a good fish.
Let's see. Buy the broken log.
I already
With,
got that one, but it ran away. So now it's
I
like
have
deep
it. If
in
that
the
one runs
water.
away, I just leave and restart fishing.
right.
I think these are. I think they all now ran away because a small fish came and ate the thing. £5? No, I don't want to keep it.
Whoa.
I need a bigger fish, but now they all suck.
Well, I think you might need a bigger boat first.
This better be a good enough fish. If it's not, rioting.
Incoming riot.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. £8.
Been playing this game for almost 4 hours, and I still keep using the wrong button for the sword.
That muscle memory. Ah!
There's one item of interest in here. Where are you two?
I don't need to.
Windmill. Okay, that's good. Can finally go learn a song. Bum, ba-da-da.
Still don't have prelude, right?
All right, I've done the. Wait, why does it say adult fishing? I didn't get, but I definitely got it. Got a blue rupee, didn't I?
8 pounds isn't heavy enough for an adult fish.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay,
You
well,
need
heck
Like
fishing.
Vortic.
You need like 14, I think.
What? No, that's too heavy. Those 5 rupees didn't show up in the log either. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, I found our long shot.
Convenient location to find that. Oh my god.
And our silver gauntlets.
What the heck?
Uh-oh.
Where was that? Shadow Temple? Oh
Shadow
my
Temple
god.
Falling Spikes pot.
All right, I guess I'll do this.
Well, that's a lot of things that we now have to do.
Sure is. I think that opens Spirit Temple completely.
Yep. Well, besides the boss, but yeah.
No.
Oh, we have Twin Rova.
We have Twin Rova.
Yeah, that was the first boss I think we got. Oh
Wish
no,
we had a mirror
Goma.
shield.
Goma was.
Yeah, we got Twin Rova, but I can't get to the boss.
Right. We have Morpha, but don't have the boss key.
22 checks in Water Temple. Then I'm gonna get the key.
Oh,
Listen
well,
to Mirror
never
Shield.
mind.
There you go.
There you go. Have fun. Enjoy Mirror Shield.
All right, let me finish up in Water Temple, I guess.
I
Just-
mean,
Make my way to Dark Link and then... Wait. What are you gonna I mean?
going back to the Colossus is on my list because I planted a bean over there. I just felt it more
Oh.
prudent to come do bottom of the well
That's fair.
because it's got a lot
Whoa!
more checks. So our bottom of the well has 52 checks in it.
Fair. I will say I am basically done with Water Temple at this point.
Okay.
Because we don't have Song of Time. 'Cause all I've got right now is Dark Link and River.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't have anything else to do,
One,
just
two.
head over there as a kid first to pet the bean. 'Cause I don't think my bean's there for you.
Oh, fair enough.
I don't want to deal with you. Go-
I forgot that we have
around you.
infinite bomb chews too, and I was looking at it and was like, why does it not say how many bomb chews I have?
Ah!
Hey, there's one of your 6 ice traps.
Yep.
Scarth is like, yes, it's not for me.
Yes!
Oh, I'll
All
find
right.
you one soon enough.
Ah! Oh.
Organisoul.
Ganon!
Oh, there you go.
Found I think we actually have to find both the soul for Ganon and Ganondorf.
I don't
It should just be the one.
think so.
Let me up, let me up, let me up. Oh, gross.
Well, there's
Okay.
Epona's song. That's actually a bunch of checks.
GTG!
Yeah.
Oh man, I
hope
can't
you're
believe we're 4 hours into the random.
Oh.
We're finally unlocking all the dungeons.
Bavagia soul
Oh,
for y'all.
which
Oh my god.
Well,
My bottom of the well is quite good for y'all.
Well, let me tell you about the fact that we don't have hammer.
hammer?
Fine. I'll
and
find
yes,
you the
our
hammer,
cows are
too.
randomized.
Wait, how do you know? Wait. Oh, Brashkivar is asking. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Ow, 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 ow. Well, you
Bonk
got a
your shop
bonk me.
key.
Ooh.
I'll go get that after I get done with this.
All right.
I'm predicting hammers in there.
Hey, Blackett.
Hi.
Water
Where-
temple keys.
Nice.
28 checks now in logic in this dungeon.
If we're really lucky, we get Morphous Soul before you're done there.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's not really
Ow.
difficult to get it. Like, conveniently, this dungeon and Fire Temple and whatnot is not really bad to get stuff for, right? Because you just come back and it's right at the entrance, whereas like, you know, Spirit Temple is butts.
Or, you know,
No.
Shadow Temple.
Yeah.
Ow. Gotta say, double defense Dark Link is not fun.
Yeah, let me
Not
tell you
really.
about the amount of hits it's gonna take to kill this boss.
Yeah,
For-
we have, what, 17 hearts in double defense?
Yes.
Yeah.
How many hearts do we have, Vivi?
14.
14? Okay.
Yeah. Got it, finally. Jeez. Okay. Ow. Okay, there we go.
It's been interesting playing without knowing
Ow.
what my health is at all during this game. I've taken a lot of damage. Am I about to die? Nope. Okay.
Okay, you told me to go become a child, go there, then... What?
Don't crash game.
Ow, stop
I
hitting
shouldn't
me.
have done this. I should have gone and done this after.
I can't believe you've done this.
Hmm.
Oh, that looks golden. Ice trap.
Oh, goody. Ah!
And you already got the Oasis there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, first time I'm a child today. Dang.
Yeah, I already got the Oasis. I haven't done any of the other Song of Storms checks yet.
All right.
Yeah,
Ow.
that is a lot of hearts.
Hole 14 with double defense.
It's almost like a whole kingdom of them.
Uh-huh. Organization 14 hearts. Okay.
checks remain.
Tree and hill. Okay, right.
Hey, Aldo.
Yeah, I could have gotten the tree one, but both of them are just easier when the seed is planted.
Going fast. Trying to, at least. Oh,
Faces
heck.
pass. And you're
And I'm
homebound.
My chat's speeding me up.
Hello? Oh, heck. You! You! I finally grabbed the ledge, and then I got, while I was on the ledge, grabbing the thing, it's like ice trap.
Also,
Rude.
That's
rude,
really
rude.
unfortunate. I'm
Yeah,
Wait,
so
yeah.
sorry
why
that
do I
happened to
hear
you.
a golden sculptula here?
I feel like you're lying.
Me?
Oh,
Have a
right,
good night,
because
waifu.
We don't share golden sculptulas.
yeah, we're not sharing them right now.
Right. I'm like, oh, that
for
threw me
hydrations.
off. Now, time for my favorite bit, to wait for the drawbridge.
Go, 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 go.
Oh, looks like I won't be waiting long. Also, don't we have market?
What about the market?
Or did you already check those keys? Uh-oh.
Oh, kid market stuff.
Yeah.
I have
Ow.
Bomb Chew Shop,
Ow.
and that's it right now.
Ow. Okay, well, I'll leave that to you. They're making me fade away.
So bad if hitting that today. I'm being lazy and actually using the lens of truth down here.
Which dungeon are you in?
Under the well.
The Temple of Time. Hardest dungeon in the game.
Oh, Felia, thank you so much for the raid. Ooh, tactics.
Ooh, tactics.
The Evilise
Oh, don't
Chronicles.
Nice. I need to
Fantastic
play that at some
game.
point still.
Wait,
Also,
why the heck is that
Saku.
there?
Yeah?
You getting the Water Temple boss key there hecked me in a really funny way.
Oh?
You know the rotating triple pots towards the end of Shadow Temple?
Yeah.
I was throwing bombs in them, and the bomb was in midair when you got the boss key. When I'm holding an item like that, enemies and the thrown bomb and whatnot freeze, but the spinning pots don't. So the pot just rotated out from under the
Oh,
bomb.
that's nice.
I guess I learned the Prelude of Light. I got a gway covering my entire camera.
That's nice. I just wanted the Prelude of Light or Serenade of Water. One of them so I could get to Hyrule quickly as a kid.
Hey, have Bombsy Bowling
Bombsy
Alley.
Bowling.
I can do that too.
How do we get me to not do Bombsy Bowling? Easy. Don't have randomized entrances. Ow. These stupid levers.
Oh.
Yep, no randomized entrances, and I'm just taking care of most of the kid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Hectites. My dog was barking in her sleep.
Aw.
Oh my god. That was so
Everything
scary.
okay?
Yep. Everything's fine. Everything is completely 100% fine.
Okay,
I
so
definitely believe you.
Haru,
Yeah,
I basically have to do the entire temple.
I see.
Well, I don't. I just need to get to the spot, but yeah.
Hi, Ophelia. How you doing?
Which, whatever.
That's it for here, right?
There's still so many checks in this dungeon.
I opened Bongo Bongo's room just to go on and have the door open so I could leave and go do other things. And I had hover boots on, which meant I had momentum coming through the door and
I know
slid right into the hole.
Well,
Nice.
And what did we learn?
Dolce Shadow Temple.
yeah, that's
Fair.
why I'm not doing Shadow Temple.
I had a feeling.
I mean, I like doing Water Temple because then I have, you know, I have the fancy trick that I use on Dark Link and, you know, all that other stuff.
Fancy trick.
Yeah, with how I kill Dark Link.
Ooh. What's your fancy trick?
I'm gonna
Might be ours.
God.
There's like a specific way that I can just back
ours.
walk and it will get hit constantly.
Oh, cool. I did a dumb.
Archipelago is going great. Thank you for asking.
It
I
is.
gotta learn that technique to make Dark Link easier.
Yep. I just sped ran my way through the temple, forgetting to actually have the light shine down so I can open up the boss room.
Spirit Temple?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm going now too.
Spirit Temple, we have a setting on Scarth that allows you to use light arrows on sun faces.
Oh,
Yeah, we
interesting.
have that, but it doesn't
Mhm.
work on the boss, like the statue's face.
All right, have a good one, Darcy.
What's down here? I haven't been in this grotto before. Oh, it's just a couple of business scrubs. Okay. Interesting.
Kokiri
Oh.
Grotto taken care of. Zoro's Domain Grotto is now being taken care of.
Nice. Up.
Take care, Darcy.
Have a good one, Darcy.
Ice Trap are an actual important thing for y'all. Just a piece of heart.
Kip, riddle me this. If I stay a child, does that mean I don't have to pay bills anymore?
Ah! Time
Ah,
for
they'll-
taxes.
They'll find a way.
I'm here. I'll go do it.
Bye-bye, Noboro.
Go, 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 go.
In Jurassic Park, it might be life finds a way. IRL, taxes find a way.
Yep.
All right, cool camera.
Progressive nut capacity.
Yo.
One nut.
12 checks remain in this dungeon. So they're long shot chest, river chest, lots before the boss. This is the Tektite that hecked up my seed. Ah, rude.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, you jerk.
The one where I had to get the developers to fix it.
Mm-hmm. Ah,
They had-
good times.
They had to do save data edits in order to make it playable. It was quite funny.
Yeah, you that seed broke real good.
That sounds like it broke real good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was beta testing what's it called?
Enemy
Ship?
drop shuffle?
Yeah, enemy drop
Oh.
shuffle, and the enemy drop shuffle did not work very nicely with fairies. Fairies were duplicating ice traps and stuff like that. When I would get hit with an ice trap, I would get hit with it more than once. So
Oh.
it also did the same thing with heart pieces and corrupted my hearts. So that when I picked up another heart container or heart piece, it would not know how many hearts I actually have and crash the game.
Jeez.
Fun.
Yep.
All right. Twin Roba down.
Yeah. We did Bean Fairies Shuffle at one point with the bean stalks. And one time our Song of Storms was on one of the fairies on that. And it's just like,
Yeah.
that's
Oh.
not good.
Logic.
And then another logic fail from what we've done. We've been doing from time to time. The ability to open chests is shuffled in the pool. And one of the times our ability to open chests was in a chest.
Yep.
Oh. That would complicate matters, wouldn't it?
Just a
Uh-huh.
wee bit.
Need
I'm just-
progressive chest opening.
I'm always surprised when that happens because my like assumption for programming something like that would be like add this like specification to this like this chest or this item or this location
Yeah.
or whatever else all, and then make sure that you know these cannot have this specification.
Right.
Yeah, no, my
Um,
assumption would be for those ones, the first thing you code is never, ever, ever put these here.
Okay.
Enjoy Sunsong.
Oh, cool.
Yo, infinite magic
Nice.
meter.
Yeah,
I do
we have
appreciate
now
it.
infinite magic, which is fantastic. We can just light this guy on fire 10,000 times.
Light my fire.
So I haven't done the Death Mountain Trail Grotto or the Tent Grotto or the Fortress Grotto. I can't remember if there's super stuff so important in there.
Death Mountain Trail's a fairy fountain. I'm headed there right now.
So
And same with Fortress Grotto. That's also a fairy fountain. Valley Grotto, I think it's just your normal chest grotto.
this seems slightly problematic.
What happened?
What happened?
I don't know. Oh,
Huh?
well, it crashed.
Oh, it sure did, didn't it?
Well,
All right then.
It happens.
Yeah, mine crashed earlier too.
Okay.
Should I wait before doing anything else till you can get back in the game?
I don't think it'll matter because it still should
shouldn't
sync
matter.
up. Yeah, it should still sync up. I was just in the middle of the dude fight. And
Dude fight.
yeah,
The dude
That's what
fight.
Grotto's here. Fake hammer.
let me just get set up. You can continue. I'll just log in and it'll be fine.
We don't have hammer.
You sure don't. What
I'm
are you doing?
trying. Have an ice trap?
I went to the Rusty Switch and Spirit Temple.
Okay, so I
Oh.
was wrong. I guess this wasn't a fairy fountain. Weird. Huh.
Have a
I
Rock's
wonder
Feather.
why it crashed.
Oh, cool.
Rock's Feather is a lot of fun.
It is.
Oh, hey. Okay, how do I use it?
You just equip it like an item.
Oh, it sure is. There it is with Neighbor's Love. Okay.
Okay, so
And then it's just basically a bomb jump on a stick.
It is.
You can
Oh,
stack
that's
it.
fun.
it's fun. Bazaar, you already bought them out. We had the windmill key. Did you talk to windmill guy as an adult?
No, I only did as a kid.
Okay.
This has to be a trap, right? Maybe not. Maybe we don't have golden gauntlets.
We don't have Volvagia.
Well, now you do.
I'm a little
Well.
concerned.
Okay.
up?
I found it funny that you said that literally as I was sending you Volvagia.
Oh, is your save basically restarting?
Yeah, my save is gone. Like, not gone, but I hadn't saved for a little bit, so I am gonna be collecting items for a decent amount of time.
Oh no.
This is where my, I save almost every couple minutes. This is saving me.
Also, why I have like the auto save.
Yeah, there's an autosave button or setting as well.
Just for concept, I just got the soul for Ganon and the fishing rod
That was a while ago.
and Volvagia and
Oh,
all this other, and there's like 10,000 things that are just like, yeah. Yeah, it's a big yikes at the moment. Oh, hey, we got the Rock's Feather.
Mhm.
Although I don't exactly know
So-
how to use it.
wait, we got gold gauntlets?
Mhm.
Oh, cool.
So it's just an
Well-
item you equip that allows you to jump around. It's a lot of fun and allows you to break some stuff, and it's not in logic at all.
Nope.
So, what the heck do I do? I don't know what the progression is gonna look like inside of the
Oh, that's not
water temple.
Might have messed that up.
Outside, if you were on the link fight, that's just at the top, so...
Yeah, but yeah.
Haru, Viv, have y'all played Final Fantasy IV Rando? Free Enterprise?
I have
No.
not. The Final Fantasy randos are on my list.
Do you care if I tell you about a joke setting? It's
Sure.
actually
Go ahead.
really goofy. Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise has a setting called, I think it's press A to jump.
Press B to jump.
Press B to jump, excuse me. And it's just, while you're on the overworld, you can press B and you'll jump. And this lets you jump over bosses and triggers and things, and that's what Rock's Feather in this reminds me of.
That's funny.
No, nothing exciting in here at all.
I messed up my Volvagia fight.
Oh my god, let me unequip the boots, please.
These boots were made for walking.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Ow. Well, that song screwed me up.
Okay, so it
Not
says
the
I
boot.
still have 11. Okay, that's good. I have 6 keys.
Go to the river.
Okay, it did not save any of my progress through this dungeon, though.
Yeah, I was afraid it wouldn't, just because it doesn't seem like that state's currently being shared properly.
Which is fine, because it's not like I need to go too far. Oh, well, except for my... I guess my gold skulls are gone, but yeah. It's not like I was actively getting them.
Right.
We will fight this guy.
Wait, I'm going to the river, not here.
Aw, the Rock's Feather doesn't quite get me high enough to hit some of the silver rupees that are in the air in the Spirit Temple.
But, like, part of the issues will be fixed with the next build of ship regardless. There's a setting in the current nightly build, at least I'm pretty sure it's in that one, that just auto-plants the beans once you get them.
Let's
That's
just
nice.
save again, so I don't have to go through that mess. If
Save
I, yeah.
Okay, I regret not turning on fast block pulling now, just because it means I have to listen to this BMOS forever. This is the one in the sunblock room in a spirit temple.
Yeah.
Why is this not working?
Unfortunately, ships sometimes messes with stuff a little bit in terms of glitches. Oh. That is interesting.
What's up?
I did not know you could do that.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
So, Saku is fighting Shadow Link, and
Yeah.
apparently the main technique is don't look at him.
Oh.
Just face the other way, and when he's behind you,
Well,
swing your
no,
sword.
it's face. So you see how, like, if you swing
Mhm.
your sword, right? If you press Z and then you press B, you swing vertically.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If you press down and right when you're swinging it, look at how far back that swing goes. So when Link is behind you and you're swinging backwards like that, he'll get clipped by the tip of the sword.
Oh.
That's awesome. I'm gonna have to learn how to do that.
I just ate a hit from the first Iron Knuckle in Spirit Temple because I hit the wrong button for my sword again. I tried to do a crouch stab, and I just crouched in front of him and got hit in the face.
Ow.
I was hoping that Ship would have done improvements with the detection on when you're actually at the bottom of the water so you can pull out your long shot. But it seems it still takes about 10 years
Yeah.
for that to happen. Go swim faster.
Stick.
Seven checks left in this dungeon.
What do we still need, V?
Boss key for Water Temple. That's really it.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
no,
it's
that's the only boss
all
we haven't beat,
Gold
huh?
Skull.
Yeah, it's the only boss we haven't beat.
Well, I guess we only need 4 more Skulltulas if we need the 100 reward.
Right.
There's a pot. It says basement block puzzle pot. But I don't have basement block puzzle pot 1. I don't have. But I have every other basement block puzzle pot.
Hmm.
Well, I found our gold gauntlets.
Near compass pot. Where's the compass in this dungeon?
That's the middle layer, right?
I believe so.
It's the one that has the pillar of water that's only off for like 1.5 seconds,
Hey, have fire
Fire arrow.
arrows.
if I'm recalling right. Because I always miss the compass one myself.
Oh, heck. The block's here. There we go. Away. Basement block puzzle. Basement block puzzle. Where's that?
Is that the one that's underneath where Dark Link would be, like all the way at the bottom?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember the room. Like what it looks like. Oh, legit? Oh, I guess I just didn't pick it up. Hmm.
All right.
Where, oh, where, oh, where? So it wouldn't be this one, because that doesn't make sense. Because that's not a block puzzle.
Or maybe it's that one room that you have to bomb the two sides of the wall and push the block out onto a switch. There are 2 pots in that room.
I don't know. There's apparently one pot that I didn't get in Basement Block Puzzle 1. Basement Block Puzzle Pot 1, but I've got the other Basement Block Puzzle pot. So I don't know. It must have just been gray or something like that and I didn't see it.
Boom, bum, bum, ba-da. Whoops.
I gotta remember where I'm going. What's in here?
No, my bugs. Oh well. I know where to get more.
Ugh.
Yep, I know where it is. 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 Yep, yep, yep,
That's
yep,
good.
yep. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. It took me a second. I had to look at the map because I had to like visualize where I had to visualize the room. And that meant like playing through the game in my brain. Just took a minute.
Hi, May. Thank you
Think
for the
I'm able
hydrations.
to do this.
Good, 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 good hydration.
Hi,
We
May.
are doing well. We're having a lot of fun.
Big
Heck
fun.
yeah, we are.
No, can't do that. Not like that, at least.
Thank y'all for inviting me to this, by the way.
Yeah, thank you for
Yeah.
agreeing.
Yeah. Thank you for the invite. Thank you for setting this up.
Hell yeah, this was a
Yeah.
lot of fun. Okay.
Okay, it was this one. I did get the other one, but it must have been... Yep. Okay. Is it Control R?
Well, yes.
Right, that is all the things I can get in Water Temple that are not gold skulls that I'm not going to go back for.
Okay, so got those.
Yeah, there's no reason for you to go back for gold skulls. I'm at 43.
Okay,
So
yeah.
Mm,
I'm gonna do a couple of the trade sequence things, and then I'm gonna go to Ice Cavern, and then GTG, if you're like still working on the other things.
I am almost done with Spirit Temple. I'm fighting Iron Knuckle Nabaru right now.
Okay, if you want to do GTG and hand in the poacher saw, then I can do a couple.
Don't
I
be
can
an
do
ice
like
check.
the rest of the stuff. Yo, a
Bottle
fairy in
with
a bottle.
fairy.
Bottle with fairy. That's
The other
something.
one.
There's an Ocarina check.
And a recovery heart. I'm double checking grottos.
Mm-hmm.
Are you both in BK?
Mm,
Not quite. We have 3 spiders and a couple pots to get.
Yeah.
We have a whole lot of cows that I think we unlocked a few minutes ago.
Yep. Twin Rova is not cooperating. Here we go.
$50.
Okay, that one was
Yeah,
just
this is-
me failing.
So much smoother to get to places with people not using crowd control on us and
Yes,
knowing
it
where
is.
entrances go.
That would make a lot of sense, you know?
We still don't have the hammer, do we?
Hammer.
No, I'm trying real hard.
We, in fact, do not
I'm
have the
running out
hammer.
of checks.
Actually,
Yo, Kojiro.
well, there's
Okay.
Kojiro for you. I thought there was a What's wrong, Seaburned?
A mushroom.
I did think there was a fish that I didn't grab. Okay.
So you have the Sculptula in the Lost Woods above the theater.
Yeah, I didn't plant beans there as a child.
Oh, we have a long shot.
We do? Since when?
An hour and a half ago.
Okay. Yep. On it.
You like crowd control. Let me tell you.
Look. We would have done crowd control, but this is already a test as it is.
Have a good night, Brinko.
Do you also do crowd control from time to time, Saku?
I came up with the idea for crowd control.
Uh-huh.
Ah. Nice.
Saku knew crowd control before it was crowd control.
I did.
Bit races.
When it was bit races, yeah.
Well, now I have a new thing to add for awesome things Saku's done.
Let's see here. Right around there. I think this is just a Skulltula token, but still. Or nuts, maybe? Nut, seed, whatever.
I mean, I didn't actually invent trivia. That's you guys' meme.
I don't know. Sounds
know.
legit to me.
I'm glad you were involved with crowd control. I have a lot of fun with it.
One cycle, Twin Rova 2.
Nice.
Near
Nice.
open grotto, freestanding. Oh, right. Hang on. There's a couple things at the river we never grabbed.
I just want to get this off my list.
I know that feeling.
Like, I know that it's nothing important, but also at the
I don't
same
think we've
time,
gotten to 100
goodness.
ice traps yet, but this could be a hammer.
Hammer!
Nope, just a heart container.
Oh, good, 19. Oh, excuse you.
All right, so we have the fire trial pots and the water temple gold sculptula.
Song of Time, Ocarina game. Can't play those. Field is done, so...
You know, it's always funny when I do, like, a check or whatever else and I, like, you know, play a song for a cow and,
Moo.
yeah, play a song for a cow and lift up the
Oh.
water medallion.
That opened up a few things.
The key to Ganon's.
Yeah. How'd you get that?
I don't think I did.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm gonna go pick up Burning
Yeah,
Cat
it
real
was-
quick.
From the other team.
Got it.
You going back
Oh,
to
I'm
Ganon's to get
in
the fire temple then?
Kakariko.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Like,
I'm-
what, 3 pots, I think?
I'll go to the water temple then.
and in fact, you've already done Burning Cat.
I've done
Oh,
the
sorry.
majority of everything at the water temple.
Yeah, the only thing you need to grab is the Sculptula.
Oh, it was a recovery heart. the one before Dark Link.
Mm-hmm.
I still did find it really funny when we we had swim. That was like an unlocked thing.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Oh, yeah.
that is perfect timing. I have blue
Unlike swim
fire
is just
arrows.
amusing.
Blue fire arrows are amazing.
Yeah, and so getting ice arrows right now is amazing.
That was in our Kakariko Bazaar, but it was expensive, so we probably didn't have a wallet the last time either of us went there.
Yeah.
And trial pots. I could grab those.
Day of Fire as well.
Mm-hmm. Those are the only 2 pots left.
Did you buy everything from the bazaar?
No. I bought all the things that were anything useful, but I guess we have infinite rupees. I can go
Yeah.
buy everything.
I guess
It would
that's this
help,
fire
like,
temple.
bring down the number of checks to reasonable amounts.
Yeah, I've been just kind of going around buying all the shops to completely try to
Oh.
clear the tracker.
I was going to go try to do trade odd mushroom, but that's like one of the only adult trade sequence items we don't have.
Yep, that's why I yeah. We don't need that.
All right, done in here.
That was one of the things that I did.
Okay.
That and the cow in Kakariko, because I thought you were going to GTG. So
Yeah, I just
Later.
need the
Skipped check in Fire Temple.
It's Gold Skulltula behind Song of Time block.
It's not behind Silent Tongue Block. With the Rock's Feather, you can just jump up there and walk in the door.
I don't know
Fair.
Reverse Wasteland.
do you need to
But-
do Reverse Wasteland?
I mean, no, but it means I have to pass through somewhere else to get to GTG. And I
Yeah,
figured
you
I
have
might as
long
well
shot.
pass. Yes. But I need to go through someplace else to go to GTG, so I figured I might as well go through Kakariko to reach Hyrule Field.
Oh,
Okay, got all that.
I don't know that this is
And-
gonna work.
Because I had just gotten Water Medallion and didn't know where you were, I figured I would go on and do Burning Cack, but this is where you were, so oops.
Oron Tunic, we got that. Do.
I'm guessing you
I
did
even-
Adult Shooting Gallery.
Yeah. Basically everything that is, like, there's not much left in there. I feel like I'm doing this wrong and I don't know why. It shouldn't be this hard.
Probably need the sun check. Nope.
For what?
How come I can't
Uh,
clip through the wall?
Sun arrow. Whoops. Wrong song.
Oh, no, I did that one. Alrighty.
What happened? Is it my bunny ears?
Yeah, I gotta go
Placid.
beat up all the ghosts to get down to the arrows.
Yeah. Oh, have fun.
I'm so close. I'm so close. Come on, let me out. Let me out. I don't want to have to go back to being a child to move Zora.
Weep. Weep.
Weep.
Wasteland, we
Weep.
got everything. Weep.
Yo, thank you so much for the YouTube sub. Oh, no, 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 no!
Is everything okay, Saku?
Yes. I jumped too many times. I finally got through the wall, and I jumped down into a bottomless pit, but also rawr.
Rawr.
You already handed in Big Poe, right?
Yes.
Okay. I thought so. I had one spawn in front of me. I was like, oh yeah, did we do that? So.
I sure did. Come on, just like a little bit more.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Come on, are you serious? There we go. No, no! Oh, yeah. Oh!
Okay, Valley, we got everything.
Okay, we're good. We did it. I don't even care. We've got Roodle's letter. I just don't want to go and hand it in again.
No, that's valid. Oh, we have some. Oh yeah, we need some time for the frogs.
What is that?
Yeah. Okay.
Only 4 more checks in the Zora's Fountain.
Chica Temple, Bazaar. Yeah, I can't get any of that.
You can get the windmill freestanding arrows if you want.
Nah. I guess.
What do you even have left to do? Like, what is preventing you from finishing?
Oh, we need the water boss
yeah.
key.
That's it.
To complete our checks, we need Song of Time. Those are the 2 things we're missing.
Mm-hmm.
We do not have Gerudo membership card, so I actually do have to interact with the mechanic.
Yep.
Sneak around. Yeah.
I double-checked Fortress. We have everything there.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. I just keep failing at this jump. Probably because I'm got Rock's feather on the brain.
I have all of the items from Zora's Fountain.
Nice.
So now it's just go into Ice Cavern. Gosh, I just love this speed up mechanic.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
I found a thieves' hideout small key. Nice.
Yeek. Wrong way.
There we go.
We're going fast. We're going fast.
Times.
$91 available checks. I think like a whole lot of those available checks though are shops that we've already checked. Oh my god. Scarth!
Yes.
I'm just spinning around and around on top of this iceberg with my hands in the air like I just don't care.
I put my hands up in the air sometimes, saying, "Ayo, I'm a Gerudo."
Well, we have infinite, I don't even need,
Star.
a pot because I could just use infinite magic with my blue fire arrows. Oh, that doesn't work for that. Okay. Wait, why do I have Babby sword? Ooh, wait. No!
I guess this door is already unlocked. I didn't actually need to beat you up. Oh, wait, no, I do, so you can have the fire at the start.
Rude.
Okay. 3. Temple of Time light arrow.
pot.
Got everything
Map
here too.
chest. And it's empty.
Yeah, like I said, for whatever reason, it just doesn't like to track stuff for me. Well, the map chest. Just that.
Yeah, it didn't track me either.
Oh,
Weird.
that's so fun.
It's so weird that it doesn't track for both of you, but it tracked for us.
Yeah.
Hey, Lyra.
Hi, Lyra.
I take it you know Saku, Lyra?
Hey, Lyra.
Let's see here. Okay. That's something to check, but pretty sure you probably got everything there.
What thing?
Deku Tree. I'm pretty sure you have everything there.
I think so. My tracker seems to think so.
I'm in danger.
I'm just kind of going from place to place and double checking.
That's fair.
Yeah. Everything here.
Oh, heck you, game.
Rude, 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 rude.
Lyra.
No, no, what? Why do we keep doing
That's
this?
another fake hammer.
No!
No.
I'm
Was that your
hurting.
third fake hammer?
Oh, that's rough.
If not more.
I was so excited.
Game's got jokes.
Oh, hey.
Morphosoul.
That sure is.
Nice. Watch, our key is behind their Morpha.
Wouldn't that be something?
Okay, so there's 6 things left in the ice cavern. Can we stop? Oh my god, I'm being bullied.
Shop items. Nope. You
That
already
is
got all
super
those.
cruel. Game's mean. Game's big bully.
Big bully.
Oh. Can a Roomba really bully you? Yes. Why do I feel like that's like I'm getting deja vu about... Was that voice chat the other night? Was that where that conversation came from? I feel like it is.
I don't know. We have a lot of weird conversations in voice chat.
Yeah.
Here.
We were talking about vacuums, I think.
Wait. No. Hang on. Double check the fish. Got everything in the fish.
Yep. I cleared the fish proper.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, a recovery heart. How exciting. 4 checks left? Really? How? Roomba ranks mid in your tier list of vacuums? I'm not gonna lie. I think Roombas are adorable. But,
You're not wrong.
like, yeah.
Yeah.
See, I could never make a vacuum cleaner tier list because the
no.
top and bottom tiers would both just be really sucks.
Oh, I knew it! I love you snickering over there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh, I get to play with Hannah Gannon.
Have fun.
Everything is ice arrows or blue fire arrows. Oh, wow. Look at how many keys this has. It seems like it visually shows you how many keys there are. No, I don't want freeze power. I'm already in ice. I'm already in the ice cavern. I don't need any more freeze power. Thank you.
That's unfortunate.
This is
Hey,
great.
Scarth, I'm gonna need you to not, okay?
What kind? I got really good at the square knot when I was in Scouts, but anything else I'm not great at these days.
I can't see. Why does this camera angle so weird? What is happening?
My God, using the bow is so much nicer on ship. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. Where is your samurai?
Great question. Probably in Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, that makes sense.
See, I just want multiple vacuums so that I can have them on each floor. No, I did not violate the thaw. That sounds weird.
That does sound pretty weird.
A little weird.
You violated the thaw is what it says. Oh, Jack, you missed some great moments.
Oh, you did come get the windmill, huh?
Yeah.
I've had so many good moments.
As we always do.
Yep. Oh, man.
You know, this, like I said, has been great. It's been lovely doing this with you.
Oh, yeah? It's been so
Agreed.
much fun. Alright, 2 checks remain, and it should be these ones. Then I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna fight Morpha.
Morpha!
Oh,
Found your
and Phantom
chainsaw.
Ganon.
Nice.
How
Oh, that is Phantom Ganon.
Yeah, we're having a good time zone.
Yep.
I'm gonna go beat up Phantom Ganon real fast. And then I'm gonna go beat up Morpha real fast. And I really need a hammer. Hammer. So I can beat up Volvaggio real fast.
Would be nice.
If we could, we'd give you our hammer. Because we're kind of
Yeah.
done with it.
Yeah, we don't
And
need it
my
anymore.
axe! Wait, no, different thing.
2 items in Forest Temple, both of them from Phantom Ganon. What is Scarth up to? What do you mean, what is Scarth up to?
Well, you named all the things that you're doing, not what Scarth's doing.
I think Scarth is in, GTG.
Scarth is in fact in GTG. Heck.
So it's gonna be faster for me to just, you know, beat up 2 bosses and see what it gives us.
How many more medallions are you looking for?
I don't even know how many we have. 3? Do we have 3?
Yes, we have 3. We have fire, water. Actually, we might have 4. Yeah, we
Okay,
have 4.
so-
Fire, water, forest, spirit.
We probably need 2, then.
Okay. I have a concern.
No, why?
That
You
is.
said the word probably.
Well, you said we may have 3 or we may have 4.
No, we
So-
have 4.
Oh, okay.
I checked.
Okay, well then we might need 2.
You
I
used
see
that
Saku
word
avoids
again.
absolutes
No,
like
I
do.
used probably the first time.
Saku,
Yeah.
what's our rainbow bridge?
Greg.
I don't know. It's medallions.
Probably Greg, because if you got Greg in the game,
By default settings in the Archipelago is 6 dungeon items.
I don't think it's Greg. Cuz I don't
But-
I'm pretty sure it's medallions.
but also if it's just 6 dungeon items, the jewels could work too.
It's not 6 it's going to be medallions.
All right.
I just don't know
Raiden
how
run,
many
that's
we
fine.
have or need. We can go read the Temple of Time thing. We'll find out. What did I get? Oh, good. Light medallion.
All right,
Right,
we need
nice.
one more
To me.
medallion.
One more.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah. V, warp to me.
Okay.
We're having a horse off.
All right. I think my horse is already at the bottom of this.
What happened
area.
with this area? It's all cut off weird.
I have one more. I have like 2 more checks to do in GTG.
There's a fairy fountain outside of Ganon's castle I'm going to go get.
Related. Where's the fairy grotto in Gerudo's fortress?
Behind the crates. I have a Skulltula on mine. That's unfair. Behind the middle
Fair.
crates on the bottom level.
Okay, thank you.
My
Okay,
horse is
grabbing
screaming.
this.
Reminds me, I didn't do my daily run on Uma Musume yet today.
What'd you get, Haru?
I got 1,580.
Yeah. 8 bull. I got 1,570. So dumb.
Next round.
Also, I had a
This is horseback
Skulltula.
archery.
Oh, I missed the first arrow.
Oh, so did I. Uh-oh. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. The max I can get right now is less than 1,500. I messed up.
see.
The great question is, where is our last medallion?
That is a
The other
pretty
great
good
question is, where is our hammer?
Hammer?
I mean, hammer might be a pendant, or whatever this version's game of a pendant is.
All right, I might have won this round. 1,780.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no!
got 1,100.
And I crashed ship.
No!
Okay,
Hopefully you
GTG's empty.
saved. Go away. You know what? Oh, this is
Oh.
a terrible mistake.
Looks like someone knows where I got my hammer vocal stem from. Hammer!
Huh. Oh, there it is. Meow.
Oh, I know I have the hammer. He's like, I can't even do this. I'm stupid. I gotta go the normal way.
Let's try this again. I couldn't see the stream.
Oh
Or
my god,
screen.
oh my god, oh my god, no, please
There
no,
we go.
please no. No!
Rockin' Stone Elvis.
This did not work at all. I'm sad. So much stuff. What's happening?
I found that fairy fountain.
Oh, okay.
Hey, infinite quiver.
Nice. You're gonna have a really easy time on Ganon.
Yes. Am I the one that's fighting Ganon?
Oh, I think we both have to. Wait,
Okay,
no, we
you both
don't.
can get to find. You don't have to, but you both can.
You both get to.
I was also wondering that dual vision, whether infinite quiver affects horse archery.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Because horseback archery gives you a separate inventory and a separate. It's like bomb chew game and whatever the other one is.
Maybe.
Shooting gallery.
Hi.
Yeah.
There's just so much screaming.
What? What the?
Actually, I suppose I might as well take a moment to go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I might actually do the same.
I love how we're both missing like one thing to beat the game.
That's how it goes.
It's just
Yep.
one thing for both of us.
Okay, I'll be back.
There is still a timer, so it would technically end dual vision. Yeah, you have to be on that ledge in order for Pierre to show up, but earlier he decided to despawn.
Well, that's no good.
Yeah, he's rude.
Yes, what I'm curious about is, do we need to do our Song of Time checks to get the last item for one of us? Looks like we have 19 Song of Time checks to do.
Hello? What is this guy? Why is he being rude?
Morpha likes being rude.
This is a problem. Just gonna hold you in the corner for a minute. Woo! That was scary! That was big scary!
That came after you out of nowhere.
Oh my god! So what? I guess, what's our other dungeon? How many? Oh, we have to have 3 dungeons we haven't done. So Volvagia for Fire Temple. Water Temple is 1. And
Bongo
then
Bongo.
Bongo Bongo. So is this our medallion? Or is this our spiritual stone? Yo, there's
like
our
there's your
Well,
medallion.
medallion.
there's your answer.
Nice.
So now
So you're
we
in go
can
mode
go.
then?
We are in go mode. We still are you? Did you do the cow thing, Scarth?
I don't know what cow thing you're referring to, but the answer is going to be no because I haven't done any cow thing.
Yeah, you know what? I guess that probably makes sense. I felt like. Sorry.
Have you played a bonus song for the cows?
I've played lady pony song for one cow. I meant horseback riding. I meant horseback
Wait,
archery.
what?
Wait, the cow thinks
What?
horseback riding.
Okay. So I sort of understand.
I
Oh.
sort of understand.
For Link's house cow.
Yeah.
That is fair.
I thought Link's house cow came from the Lon race.
Yeah, I did,
Yeah,
but I was
horseback riding.
yeah. No. Oh, like the thing is here, Scarth. Do you want to go through Ganon's castle?
1 moment. Doing horseback archery.
Okay.
The cow thing.
I don't know if you both want us to like just go clear the game so you can get your stuff, or if you want us to keep looking, because I'm okay with still looking because we're in go mode, so we could just finish whenever. But
There's a pretty decent chance that what we're waiting for is in the castle anyway.
okay. Really? I thought that was not a thing that normally happens. I thought that they had logic in place to prevent
Well, in your castle, not ours.
1800.
Nice.
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 It's so much easier to do that on ship, isn't it?
It's so much easier to do it on ship. Oh my god.
Scarth, you go hunt down cows. I'm gonna go through Ganon's castle.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
I'm also looking for the break room in Gerudo Fortress.
You're cute.
The break room is the one up at top, right?
Yeah.
Probably. That's what I figured. But I don't remember how to get to it without getting thrown in prison, and I can't get thrown in prison anymore.
You can hook shot into the prison.
If you talk to the guards up in front, they'll throw you in prison still.
Yep. You can just ask them to.
Oh, sure enough. That's handy.
It is.
Give me all the things. There's so much stuff flying around here. Oh my god. Why is it so hard to chase down an item?
Most likely you have our water temple key. Absolute worst case, you have our Song of Time and we have to go find our
Water temple, which, I mean, we
won't take
know
long.
the 3 spots it would be. Well, 4.
I got Nayru's cold.
According to all known laws of physics and biology, there is no way that Saku should be able to survive getting fully encased in ice. The cells in Saku's body would all die by the time they unthaw. Of course, this is a video game, so Saku survives anyways. Probably.
Probably. While I'm here, I'm going to go do the few checks in Wasteland, then I'm going to go do the cows.
Okay. Yeah. There's a bunch, because I think the Wasteland also has the other thing. The pots.
Yes.
You know, I think we did well. We're looking to aim or get done right around within the window we were aiming for.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, our trial pods shuffled? They sure are, aren't they?
Of course they are.
As soon as you said that, I was like, oh no.
Song of Time.
Okay,
We got stuff to do.
Yep.
That.
You're already a spot that you can do it. I'll
Yep.
go at least get the child checks done.
Saku, did you set these settings or not? That's an excellent question. I did, but then I changed them, but then I don't remember if I changed them, and then, like, I don't remember which ones I changed to, and yeah, it's a mess. I'm a mess.
That's a mood.
See, the real trick is she was doing it to surprise me, but she did it so thoroughly that she also surprised herself.
Let's be real, I have no memory of anything ever.
I feel that.
Yeah, on V's side, V didn't really know what I did, but just going in, it's not a what is on, it's what is not on for
Yeah.
us.
I think that was I was asking. I said, Scarth, what do they have on? And Scarth is like, what? The better question is, I think, what do they not have on?
Yes, that is what I said.
Yeah.
Alright, let's try out this Saku trick.
I believe.
What?
Oh no.
That is some garbage.
Oh, okay.
This goes pretty darn well. I like this. Alright, go over there, just to your right. No, to your right. You watching it all, V?
No. I'll check out VOD later. Okay.
Grumble, 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 grumble.
May?
Oh, dead.
All right. Got the child song of time block. Or, well, yeah. Yay, fire temple key.
Just what you always wanted.
Absolutely.
I
have
feel
the
like
most likely spot for us.
Okay, I have done the forest trial.
Nice.
Nice.
I've got to go back to the. I gotta go back to the water trial because I left it.
Oh, you can Rock's Feather out of hover boots. That's fun.
Yeah, there's
Setting.
a lot of fun stuff you can do with Rock's Feather.
Oh.
I'm glad that's going to be in the next base build of ship.
Mm-hmm. It's
Hmm.
just a fun little addition.
Hmm.
Well, last place would be there, so...
Gerudo Training Ground, is that where you're heading?
Yep. That's why I warped here. Because I can't walk the wasteland backwards.
Reverse wasteland is so hard.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I wish there was like a way that you could put some like texture in the game that would allow you to have dots on the ground on where you're allowed to walk.
Oh, right.
That's fair. If you ever wanted to practice it, the debug mode in crowd control works real well for that. Because it shows you where the barrier walls are.
Baku is having a good time.
What? Of course I am. I've got, found an object that is preventing me from being able to finish this trial.
What trial?
The water
Water.
trial.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I need a hammer.
Alright. Hammer! Sheikette Temple. Light Arrow cutscene. The 2 Morpha.
So Sheikette Temple is once we get the
Kakariko.
forest medallion. Same with Sheik and Kakariko.
Also, I now have
So
50
that's fun.
skulls.
Oh, and the training ground.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yep. That's where I'm going.
Do we have 100 skulls yet?
We're
have
at 99.
We're looking for they still need something? Question mark?
Water Temple boss key. That's literally it.
Yep. With that, we can get the 5 last checks in our game. V and I have a lot of practice, though, at splitting up the checks and
Yeah.
going for it. Plus, we've had a hammer forever.
Hammer.
That helps a lot.
Honestly,
Must be nice.
Yeah, honestly,
Really?
not having hammer is really hecking us over. The amount of checks that need it, or like we had to do later in weird ways, was quite high.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe how many times we got, oh no. Please tell me that's not to open the door. Please tell me that's not to open the door.
All right, I won't tell you.
No! Oh my god!
Shadow trial, huh?
Are you... grumble, 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 grumble.
I'm taking a guess at that.
Yes, it was Shadow Trial.
Yep.
Can't believe this game. It's too hot in here. Oh man, I'm trying to put on my stuff, but yeah. I always mess this trial up. I don't know why, but I'm not very good at it at all.
Fire?
Yeah.
Oh, fire is rough.
It is.
Like, I've got the hover boots, so, like, the thing isn't sinking. Like, yeah.
The
You know
big
what I forgot?
problem
Go ahead.
I always have is after you throw the pillar with the golden gauntlets, and you need to get that last silver rupee.
Yeah.
I think this is our key, Haru. Oh, no. Hey, bongo bongo for them. There you go.
Yuck.
Should I go on and do that? I'm literally entering Kakariko.
Yeah, do it.
Sure. What were we talking about?
We were talking
right.
about this silver rupee that I'm about to go grab and fall into the pit for.
If you have the hover boots on while doing that, it's actually harder because you don't jump, but the platform still sinks. So the platform will sink a little bit and you'll just run into the edge of the pillar that doesn't have anything you can grab onto.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair. I usually just go down in lava. I've completed the door unlock and just go after that.
Fair?
Do you ever think 3D Mario depictions of lava is one of the more realistic representations? I actually have never seen lava before, so I have no idea. Are you for real? This is how I have to get out of here?
For real, for real.
Yeah, I also usually just save and quit and go back to the beginning of Garen's Trials
What?
after this.
The actual heck?
The game assumes that you do the light arrow trial at this, or the light arrow shot at this point, and take you out automatically.
Yep.
You go
What
backwards.
in the heck is happening here? I'm so confused. I got Mufasa'd by the lava slime.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Go away.
That Slugma really doesn't like people.
I'm dying. You know what? I'm fine. Oh, what do you want to be in this dungeon anymore? I'm just gonna save and reset. I can't even. I just reset my Twitch chat.
Oh no!
Well, I don't even know what's been happening. Oh
This is great. I love this.
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
This is what I think of that.
Aha!
Wow.
I don't know what I'm doing. There's some way to clip into this wall here. Maybe if I clip into the wall, I can get to the boss.
Oh.
You ever get so mad at your game that you refresh your browser? Why is the ground shaking so bad? What is happening?
You threw the pillar.
Why is this so shaky?
Because technically the cutscene is still playing.
Oh my god! It's an earthquake! Oh my god!
It's the last 6 hours of the third day. Hey, that's 100. You know what?
Oh, it is.
I'm going to Kakariko.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
go
no.
find out what our 100 check is. Ooh, quiver.
What were you doing?
I was getting rushed by Bongo Bongo at the point where I'm supposed to be hitting him in the eye.
Instead, I sent you hand lifties. I don't have glove, or I don't have thingies that open doors. What are they called?
Keys.
Thank you. That yes. I don't have keys.
Hey, 200 pounds. Cool. I would have laughed so hard if that was our temple key.
It would have been amazing.
Wait, who made you snort? What happened?
Probably you. If
Me?
I had to guess.
What did I do?
Being you, my friend,
Yeah,
being you.
you're just
Yeah.
a great individual.
Oh, yo, the Kokiri Emerald.
Yep.
Yo,
You know what we still don't have? The hammer.
Hammer?
I'm just using Rock's Feather to jump over the fences in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Also, do you know what I forgot to do after GTG and Haunted Wasteland?
what's
the Gerudo
that?
Valley cow.
Boy.
So the cow things, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was talking about, for sure. That one, right there, yep.
Okay.
Yo, thank you so much for the
I'm-
follow.
Collected all of our skull
Our
rewards.
keys in the pots right below Ganon. That's
don't-
my guess.
It possibly. Because there's like, what is it? 30 pots? Right there? Yeah.
Can I even do anything else in here? It says there's 18 checks available, but I don't even have the keys for this dungeon.
Well, the keys are just for the light temple room.
Yeah, but they're also the pots. Like there's pots past that.
The pots upstairs?
No, that we don't even have the master key. Like we don't have the big key yet.
Yeah,
So, like,
the pots are before that big key. Like, there's a chest up that tower, and then the pots are before the locked door. That has the big key.
Oh,
And
Okay.
I will tell you very much, ship logic will put important items there sometimes. If you
Yep,
can get to
we've
them.
we've had our master sword there once or twice.
all right. I'll go and I'll kill everything.
Our iron boots have been there before too.
Yeah.
How do I get this? Okay, I need to immediately get rid of this. How do I get rid of the thing that makes my stuff target and stay targeted. How do I...
the Z targeting thing.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That might actually be on like the main
Settings,
menu in the file
controls.
select.
Let's see. Is a camera?
I'm losing my mind.
Let's see.
Ah, mushroom!
That was on one of the cows in the stables.
Maybe
This is my
quality
big
of life.
I think. If it's not, we're in trouble.
Where is that?
Right. Start a multi-world. Oh, nice.
The rain shelter pots are only here as Kidlink, huh?
We are doing a multi-world where 2 of us are each co-oping a different seed. So I don't actually know if this has been done by someone else before.
Right. You know, I don't think I know where that setting is either. I know it's in here somewhere.
It's
But yeah, Vivi and
fine.
I
I
are
just
on
need
one
to not
seed.
send target.
And Saku and Sky. Sky. I'm just
Scarf?
gonna fail names. Scar.
Scarf.
Okay, I think I'm best. Oh my god! Oh my god! This better
Hammer.
not be. This better.
Hammer.
Hammer!
Ah! What?
Was it our hammer?
It was your hammer.
I am.
Marvelous.
Do you want to go fight the dragon?
Sure, once I finish winning the Link's house cow over here.
Oh, it's not input, is it?
Yeah, no, we're having a lot of fun. This has just been a blast. Saku and Scarf have been amazing company.
Hey, the Ocarina of Time.
Well, we found your Ocarina of Time, at least.
It's kind of blue. Can I break it off and shove it in a different boss key to get in the store?
Go ahead and try it.
I can't leave. That's rude.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't.
All right. Well, I gotta reset. This is the perfect time. Check my stuff.
Oh heck, I got a bot. I need to bop, but I can't do it.
I can do it.
I don't have a hand free.
Hang on. I can do it. We been
We bop.
Thank you.
twitch.tv/scarth. Boppin' bots. Where's the moderator messages? Chat settings. Hey, where's the bot?
Oh, I have messed this all up.
Wait, but the bot's not here. Wait. What? Why is it not here? I'm gonna ban them. Anyways. /ban. Oh, I almost... No.
And Scarth.
It puts Scarth's name at the front of it. Okay, I banned. Look, I did it. I'm a good moderator. Yay! Okay, Zen target. Where's Oh, switch. Hold. Yes. Oh my god. Yes. Please. Goodness gracious. Now I got the hammer.
Oh, yeah.
We can
How
go
much
do
health
these
do we have?
other things.
We've
Oh,
got
19.
19 hearts. We're missing what? 2? Yeah, we're missing 2.
Where is
2
like
pieces.
Heart.
I'm so surprised that it's like we haven't found all the things yet. Because what are we at? We've checked. You're at 99.11%. We're at 96.19%. So like we've checked so much of the games already that like I think a vast majority of our stuff is just cows.
There's not that many cows.
So I'd also say the tracker's off slightly. We're actually at 99.66% because 8 of those checks are stuff in shop that we can't buy out.
Yep.
I'm talking. Wait, I'm talking on Archipelagos, which
Yeah. Right.
It's not counting 8 of our checks because we can't buy it from the store.
Weird. I don't see anything on there that says that there's shop items on the Archipelago tracker. Only on the check tracker, which doesn't actually count.
That is weird. I can say we have 5 checks left in the game.
Yep.
Two of them are Morpha.
2 of them are Morpha. There's 2 standing right in front of me.
Oh, weird.
I suppose maybe some of them are Kakariko because we didn't buy out everything in there.
Yeah,
Right.
I think that's what it is.
Oh.
There's like a couple of like one-off checks in shops.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know where the other 3 are missing from though.
Thank you for the good luck on the multi-world. Bam, bam, bam.
No, why would
What's wrong?
Malin? Why? I accidentally went back into the obstacle course.
Yeah.
I tried to cancel out of the dialogue, but apparently pressing B is the same as pressing A.
That is me with bomb chew bowling. Every time without fail, I do a 3rd round, and I'm like, no!
That was danger, 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 danger. Oh, there's my keys.
Bad thing to lose.
Nice.
There.
Heck.
Bought out the shop in Kakariko.
Oh god, I just threw my mouse across the room for some reason. I like bopped it while I was trying to get my like keyboard so I could like get do the control R thing to reset so I can leave this room. And
We don't need your mouse. Get out of here.
Yeet.
Backhanded the mouse out of the desk. Is there a displacement shader on Ruby camera? What's a displacement shader?
Oh, and hey, having the hammer means I can do the Cal Grotto now.
Hammer. Well, you could have a while ago.
Well, I could have as Kid Link, but I
Yeah.
don't have to go Kid Link to do it.
Fair.
I thought Saku might have done that one.
I did all but the cow because I didn't have Epona song. And then
Fair.
I said to go back to do it after because I said that instead of going to do it, I was going to go to Ice Cavern and that when Scarth was done GTG, that Scarth would go do the check over there.
And I have been doing that.
I feel like camera's doing a thing every now and then, like an analog glitch. It's just a regular USB webcam. RubyCam is. I have a DSLR for my camera. Like that's actually glitching. Like light trials. Gosh, it's so like we've done so much. I can't believe we still haven't found your key.
I will say, if there is something broken, it would be very much in mine and Haru's luck to end up with the broken stuff.
Ouch.
Oh, thanks, Navi. Navi says sometimes you could use the Megaton hammer instead of bombs.
Hammer!
I do wish that was more consistent in this game, because there are so many random walls that you can't hammer. And it's just like,
Right?
why does the bomb work
Yeah.
here and not the hammer?
Right.
The cow isn't here as adult. Oh no.
What? Is it
It's
really?
not?
There is a
Gerda
setting
Valley
for that,
cow.
I believe.
Oh, is there? Oh
Oh.
well.
Huh.
Quality of life. Yes, quality of life on the right side under miscellaneous. Links cow in both time periods.
Oh, I thought that was for the cow that you got from Malin.
I thought that is the one that
No.
Scarlett's talking about.
No, they're talking cow grotto on the field.
Oh,
Also
Yeah.
no.
are you
Wait,
talking
what?
Valley?
Gerudo Valley cow.
Yeah.
The one that's
the
just
one that's
down
there.
by the river.
Okay, yeah, that one. I thought you meant the grotto. Yeah, that one's only there as a kid.
I did not know that, but then again, I haven't played Cal Sanity before.
Fair.
I haven't needed to know that.
Well. That is all of Ganon's castle done.
Nice.
Except for the boss. But yeah.
Right.
The big pig himself.
All right, my next best guess is it's on the Ocarina game on the frogs, because that's where I would love to be.
Ooh, I actually should. I was passing through Lake Hylia anyway. I should. No, I'll do that.
What you doing?
I'm going to go do the Link's House cow, and then I'm going to go do Shoot the Sun and Adult Fishing, and then Volvagia.
Yeah, adult fishing.
I'm
that
already
would be
at,
a place for it to be.
I'm already
oh
at
yeah, that would be hilarious.
Fire Temple area.
Okay.
If you want to do the fishing, please, by all means. Adult, child, all the above.
Yes. I'm going to do the Link's House cow, then I'm going to go do Shoot the Sun and Adult Fishing, and then I'm going to switch to Kid Link and get Child Fishing and the Gerudo Valley cow.
Oh, got it.
Never mind,
Lebowski.
Lamel, we're done.
Well, yay! We
DMC
did
Great Fairy
it!
Reward.
Yay!
God, that's so deep in our sea, 'cause that's behind our hammer, which is in...
Yes, it is
Ganon's
behind our
castle.
hammer, which is in Ganon's castle, yes. That is 100% correct.
That is awful.
Yes, it sure is. Hang on, does this work?
I know I don't need to go do this cow anymore, but I'm already in Kokiri Forest, so doing it anyway.
Oh no, it doesn't. Sadness.
Okay, morph it down.
Nice.
I was hoping that that would take me back, but nope.
So what's the plan now?
Do you want to see if we can break the game?
Oh no.
Oh, come
What
on!
do you have in mind?
Well, we could go try to fight Ganon at the exact same time.
Sounds like a plan, let's do it.
Hang on, I'm beating up a dragon. Not you.
What did I do?
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about you. No. Oh god. I missed.
You got the 2 morpha checks. Next up
What a
is
question.
Kakariko Burn.
I mean, come on. I love breaking things.
Breaking things is an amazing pastime.
All right. There we go.
We got one more check aside from Kakariko Burns, right? Which one is that?
It was Temple of Time, both the boss key and the Prelude of Light check,
Ah,
which I got from standing there. Wait,
You love OT Archipelago?
wait,
This
hang on.
is-
No.
A lot of fun.
I had to walk a bit further back if I want it. Hi.
That should be every check in our game now, right?
What? There it is. 10 bombs.
Can't see
Okay.
me. You'll can't.
Yeah,
Remind
every
me.
Time... Good.
Does basic Ganondorf take more damage from Master Sword?
No.
I didn't think so.
Just the big form.
Yeah.
Yes, Ocarina of Time Archipelagos are just a lot of fun.
Yeah, they are.
And playing Ocarina of Time randomizers co-op is also a lot of fun. Combining the two has been great.
Been a blast.
Agreed.
Vavasia is dead.
Dead dragon.
that your last boss? No, I can't follow V.
I think
I'm
you.
guess-
Oops, sorry.
Oh, I'm just saying. I guess my save state didn't finish all this for Haru, so.
Yeah, I was about to say, Scarth, if you want to hop into Ganon's tower, you're gonna have to, or Ganon's castle, you're gonna have to battle your way up. 'Cause
Already working on it.
Okay.
I'm currently in the Stalfos room. I wonder if ship makes this room really laggy. It doesn't.
It doesn't,
Oh.
yeah. Oh.
I didn't remember whether the first Stalfos you kill in that room like properly dies, or halfway dies so it can be resurrected like the Forest Temple one does.
I think it does when you do the escape sequence, which I don't know if we actually. I did turn that off, but I don't know.
Yeah, we have that off. It's
We
gonna be
have that off.
hilarious if
you
Scarf's the
did
only
it.
one that doesn't have it off.
Well, I mean, I set it in the YAML. I think that it's automatically off. I think. Hey, Alove, thank you so much
Hi.
for the 40 consecutive watch streaks.
Skip tower escape. There we go. So not exactly Zello, because we have 2 players on each seed, which means each YAML is shared by 2 players.
Yup. Yep. Super
hearing
fun
up
that
here.
the new
Oh,
ArcG build for Ocarina of Time is allowing us to do something that like I said, don't know anyone else that's done this before yet.
hi, Naomi. Thank you so much.
As I said earlier, it's been an absolutely delightful night.
Where are you, Scar?
I am
has-
at Ganondorf's door. And yes, it has. Saku?
What?
What just happened?
Nothing.
What?
Okay. I heard the
Nothing
sound
happened.
of falling.
It's just
Don't worry about it.
it's me falling for chat.
Ah, of course.
Aw.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you ready?
Yo. Yeah.
We're ready.
Shall we?
Yep, count us
All right.
down.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Wow, we're pretty in sync on that one, Haru.
Oh yeah, we didn't get hints for light arrows, but it doesn't matter because we already had light arrows.
think the more impressive part is we still don't have full health after all that.
Right.
I never was good at tennis.
The same.
Got it.
Ganon, please.
Wait.
Heck.
All right. Yeah, I was one off again. Bye.
Oh, I had missed the one cycle by one hit.
Yep. Same.
Darn.
Yep, so did V.
Bad at the one cycle.
Yep, you can deflect with a bottle. And there's a couple things you can do with that.
Yep.
You're standing in my cutscenes, Garth.
Well, excuse me, princess.
Wait. Why is there? Why do we have escape?
Why do you have it?
Why do I have escape? But I don't. What?
I'll just sit here by Zelda and not start the Ganon fight till you're down here.
Zelda,
Saki
please.
was so confident that she had escape turned off.
I did. I don't understand. Please hurry up, Zelda. We don't have time.
Just pull up Saku's stream real quick and watch what's going on over here.
It's been great.
Yeah.
Always is.
Yep.
Zelda, move faster. You pushed me out of the way. I'm being bullied. I literally had it. I had the skip option on.
Yeah. I think you need the ship setting one.
I did, but I have them both on. Can you stop targeting Zelda, please? Look, here. Look at this. Skip intro. Skip. Wait, hang on. Skip intro.
Right side.
No!
Oh, fire temple key. Neat. Ow.
Oh, no. I didn't realize the right side had different options. Zelda, please. Shush. No gasping. Zelda, please. Zelda, please. We don't have time. We don't have time.
I probably struggle with that sequence so badly. I haven't
I
done
love how we were laughing at Scarth possibly having the thing on, and then it turns out it was me.
Seems a bit poetic in a way.
Who has two thumbs and took that opportunity to check his ship settings? This guy. Yeah, I would say that qualifies as a scuff.
To be fair, there are a lot of settings in ship.
Yeah,
It's
there
easy
are.
to miss some.
There are.
Oh, hey.
Howdy.
How's it going?
How's it going?
Oh, I figured that it wasn't entertaining enough without the escape sequence, so I had to add it in intentionally, in order to give it some more, what's it called? You know, keep you on the edge of your pants.
Edge of your seat?
I mean, that's the same thing.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, because your pants are on your seat, assuming, you know. Yeah. So,
Yes, but that means your pants are also on the edge of your seat. Not necessarily that you're on the edge of your pants. I mean, you could be, but if you are, we don't want to know. Ready?
no, I'm talking to Zelda. She said, "What's that sound?"
Oh yeah, you're right. That's a good idea.
That's a good quote.
Oops, I'm in a cutscene.
Yeah, your side got to 99.05 before finishing to find us our darn key.
I can't believe how ridiculous that is.
It happens. Oh. Thank you for the timeout, Raffle Naomi.
I don't know what I came back to, but yeah, I'm back for now. Well, we're glad you're back. I'm gonna wait to hit the button with Navi until you're at the same point that I am in the cutscene.
I'm ready.
How does that
Okay.
work?
3, 2, 1, hit the button.
Walk it. It's also joining. So it's like, how does this work?
Oh god, I whiffed.
This fight got me on the edge of my pants.
I see you picking up my master sword in my cutscene.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh my god!
I just heard something not great happen.
No.
No, not in a weird way.
No, rolling between your legs, please. No. Leave me alone. No. Woo, 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 woo. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, hey, that was the wrong. Yikes! Get it, please! Stop rolling around!
GG.
Zelda, please, hurry up! I gotta get the last hit! Hurry up!
I mean, we're both in the cutscene. You're in it ahead of me. You're gonna get the hit before I do.
Well, she might whiff.
I've missed before.
Saku proved Mido wrong.
I love how you're looking at the back. I love how you're looking at the back like, huh? What's going on? Scar killed Ganon.
Yeah,
Hang on
you
a
just
minute.
proved Mido wrong. Scarth killed Ganon.
She'll be too busy. No, burned.
Not
Family
quite.
friendly. Family friendly.
friendly today.
GG's.
GG!
GG.
That's like 10 minutes shy of exactly what we wanted for the time. That is amazing.
That it was perfect.
Oh, friendly fire would be so funny.
Should have turned on friendly fire. Oh, trust me. I contemplated it.
Yep. There's a couple things I want to test going forward, but this was the first test of this that I've ever done, and I'm just glad it worked.
Of course
Worked
you did.
pretty well.
I mean, I think the thing was that I was already a bit of a pain with the fact that I upped all the ice traps to 100%, and that I didn't tell Scarth like half the settings. And
It's like, I think you told me, oh yeah, hey, do you mind if I turn on grass?
yeah, I did. And then I was like, oh, I did turn on pots, but I said that I was only turn on overworld pots, but then I decided to change my mind. I turned in dungeon pots too. So I didn't mention that. And then I forgot to mention the fact that I turned on cows.
I was like, hey Saku, how far apart are these cows supposed to be at Lon Lon Ranch?
Oh man.
Didn't tell Scarth because you didn't know them either.
That is true. I didn't tell Scarth because I didn't happen to remember half the settings, yeah.
Yeah, sadly, the only time I can do that to Vivi is when a new beta build comes out and Vivi doesn't look what was added, and I can just slip new settings on and wait to see how long it takes her to realize you can't climb a ladder anymore.
Blockit won a free timeout.
Yeah.
Blockit, what are you doing?
Joining a timeout raffle that one of my mods started.
But now you can't talk in my chat either.
I was wondering how this works.
Yep, shared chat. If you're timed out, you can't talk in any of the shared chats.
Oh,
That would kind of defeat the point.
oh, fair.
Why would you join a timeout raffle?
Because funny. My
Wow.
face hurts.
Zelda's telling me go home. You go home.
Yeah. Laughed a lot tonight.
Thank you so much for the follow.
This was great.
This
This
was
was
so much
fantastic.
fun.
It was. Hmm.
Oh man. Don't remind Saku of this. Oh, what's that? Infamous wants a free ban? Oh man.
Now, I have a question, Saku.
Yes.
While we have shared chat going, if I ban Infamous in my chat, does that unmod him in yours?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
No idea.
Just curious.
I don't know because you also have like you have super oh god, jeez.
Infamous by chat.
We just barked. Do you hear her?
Yeah.
Yes.
She's so loud. She's sleeping, by the way. That's her in her sleep.
Cute.
She actually never barks when she's awake. She only ever barks in her sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that I changed the camera, she's like, nope, no bark now. She's like completely passed out, laying upside down, sleeping, dreaming of rabbits, probably. It was just surprising because it was so loud. Oh man. Watch her start barking again now, probably. Ah, what a good time.
That was awesome.
That was a
Yeah.
lot of fun.
I think this will be cool too for like asyncs if you wanted to have like a couple of people in a seed that wanted to do like, you know, didn't want one person to commit to it, but had a couple people that could join in and just do parts of it,
Right.
Mhm.
right? Instead of, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And just a couple seeds if people want vastly different settings.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not everyone wants everything on.
Yep.
Because my window is wider than normal, the scene
Epona.
where Epona's running across,
Yeah.
she actually does stop just off screen.
Yeah. I had
So
that
I
happen on mine.
I had horse butt at the end of my screen.
Well, I had the whole horse off the end of my screen.
Reminder to do your Uma dailies.
Oh yeah.
It's a little late for that.
Nah, not yet.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, man. That's actually really funny, Dennis.
Mine, Dennis.
Mine, Dennis.
Force resolution. Oh.
It was really neat to like have this in full screen, like instead of having it in the N64
Yeah.
whatever thing.
The box.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always been one of the really impressive parts to ship for me. The fact that it just scales properly at whatever resolution you want it for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you do anything ridiculous with it, like again, 3920 by 200, it doesn't like that very much, but it'll
I can
do
believe
it.
That was that what is it, the 3D picture sort of thing with the fisheye.
Yeah, it had the full
yeah.
panoramic view. Oh god, imagine using that to run Ship of Arcanian in VR.
Oh. That could be cool.
It could be cool, but I feel like you would get motion sick.
Yeah, good chance.
First person Link.
Doing all the flips and everything.
Backflip up the stairs or whatever, or like side hopping across Hyrule.
That's not even why I wouldn't want to do it. I just wouldn't want to do it because of the jump scares. Like, how many times does it, like, because of how we see everything, we know when something's gonna get Link.
Like a Skulltula from the ceiling.
A Skulltula, a Keys just flying into the side of your face or whatever.
Frozen. Yeah.
Being frozen. Like, this would turn into a horror game.
Yeah.
I mean, from the perspective of the people of Hyrule, it kind of is. So, realistic.
And then Majora's
fair.
Mask
fair.
happens.
Mhm.
That one is actually borderline horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, especially when the transformation masks scream at you.
You're not in
Yeah.
my final cutscene.
You are not in my final cutscene either.
I don't think Vivi's in mine either.
Yeah, no, you get your own cutscene after you hand over the Ocarina.
I don't even know that Scarth was in my cutscene with the ocarina.
I don't think
I think-
Sokka was in mine
Oh
either.
no, probably
I think
not.
once I hit Ganon in the face, and Scarth was standing in the background like, that was it, right? And then I didn't see Scarth again for the rest of time.
What I love is ship 2's anchor. Uh, they're in the final cutscene. I had a point where I woke up from the Majora fight and Haru was fierce deity just standing over me. It's like, oh. And then when the camera changed, there was just a Link face down, and I'm like, now there's a dead child here. What is happening?
Oh no.
And then Haru saw me riding away on the horse, but since they need to use their horse, I was just floating away.
Yeah, I don't know if you two ever were on the same map when one of you was riding a horse. It is hilarious.
It reminds me of was it the other one, the other Ocarina of Time rando that we did before, where that's why I was like, do you want to test if we break the game? Because we've done this sort of thing before, but it was on mod loader. And if we walked into the Ganon fight, the whole game would collapse. We couldn't even be in Ganon's castle. Like, one of us could not be in Ganon's castle at the same time as the other person was in the Ganon fight. It would die. We had to. So, like, one time it was me, Tumultuous, and Scarth that were doing it, and me and Tim had to sit outside Ganon's castle playing patty cake or whatever else, all while Scarth was fighting the boss.
Pretty much.
Two of you playing marbles in the sand.
Yeah, we're just like, okay, goodbye, Scarth. Have fun fighting Ganon.
The tower crumbles behind you. You both look like, huh, all right. Anyway.
Was that the same one where when you started climbing Ganon's tower, I went to Zora's domain so I could keep picking up a fish?
Yes.
Sokka was using the bottle to fight Ganon, or to fight Ganondorf. And so every time I saw my bottle empty, I would just grab another fish.
I love that.
Yeah. So I dropped the fish on the ground to try to hit the thing back and then think I was safe, but no, there was another fish in there, so instead of swinging my bottle, I was just dumping fish on the ground in Ganon's castle. Constantly, there was like a pile of like 5 or more fish just chilling in the castle. It was so rough.
Imagine Ganondorf's confusion.
So, Scarf, getting the fish won't work in ship, but getting milk from cows will.
Oh, marvelous.
Cows. Yep. Has annoyed me once or twice.
I see.
I drop a bug, and next thing you know, Haru gets milk. So I try to pick the bug back up, and I'm drinking milk. I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah, we usually have cows on, so I'm going around double checking cows and just filling all the bottles with milk.
I can't believe we had 99. We were at 99.5 or 99.05% before we finished the game.
Oh yeah.
Like,
and it was clearly not a case of you just didn't look at that check early enough, as you said. It was behind a hammer. That was in tower.
Like I had multiple Ganon, or I had multiple hammer checks in Fire Temple still. Right, because I had the fire dancer, I had the what's it called, the boss key vanilla location, the checks that were at there was that one Goron that's at the very top that you need to hammer the switch for. Yeah. There was there's after the hammer chest, there's that spot where the blocks, you have to hit that block and it falls down, and there's some pots in there that we
Couple
still
crates in there.
had. So all of that was all hammerlock. So like there was the things that we couldn't get were basically all locked by hammer. I think there was like one
Hammer.
cow on Death Mountain. Which was where I was gonna go after I did everything in Fire Temple if we didn't find your key. But yeah. It was so much
I
fun.
actually had done the DMT Cal already.
Oh, okay, nice. So, yeah, just all hammerlock locations.
Yep, I think the only cow that I had left. By the time we found that key, the only cows that we had left, I think, were the Link's House cow because I hadn't made it there
Thank you
yet.
so much for the YouTube
And
sub.
the Gerudo Valley cow because that one requires Child Link.
Yes. Well, it did at the time, yeah.
Yes.
Haru, thank you.
No problem.
Oh man, what a seed! What a game! What a game! What a seed!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We did perfect settings though. It was great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we did.
Perfect.
Yep. Ton of
None
fun.
of
If you ever
us
wanna
had
do this
to,
again, just let us know.
Yeah, for sure.
None of us had to do tower escape or anything. It was that perfect.
Oh my god! Yeah, imagine that. Imagine having to do escape. Who would do escape?
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. Oh. Well, I'm gonna dip out of voice and out of the shared chat stuff and whatnot and talk with my community before wrapping
Alright.
up. But thank you. It was so nice to be able to do this with you all today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you.
It
Thank
was
you
a lot of
for
fun.
Thank you.
for
It was a
agreeing
ton
to
of
do
fun,
it.
and
Thank y'all for
I'm
the
glad
invite. That was a ton of
Avengers
fun.
love it.
It
Yeah.
really was.
Yeah. I am excited to do it again in the future.
Oh, absolutely.
Same.
Right. Bye, friends.
Bye.
Take it easy.
And it was us.
Bam. Well, what a seed. What a game. I can't believe that went so well. That was so much fun. Again, no, it's too late for that. I need food badly. Now let me see. I'm gonna raid somebody because I'm really hungry and I need food and I need sleep at some point too. Oh man, I feel like I would love to get a lot of good clips from this. I feel like there was many points. Like this was amazing. The very beginning was just like me, or was Scarth not knowing what the settings were and me going, "Oh yeah, that's right. I turned that on." And yeah, there's so many clippable moments in this. I hope we got some good ones. And me not knowing the settings. Yeah, that's the other part, right? All right, let's find somebody to raid.